Chapter 1. James covered his eyes against the sunlight that seemed determined to drive ice picks. Nah, I'm better than that. Fire picks? Yeah, much better, he thought sleepily. Yes, fire picks through his eyes just because he had slept in. It was Saturday, wasn't it? He was having trouble remembering the night before. Reaching down, he tried to pull the covers over his head, except he couldn't find them. In fact, as his hand fell back to his mattress, everything felt remarkably, grassy. Also, his pillow felt surprisingly like a rock jabbing into his back. Showing bravery on par with assaulting a horde of giants, or talking to a really hot chick sitting at the bar, he opened his eyes and took in his surroundings. He was in a small glen studded with wild flowers and colorful plants. At his back was a large shelf of stone, and beyond it were the foothills of mountains rising in the distance. The trees in front of him formed the other boundary of the glen. They rose tall and majestic. The scent of pines mingled with the fragrance of the flowers. Birds of various types could be heard performing call and refrain. The moss growing on the trees was a brilliant green, and there was a crystal-clear pool several feet in diameter between him and the stone outcropping. It was one of the most serene and beautiful settings he had ever seen. It evoked in him feelings of connection and tranquility, and he expressed himself accordingly. What the hell? He sat upright as quickly as he could, not at all helping the headache that blazed in intensity at his swift movement. Looking down, he imagined it might have something to do with the curved rock that had been under his head, and the tender lump he felt as his fingers searched his scalp. As he took in his surroundings, he was interrupted by a slightly off-key and resigned-sounding voice that spoke from just over his left shoulder. About time you woke up. Turning his head, slower this time, he saw the small form of an imp lazily flapping its wings as it hovered 3 feet off the ground. It had gray, dusky skin and pitch-black bat-like wings perched on its back. Its body was humanoid, if only 1 foot tall. James stared at it in fascination. The VR module had never produced a creature so lifelike and unique before. Standing up, he slowly walked closer, examining it in wonder until he was only an inch away, which was the moment right before it kicked him in the eye. Ah, you dirty little! James immediately began swatting at it with his right hand while holding his eye with his left. It lazily floated out of the way of his swing and rolled its eyes while sighing heavily. Look, it said, I'm here to help you, and even if I wasn't, it would take a lot more than a friggin' noob to take me out. Now, if you don't want me here, I can always leave. It turned its back as it spoke and started to gain altitude with a faster flap of its wings. No, wait, James said quickly. I just don't know what's going on. Last thing I remember, I was in this castle, and then there was just a light, and now I'm here. And who are you calling a noob? Ignoring his question, the imp faced him again and regarded him silently for a moment. It was almost like it was daring him to say something else to offend it. With a small nod to itself, himself, it began to speak again. Okay, noob, you are in the land. You are not playing a game anymore. I'm going to say it slowly this time. You are not in a game. Your mind and soul have been transported here and placed in this body. Let this sink in. If you look around you, you can see that you are in a small glade. This is a safe haven, but as soon as you leave, you can die. If you die, then you will come back to this point, unless you find another safe location or town to bind your spawn point to. The good news is that no one else should be able to find their way here. Even if they did, the enchantments on this glade should keep them out, unless you lead them in. James opened his mouth, but stopped when the imp raised its hand. This will go a lot faster if you just listen. A being a lot stronger, and I'm guessing smarter than you, has paid me a lot more than you're worth to talk to you. Believe me, millions of those other noob seeds will not be getting this treatment, so just listen. As I was saying, you were brought here by some higher being. No, I don't know who. I'm here to give you some basic info about this world, so you don't become troll dung in the first few minutes. The land is bigger than the world you came from. You are one of the first of your people to be brought to the land, and you were lucky enough to be brought to this little safe haven. Apparently, where most of you will land is random. Some of you might be in towns or cities, some in forests or mountains, and some will probably be dead on arrival because they fell into oceans and drowned. Who cares, right? You have landed in the forest of Nadria, on the Rivers Peninsula. Do you remember anything about this location? Yeah, it's near the Kingdom of Eves, supposed to be a section of land with a crazy amount of rivers crisscrossing through it. As far as I know, the patch to travel here hasn't been released yet, though. Good, you're not completely useless, the imp said. The land is not exactly like the game that you remember. Your character won't be either. Case in point, the imp snapped his fingers, and a hand-sized wasp flashed into existence. The imp casually looked at James and simply said, "Attack." The wasp immediately flew at James with its stinger extended as it curled its body. He quickly rolled to the side, hearing and feeling a buzzing pass just by his ear. He tried to activate the hide action of his character Silk. The wasp, upon missing with its first pass, immediately turned around and flew at him again. It clearly still saw him. This time, the stinger punctured his left bicep. Red-hot agony seared through his body as he swatted the wasp away, and it flew back into the air. That pain was worse than anything he had ever felt. What the hell was going on? The pain dampeners were not supposed to allow anything to hurt that much, let alone just the sting of a wasp on steroids. He picked up a rock with his right hand and activated his skill, True Aim, and threw. The stone flew from his hand towards the wasp. It easily dodged to the side, though, the rock missing and accomplishing nothing. That was not supposed to happen, he thought. At his high skill level, there should have been less than a 1% chance of a projectile missing when he activated True Aim. With no apparent thought at all to the injustice of the situation, the wasp flew in and stung him again in the other arm. Agony lanced through him a second time, and he noticed a small green skull and crossbones in the bottom right corner of his vision. Unable to fight off the wasp as neither arm was working, he fell back, seeing the red horizontal bar in the top left corner of his vision was half gone. When he fell to the ground, the wasp pulled its stinger out of his arm and flew towards his head. He screwed his eyes shut as he awaited a poisonous needle to the face. But nothing happened. He peeked a glance, opening one eye. He saw the wasp flying lazily around the imp, who looked at him dispassionately. "Well, what have we learned?" the imp asked, putting emphasis on the last word. "WTF? Well, I hope you've learned more than that. Why didn't any of my skills work? And why did that hurt so much? Why is it still hurting? And why did that hurt so much?" James's voice grew louder and shriller with each question. "I already told you, noob. You're not your character. I told you twice. You are not a level 167 thief. Those classes don't exist the way they did in the game. It requires a lot for you to qualify for a profession, and you are nowhere near that powerful yet. Don't worry about it. Right now, you are just some guy with 2 wasp stings in his arms, drooling on the moss. You have been sent to the land from your world. You are really here, not your character. Check out your status page." "How?" James asked. He would deny it till his dying day, but there was a bit of a whine in his voice now. "Will it?" the imp replied simply. Shutting the throbbing in his arms out his mind for a moment, he focused on wanting to see his status page. Suddenly, his vision was blocked by a translucent rectangle. Name, ? Age 24, level 10%, health 100, mana 100, stamina 100. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Dexterity, 10. Constitution, 10. Endurance, 10. Intelligence, 10. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 10. Luck, 10. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues. Skills, none. Marks, none. Resistances, none. Race, human, chaos seed. Reputation, level 1. Who are you again? Alignment, neutral. Language, all. Willing the window to go away, he focused back on the imp who started talking again. So I guess you now know you're the definition of a basic bitch. Excuse me? James was convinced that he had misheard. The wasp stings had been embarrassing, but this was just too much. I was chosen to speak to you because I have paid attention to your world. It means there is a slightly higher chance of an ape like you understanding when an enlightened being like myself deigns to speak with you. Now, seeing as how my wasp has just made you its bitch and your stats are all basic, ipso facto, my earlier assertion of your status. Any more questions? James just stared at the imp with his mouth hanging slightly open, swollen arms hanging at his sides, blinking in disbelief. Anyway, you'll be able to examine your stats in more details later. Do you know the difference between abilities and skills? Shaking his head at the imp's ridiculous attitude, James replied, Abilities are things you are born with or are given to you. Skills are what you can learn, but I don't know what marks are. That makes sense. They weren't included in the game you played. Marks will appear as small tattoos on your body. They can indicate allegiance or increases in abilities you have picked up. I'm told technically they can represent religious affiliation as well. But since there aren't any gods in the land, no one knows for sure. Right now I'm guessing you have nothing in any of these areas. Do you? James examined his two abilities more closely. Limitless. You can proceed to any level and any skill with 100% affinity. Gift of tongues. You can speak and understand any language. You cannot speak to lower life forms or higher beings. He related these to the imp, whose face took on a look of surprise. So that's why he's invested in you, the imp said under its breath. Well, gift of tongues is pretty self-explanatory. You can understand humanoids and other sentient beings, but not animals or beings of higher power like myself. For example, Shirin Kafrin Parul Cha. Did you understand any of that? No, he replied. What did it mean? Don't worry about it, the imp said with a smirk. Your language ability will definitely be useful. It even seems to extend to understanding written language, which similar abilities and spells normally don't. What is truly interesting is your other ability. Every creature born has a predisposition to being good at some things and bad at others. You might be a natural dancer, so you have an 80% chance to increase your level with practice. You might be naturally clumsy, and so only have a 10% chance of increasing as a pickpocket. In that case, you will almost assuredly have a low level no matter how much you practice. Apparently, whatever you try to learn, you have the ability to increase with no cap. You could one day be very powerful, it said thoughtfully. I would keep the knowledge about this ability to myself if I were you. There are those who would kill you now for fear of what you will become. But not you, James asked. I was well paid to advise you. Trust me when I say that. You're lucky to have me. For an eternal being like myself, if I can't be trusted to do a job, I don't get many more. Fair enough, James said. He was still trying to breathe through the pain, and it was starting to make focusing on the conversation more difficult. Now, I'm sure by that pained expression on your face, you've realized that your health is not restoring. Lower health means more pain, and total loss of health will cause death, of course. Low mana makes it harder to think, and low stamina makes you sluggish. While magic and stamina will replenish over time, your health will not without prolonged rest or healing magic. As a chaos seed, you will heal faster than others, wounds improving over hours rather than days. But still, it will take time without help. As so, The imp waved its hand, and shadowy tendrils extended to touch James's arms, finally providing relief to the burning ache of his arms. James immediately started breathing easier, seeing the red bar of his health growing. "Thank you very much. I'm obviously completely lost here, and despite that first cheap shot, I appreciate your help. Would you please tell me your name so I can address you properly?" The imp smiled genuinely for the first time. "You may call me Zooatrix. That is, of course, not my real name. You must never give your real name, as with the right knowledge or abilities, it might allow great power over you." Now, with that said, what should people call you? A translucent screen appeared in front of his gaze again. It simply said, "Name," and had a blinking cursor after it. James thought for a moment, happy with the advice. His character Silk had served him well, but if what Zooatrix said was true, then his power could increase exponentially. If he was really in a new world, he planned on getting as strong as possible and making an impact. He would shake the ground, and his accomplishments would only be measured by... James smiled and looked at Zooatrix. "My name is Richter." Chapter 2. What's a chaos seed? Richter, aka the human formerly known as James, asked, looking at his race. "It is the type of human you are. I am actually not sure what that means exactly, so you will have to discover that by yourself. Everyone from your world is a chaos seed, is what I was told, though. That also might be a piece of information that you will want to keep to yourself. It doesn't exactly sound warm and cuddly, and the various peoples of the land might take it the wrong way," the imp advised. Richter accepted the advice silently. "Very well, Richter. It's time for us to part ways. The last advice I will give you is that though you should advance as quickly as possible, always remember that it's not all about level. After all, a level 100 rabbit could never kill a level 1 wyvern. It is the application of power that rules the day, not simply having the power. Think, learn what you can, and be careful how you treat those you encounter. You never know when the actions of today will impact the outcome of tomorrow." "Thank you, Zooatrix. I really owe you," Richter said, extending his hand. "What?" Zooatrix said, looking confused. "I said I owe you." "Really?" "Yes," Richter said with some exasperation. "Thrice heard and witnessed," the imp said with a sly smile. A notification popped into Richter's view. "You have agreed to do Zooatrix a favor. Failure to do so when asked will cause a decrease in your reputation with all beings and other unknown consequences. Keep in mind, your word means everything." By the time he cleared the message, he was greeted by the sight of the imp hovering with its wasp, a small smile on its face. Then the devilish creature just snapped its fingers, and they both vanished to the faint smell of sulfur. "I've got to learn to keep my trap shut," Richter said aloud with a deep sigh. "Enjoy my gifts, Richter," Zooatrix's disembodied voice said. "I like powerful friends, especially when they owe me favors." 4 items dropped to the ground in front of him. Picking up all 4, he was awarded with new message notifications. "You have received Simple Short Bow, damage 8 to 13, durability 15/15, item class Common, quality Average, weight 4.1 kilograms. You have received Basic Arrows with Quiver, quantity ×10, damage 3 to 5, durability 2/2, item class Common, quality Average, weight 1.1 kilograms. You have received Minor Ring of Healing, will heal 30 health on wearer, cooldown 10 minutes, can be used twice per day, durability 8/8, item class Common, quality Average, weight 0.1 kilograms. You have received Dull Bronze Knife, damage 2 to 4, durability 20/20, item class Common, quality Average, weight 0.4 kilograms. Slipping the ring on his finger and the quiver over his shoulder, he finally took in his surroundings and attire. He was wearing a sleeveless tunic and rough-spun brown pants. On his feet were dark tan moccasins. He actually might be extremely stylish on Rodeo Drive, as he remembered hearing something about the peasant look making a comeback. Only thing missing was… Yep, Richter definitely needed to be the first person to invent both cotton and boxer briefs in this world. Whatever rough spun was, it was definitely not the fabric of his life. Looking around, he examined the small glade. The pool of crystal-clear water abutting the rock face was surrounded by multicolored plants. A line of trees hid the small glade from view, creating a hidden enclave. Walking up to the pool, he looked down at the plants, but could not identify any of them. Herbs always came in useful in games, though, so he decided to grab them. You have picked up an unknown plant. Due to a lack of herbalism, you have destroyed the plant. Maybe you can use what is left to apologize to your mom. Shaking his head, Richter thought, what is with these messages? Seeing nothing else that could be of use, he turned to leave the glade, but stopped as he was thirsty. Going over to the pool, he paused as he saw his reflection in the still water. A man's face stared back at him. The expression was curious and kind. He had chestnut-colored skin and hazel eyes. His hair was cut short and was a mop of black curls close to his head. It looked like his old face, but leaner and more rugged. It was a visage he could live with. He knelt down to scoop some water in his hands, but hesitated. Should he drink this? Everything here seemed to have some meaning. What if this was the pool of eternal firea? He was already thirsty, though, and drinking from an unknown source would always be a risk. Taking a deep breath, he sipped from the water in his hand. You have tasted the waters of clarity. You can see the way forward with greater ease than any others. Experience increased by 25% for the next 24 hours. Score! Let's get this going. Happy with his lucky starting point, falling into an ocean or volcano would probably not have been super fun. Richter walked out of the glade and into his new life. Leaving the glen, he felt a slight tingling. After walking through the trees for several yards, he looked back and saw what appeared to be only a stand of trees next to a cliff face. No one would be finding the glade without help. For some reason, knowing that his starting point in the world was hidden away brought him a sense of security. He realized then that finding it himself might be a problem later. Losing something as clutch as that pool of clarity would be a bonehead move of epic proportions. He spent about half an hour rolling medium-small rocks to the base of trees. They would look innocuous enough individually, but taking a larger view, they formed a rough line toward the glen. The forest seemed old. Trees grew massive, hundreds of feet into the air. There was a fair amount of space between the large trunks, but the floor of the forest was littered with detritus from fallen branches and thick undergrowth. The air was filled with the song of birds that filled the branches above his head. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, but the canopy was thick enough that its position could not be clearly pinpointed. Walking forward, he began to hunt, already being a bit hungry. After only a short time, he heard a faint snuffling up ahead of him. Moving forward slowly, he looked over a dip in the forest floor. A red fox was rooting through the leaves, hunting for some morsel or other tasty tidbit. He slowly nocked an arrow, making sure to avoid any extra noise. He paused a moment with the string taut as he exhaled, then released. The arrow flew through the air and hit the fox in its side. It let loose a high-pitched squeal and attempted to run. Richter quickly nocked another arrow and let fly. It fell a foot short. He ran to cut the fox off before it could leave the gully it had been searching in. Luckily, the fox seemed to have trouble running with the arrow in its side, and he was able to jump on it and drive his knife into its side. Congratulations! You have learned the skill archery. Slay your foes from afar. Don't look at my bow unless you want an arrow in your eye. Congratulations! You have learned the skill small blades. My blade might only be 4 inches long, but I promise you'll feel me. Red Fox, Level 1, has died. You have received 10 experience, base 8 plus 25% experience. The prompts were translucent and filled a small amount of his visual field. They disappeared at a thought, and he looked down at the fox. Killing it was more real than anything had been in the game. The blood was warm and sticky on the hand that held the knife. It had kicked and moaned right before it died. The death of this small creature made his situation real in a way that nothing else had. Looking down at his vanquished foe, at the blood on the ground, at the life that was forever extinguished, something welled up inside of him. He fought the impulse, but he was helpless against it and shouted, "What does the fox say? Ba-ring, ring, ring, ba-ring, ba-ring, ring." Chuckling to himself, he retrieved his arrow and then picked up the fox by the tail. He kept moving forward. Over the next few hours of walking through the forest, he killed several more foxes and more than a few rabbits. He collected them until, tring! You have reached level 2. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Not bad, not bad. Seeing as his most valuable skill so far was archery, he added his 25% there and was rewarded with another screen. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in archery. Plus 2% bonus to aim. Plus 2% bonus to damage. Not a bad day's work, Richter, my boy. With that thought, he collected all of the game he had hunted and then headed back to his glade for a rest. Chapter 3. Upon waking, he quickly obtained his 25% EXP bonus from the pool and left the glade. He decided not to place the points of his new level in any one area until he knew more about the world around him. He decided he would follow a river that he had crossed yesterday. With his stomach rumbling, he wished he could have cooked the foxes that he had killed. Since he lacked the ability to make a fire, though, he had simply tossed the carcasses a small distance from the glen for the local wildlife to consume. His hunger had not gotten to the point of eating raw meat. Getting the trots from some weird alien bacterial infection was not on his to-do list. He had left the pelts to dry on a rock in the glade in full view of sunlight. Making his way to the river, he quickly started walking upriver. It wasn't overly large at this point, only about 24 yards across. After about half an hour of walking, he found a bush with large, bluish berries. Hunger outweighing caution, he took a handful and placed them in his mouth. Upon swallowing, he received the notification. You have eaten blue forest berries. Concentration increased by 5% for the next 4 hours. He quickly placed another handful in his mouth, hoping for a cumulative bonus. Nothing. Well, he thought, that would have been the cheat to end all cheats. Watch out, dragons. I have a magic bush. Chuckling at his awesome joke, he kept moving. He didn't really notice any kind of difference, but what would an increase in concentration feel like anyway? Richter was sure that a couple of his ex-girlfriends might be able to tell him, but they were all in another world now, so who cared? With the edge taken off of his hunger, he continued walking forward. Keeping an eye out for small game, he killed 3 more foxes until he heard the voices. At first, he had mistaken it for birdsong, but the more he listened, he could make out faint words being spoken ahead of him. Get ready. I've been ready. I'm always ready. Quiet now. He's almost here. We need to stun him so he can be questioned. I know what we need to do. Quit arguing, a third voice said sternly. Not quite believing that he was hearing an argument about what he was pretty sure was an attack on him, Richter stopped walking. Why did he stop walking? How should I know? I didn't think he would know. I was just wondering out loud. As opposed to wondering in quiet, that would be better. Shut up. Should we just attack him? Yeah, let's attack. Still feeling that he was being punked in some way until that last musical statement, He quickly shouted, "Wait!" Suddenly, all was quiet. Slowly backing up, Richter cast his gaze around, looking for the speakers. He didn't see anything, though. Either way, downriver was suddenly looking like a much better option. He was backing up until he heard a musical voice behind him. "How do you know what we are saying? Humans never know what we are saying. Even most elves don't remember sprite speak." Quickly turning around, he saw nothing except the scrub hugging the banks of the river. I asked, "How do you know what I am saying?" The voice came from the bush directly in front of him. As he focused, it seemed that the air blurred in front of him, and the leaves became green clothing for a small man. He stood 3.5 feet tall. He had an almost childlike smoothness to his olive skin. The features were Asian in appearance, and the eyes had no whites. They reminded Richter of an owl's eyes, all bright color and pupil. What really captivated his attention, however, was the fully drawn bow pointing at his face. "He can't understand us. Let's just kill him and be done with it," Richter heard from behind him. "No, I can understand you. I'm sorry if I trespassed into your territory. I'm new to this world, and I'm just trying to survive." The arrow still pointed at Richter's face. The creature in front of him said, "We have never found a human that understood us before." Silence reigned for a short while. "We will take him to the Hearth Mother." Staring Richter in the eye, the small man lowered his voice menacingly. At least, Richter thought it was supposed to be menacing. Hard to tell, since it all sounded like birdsong. "Don't think we can't hurt you. We may be smaller than you, but believe me, we know how to defend ourselves. Show him." And with that statement, a small blue blur flew by the right of Richter's head and struck a fallen log in the river with a large bang. Wood chips and splinters flew in all directions as he quickly covered his eyes and turned away. "That was only one arrow," the small man warned menacingly, "and you will never see the next one coming." "I understand," Richter said to the Napoleonic figure in front of him. "You're in charge. Don't forget it, human. Now turn around and keep walking." Richter continued moving forward along the bank, the only conversation being the near constant bickering of the unseen pair in front of him. Looking back, he could still make out the form of the small creature behind, bow no longer drawn, but arrow still nocked. After several hours of walking, there was a break in the forest canopy, and the sun was seen well more than halfway across the sky. The trees suddenly parted to reveal a large meadow with golden, waist-high grass. A humongous oak was situated in the middle. The tree was easily the size of a 40-story apartment building, massively dwarfing all other trees in the forest. The river continued along several hundred yards to the right of the golden meadow. The river Richter had initially been following had apparently been only a side channel. It had joined another larger branch, which they had continued to follow upstream. Though the river was not far away, enough trees had been in the way that he hadn't been able to see the meadow or huge tree in the middle until he was almost on top of them. "Stop, human," the creature behind him shouted. Speaking in a more normal voice, he said, "Go ahead and tell the elders what we found. We need to see the Hearth Mother. No stopping for grog or gossip." Still grumbling, the voices grew fainter as the other went off. Richter hadn't been able to catch sight of them, but he thought he detected two small parts in the seagrass ahead of him, moving towards the giant tree. Richter did not have to wait long for a response. The limbs of the tree rustled as if in a strong wind, though the grass in front of him did not move. Suddenly, in front of him, stood the 4-foot-tall figure of a woman. Wild red hair was bound up in a wild nest above her golden skin. A stern mouth sat beneath her bright green eyes, studying him with obvious intelligence. "Well met, traveler," she said in her smooth, melodic voice. "You stand before the hearth tree of the wood sprites of Nadria. I am the Hearth Mother, protector of our people and keeper of our secrets. I am known as Hisako. What may we call you?" "Richter, I am pleased to meet you," he said respectfully. She looked at him, nodding slightly to accept the respect paid. Never before have one of the tall folks seen our home and lived, and yet you speak our language and do not feel like other humans. Why is this? I am not from here. My home is called Earth. Specifically, ATL, Georgia shoddy. No? Richter heard crickets. Okay then, he gave a nervous laugh. Nothing like having a 4-foot-tall Celtic druid appear in front of you to knock you off your game. It also doesn't help when she insinuates that you won't make it out of here alive. If the pain that horrid wasp had caused him was any indication, then he wanted no part of those mini missiles the sprites seemed to be able to fire. Richter of Georgia, she said speculatively. Very well. I sense no evil in you, though I also sense little good. You seem to be a blank slate somehow, she said as she continued to gaze at him with a considering expression. I will give you the opportunity to prove yourself. The forest wolves have been encroaching on our territory of late. They all seem sickened somehow. If you cull their numbers, we will allow you to keep your life. We might find more use for you than simply watering the roots of the hearth tree. You have been offered a quest. Cleanse the forest one. Diseased animals have been threatening the well-being of the wood sprites. Kill 5 wolves to show that you can be trusted. Reward: safe passage through the lands of the wood sprites of the forest of Nadria. Yes or no? Somehow he was sure that watering the roots didn't mean setting up a crude irrigation system. I accept, he said. We will observe you on your task. Do not attempt to leave the forest. I do have one issue, though. I only have 6 arrows left, and little other gear to speak of. The other arrows had been lost or broken during his day of hunting. She gave a short, melodic laugh. Always true of a human, looking to take as much as you can. So be it. Accept this gift of the wood sprites. She then closed her eyes and began to chant softly as a green glow surrounded her. Only a few seconds later, she had in her hands human-sized arrows of dark wood with green tendrils tracing down the shaft. You have been given Sprite Arrows of Nature, quantity 20, durability 4/4. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Accuracy, +1. Damage, +1. Now that's an upgrade, he thought with a smile. Let's go hunt some wolves. Chapter 4. Richter was led around the tall golden grass surrounding the hearth tree. It was made perfectly clear that he was not allowed any closer to the sprite's home. He was told that the wolves had been attacking other animals with abandon. They were even not eating much of the animals, except for perhaps a few bites. It meant the wolves were killing for sport. Also, they had been ranging downriver, closer to the hearth tree than they normally did. Though none of the sprites had been killed yet, apparently there had been some close calls. Looking to his right, he spied the taciturn wood sprite that had led him to the hearth tree. He found out his name was Sion. Even though he no longer aimed an arrow at him, Richter could feel the animosity radiating in the sprite's gaze. The hearth mother had sent the small man to accompany him on his quest. Sion had not been pleased with the order. After walking for half an hour, he attempted to engage the sprite in conversation. So, what can you tell me about the forest? That it's much more likely we will be eaten if you make a bunch of irritating noise asking idle questions, Sion answered. His gaze never even wandering in Richter's direction, he continued to scan the trees. Having had just about enough of this green-clad munchkin, Richter replied, I didn't mean to invade your territory. I was just hunting in the woods, and if you don't want to be here, why don't you just go back and tell Hisako that you don't want to accompany me? We do not bicker and argue like humans. We do not question the wisdom of our leaders, and by knowing our place, we serve the spirit of the forest. I would not bring dishonor upon myself by saying that it's absolutely ridiculous that we need a smelly stomper like yourself to help us, especially when I can't reliably determine the difference from when he has spoken or broken wind. Sion paused for a moment. I would never utter such words. This speech, which comprised probably 75% of all the words Sion had spoken since meeting him, was delivered in the same disinterested tone as those Geek Squad douches who recommended a customer plug the laptop in to fix the fact that it wouldn't turn on anymore. Speaking as a former Genius Bar employee, those guys are the worst. Who needs to wear a uniform to install Windows? Richter simply ground his teeth as he stomped forward before saying under his breath, "No one told me those blueberries made you toot." Continuing to move forward, it was about another hour before Cyan raised his hand silently. Making eye contact, he motioned to a tree up in front of them to the left. Knocking an arrow, Richter slowly stepped forward, walking through the trees as silently as he could. As he passed a lichen-covered boulder, he saw the wolf. Its head was down as it greedily tore into what looked to be a rabbit. It was a mangy thing, brown and dusky gray in patches. On its side was an area bare of hair, giving the appearance of having been gnawed away. It would reach to almost waist height if it was standing straight up. He could see its ribs silhouetted against its skin. Slowing his breathing, he released the arrow with his exhale and struck the wolf on its haunch. It immediately dropped the rabbit with a yelp and turned its eyes towards him, teeth bared. Richter saw its bloodshot eyes and foaming mouth and knew he had discovered the reason for the wolves leaving their normal hunting grounds. They were rabid. All such deductive thoughts fled his mind, however, as it launched itself at him, seeming to cover the 20 yards in a blink. Reacting instinctively, he dove to the left, barely missing the wolf's lunge. He fell sprawling, arrows falling out of his quiver and over his shoulder. Knowing he had bare moments before feeling the wolf's teeth sink into him, he drew his dagger and rolled over. He had barely turned when the wolf was upon him, lunging for his throat. Shoving his forearm against the wolf's throat, he attempted to stab it with the knife in his other hand, but the blade stopped on the wolf's ribs, barely penetrating. The wolf strained again, the fangs now mere inches from his face. Flecks of the wolf's slobber fell upon his face, mixed with gobbets of flesh from the animal it had been eating. It strained against his forearm to get close enough to sink its teeth into Richter's throat and end his life. Screaming in horror and anger, Richter adjusted the angle of the knife in his hands and stabbed it into the wolf on top of him. The blade now easily slid between the ribs of the wolf as he stabbed it again and again, hot blood spilling over his blade, then his hand, and then his arm. But he still didn't stop, and neither did it. Changing his angle of attack, he stabbed farther up towards the wolf's head and felt the knife pierce the wolf's heart with the barest resistance, followed by a small pop. The wolf seemed unaware of its own death for the briefest of moments, before collapsing on top of Richter. "Ah! Ah!" Richter grunted, attempting to push the wolf's body off of himself, and then, instead, settled on rolling it to the side. He took several deep, frantic breaths as he willed his heart to stop beating so wildly. Rabid Forest Wolf, Level 4, has died. You receive 40 experience, 32 base plus 25%. Staring up at the green canopy above him, with splotches of blue seen through the leaves, he was elated. "Woo!" he shouted, punching his fist into the air. Turning his head to the right, he saw Cyan looking at him quizzically. "What are you doing?" the sprite asked. "I'm celebrating. And where were you during the fight?" "This is your quest, not mine. And it is clear that you're celebrating. I meant, why are you celebrating when those other wolves are right over there?" Cyan asked, pointing to Richter's left. Slowing, turning his head to the left, he saw 2 rabid wolves with their teeth bared, not 15 feet away. Before he could move, the wolves were on him, and his world narrowed to consist only of fangs, blood, and above all, pain. All color faded from his vision as his remaining eye stared up at a wolf's mouth closing around his face, and then all was black. You have died. A blur of colors and the sensation of great speed, complicated by a lack of all emotion, until he felt as if he was falling from a great height, with a heart-clenching stop. A horrid scream ripped itself from Richter's throat. "No, please stop, please!" his arms flailing around, his head whipped around wildly, searching for the wolves. After a few frantic seconds, he realized he was back in the hidden glen, and his conscious mind began to reconcile the subconscious knowledge he already possessed. He had died. The wolves had killed him. Closing his eyes, he curled up onto his side and cried. There was nothing graceful or dignified about it. His body was immobilized by his great, racking sobs. They had been tearing at him. They had torn off a piece of his chest before he died. He had seen. That damn wolf had been chewing on a piece of him. The horror of it washed over Richter. He relived the cold feeling he had experienced at the moment of death. He drowned in the memory of helplessness as the wolf's teeth had torn and ripped at his tender flesh. Those memories hammered at his psyche. His mental torture physically manifested in his inability to leave the fetal position. As soon as he came to the end of his nightmarish remembrance, the sequence started again from the beginning. He relived the experience over and over, not able to break free of this hellish loop. As his mind continued to torture him, however, another emotion rose. As he thought about the experience and the pain, he began to feel something else besides horror. It started as the kernel of a feeling, barely noticeable, inconsequential even, but it grew. After a while, he recognized this feeling. He felt anger. No, that wasn't the right word. He felt rage. He raged at the wolves for hurting him. He raged at Sion for not helping him. More though, he raged at being helpless and afraid, not just in the past moments or the past day, but instead at feeling just a bit afraid his entire life, of not having any true control over his life's direction, and instead bowing time and again to the demands of society, the demands of his family, or the ridiculous demands he made of himself, fueled by reality TV and pop culture. He felt the need to take control over his own life, face any issue head-on, and no longer escape. He felt the need for power. Richter broke the loop of pain he had been reliving and stood, a fierce determination in his eyes. This was not about denying something horrible had happened. That would have been just another form of escape. This was about accepting the realities of his life and, despite the numerous blows of fate, standing tall. You have proven yourself to be resolute. The choices in your life led you to a critical point. A nexus of opportunities were laid before you, many leading to disaster. You have chosen a finer path. The experiences of your entire life have culminated in this one moment. You have decided not to kneel, but to stand, not to beg, but to take, not to wait, but to forge ahead. Bonus to mental resistance, 15%. Bonus to spiritual resistance, 15%. Staring at the message across his field of view, he blinked in surprise. He had not expected the universe to reward him for his own personal journey, but he would take it, and after a fashion, it made sense. While he could increase his speed, strength, and skills, he would ultimately be the same person, unless he decided to change within. With a firm twist to his lips, Richter smiled. It was time to get back to work. The phantom pains of the wolf attack still plagued him somewhat, but they had lost much of their power over him. They were illusions and would not deter him. What was real was the air in his lungs, the power in his limbs, and the strength of his will. Backlight by the sun shining down into the glade, and took a step forward to go and finish what he had started. It was at that moment of true purpose that he looked down and realized he was completely naked. Universe, you're a dick. Chapter 5. Making peace with the fact that it was most likely not going to be fun running through a forest with no clothes, he decided to check his status. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 20%. Health, 100. Mana, 100. Stamina, 100. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Dexterity, 10. Constitution, 10. Endurance, 10. Intelligence, 10. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 10. Luck, 10. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues. Skills, archery. Level 2, 0% to next level, 100% affinity. Small blades. Level 1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity. Marks, none. Resistances, mental, 15%. Spiritual, 15%. Race, human, chaos seed. Reputation, level 1. Who are you again? Alignment, neutral. Language, all. He had expected the loss in experience, but the loss in skill progression was a bit of a shock. At his low level, it was not much of a setback. Skills were always harder to level up at high levels though, and a loss at that point would truly hurt. If he remembered correctly, neither skill had been close to leveling when he died. Maybe if his percentage was greater, he wouldn't always go back to 0. Either way, dying had real consequences. The real question facing him now was where to place his unused points. He had no idea what he was going to need in this wide world. The lack of professions was a complete game changer. To be specific, Jouatrix had said that professions were just very different and hard to obtain. That information was next to useless at this point though, offering no guidance at all. Dismissing it from his mind, Richter focused on what he did know. He decided that he needed greater speed to run and dodge if he was going to hunt the wolves. He placed all 6 unused points in agility. The last thing he did was decide to limit some of his prompts. The combat and individual experience notifications were a distraction he could live without. Silently vowing to make up for his lost progression, he sipped from the pool of clarity and then took off at a fast jog from the glen. As he made his way to the river, the small plants and stones hurt his feet, but not as much as he would have thought. Heartened, he increased his pace to a run, making his way upriver. He quickly learned what Athenian runners must have known thousands of years before. A man running with no clothes on was not exactly secure in a key area. He took back all of the times he wished sports bras had not been invented. Those poor girls must really hurt after a while. He amended his thought to, well, let's be honest, almost all the times. The sight of Sophia doing hurdles was a treasured memory. Sigh. Focusing on the task at hand, he continued running forward, his new body seemingly up to the task of moving at high speed for several miles before running out of steam. He pushed himself until his breath grew ragged and sweat flowed in rivulets down his body. And then he pushed more. He ran until his stamina bar came perilously close to 0, and fainting seemed a real possibility. He would pause while it slowly built back up, but at 50% would take off again. He had run many miles and was nearing the end of his stamina for at least the 10th time when he heard melodic voices above him. "Quick, shoot before he gets any closer." Throwing his hands up, he said, "Stop, I'm Richter and have been seen by the Hearth Mother. I am approaching the Hearth Tree to fulfill the quest she posed to me. I will kill the wolves." There was a moment of silence until he heard a quiet, "Proceed." Though he couldn't see them, he knew he was being shadowed by the sprites. Word of his approach would likely make its way ahead of him, but he still slowed to a jog so as not to alarm the wary sprites. Checking his status, he saw that his agility had increased by +1 due to his hours of running. After proceeding for a while through the forest, he was finally rewarded with the sight of the Hearth Tree. As he approached the tall gold grass, the forms of Hisako, Scion, and 4 other bowmen greeted him. Hisako looked upon him with a wary glance upon her face, while Scion stared at him with open distaste. "Why have you returned?" she asked. "I know that you had fallen." Walking forward, Richter did not answer, but instead moved until he stood directly in front of Scion. With the flat of his hand, Richter slapped him across the face, The sprite fell to the ground, and Richter fell on top of him, preparing to strike him again. He heard the creaking of drawn bows, and then the sharp command of the Hearth Mother. "Cease this now!" Richter felt his body seize into immobility, while Scion cursed beneath him, staring into his face with a fury that matched his own. Scion stood and drew a long needle-like rapier from his sword belt, drawing his arm back to drive it into Richter's eye, until Hisako spoke again. "I said cease. Now what is the meaning of this? What exactly do you remember?" Richter found he could move and speak again, collapsing to the ground as she ended his paralysis. Quickly standing, he pointed to Scion and spit out the words. "I remember everything. He let me be torn apart and eaten by the wolves while he just watched." Looking sharply at Scion, Hisako asked, "Is this true?" "The quest was his, not mine," he grumbled, not making eye contact with the Hearth Mother. "Yet you knew that you were sent to help him, and thereby help our people to remove a dangerous threat. We will address this in a moment. My first question remains, Richter. Are you whole of mind? Do you feel any gaps in your memory?" "I don't know what you mean. I am alive and I know who I am," he said. He had thought of what to tell the Hearth Mother during his run, but had not come to any clear conclusion. Upon seeing her, he decided to speak from strength. "I will always come back to finish my tasks and repay my debts," he added, looking over at Scion, who glared back. "Why do you keep asking about my memory?" Returning his gaze to Hisako, Richter saw her face had resolved into decision. "The wood sprites of Nadria honor their commitments. We entered into a pact with you when you agreed to the quest, and my people have not aided you as they should have." With a snap in her sweet voice, she said, "Scion, bring Richter his items. Now." The male sprite was smart enough not to argue with the Hearth Mother after hearing the steel in her voice. He melded silently back into the grass, and was moving quickly if the part in the grass Richter could see was any indication. "Your clothes were savaged and bloodied. Do not be concerned, though. We will give you greater protection than those rags ever provided in recompense for Scion's behavior. I apologize for his part in the pain that you have suffered, and yet still, I ask that you do not judge him too harshly. He has no love for humans, it is true, but his heart is stalwart, and he will stay true to a friend through death. In the meantime, please accept these gifts." As she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and folded her hands as if in prayer. A green glow once again surrounded her, but much more intense than when she summoned the arrows. It grew in strength until it flared brilliantly. When his vision cleared from sunspots, he found items in front of him. "You have received chestplate of the wood sprite, defense +7, type light armor, durability 40/40, item class uncommon, quality above average, weight 5.8 kilograms, increased concealment in woods +5. You have received reinforced pants of the wood sprite, defense +5, type light armor, durability 30/30, item class uncommon, quality above average, weight 3.4 kilograms, increased concealment in woods +4. You have received shoes of the wood sprite, defense +4, durability 25/25, item class uncommon, quality above average, weight 1.2 kilograms, type light armor, increased silence while walking +10. You have received bracers of the wood sprite, defense +6, weight 3.4 kilograms, durability 30/30, item class uncommon, quality above average, type light armor, dexterity +3. Blinking in surprise, he stared at the Hearth Mother. Losing the edge in her voice, she simply smiled in understanding. "Please accept these gifts in the open spirit of reconciliation with which they were given. I must warn you of the danger to your mind I asked you about earlier, however. I am familiar with the immortal rebirth of higher-level beings, though I have not heard of humans with this ability outside of the mightiest mages. While your rebirth will preserve you for the most part, it is still not without danger. You will be reborn in all but the most extreme conditions, but each time you die, there is a chance you may lose your memories in addition to experience and skills. There is no specific rule as to when this happens. It does not happen frequently, but it is a serious reality which immortals must face. I have heard that the greater the purpose you have in the life you live, the greater the chance you will come back to yourself. So live well, and may these gifts protect you and heal the damage between yourself and my people." Hearing her words, Richter was indeed moved by her generosity and felt much of his anger drain away. The discovery that he could lose his sense of self upon death, however, was truly frightening. As he started to equip his new armor, Scion came back with his old equipment in a brown sack, minus his clothing, which Richter assumed was now only bloody strips and wolf scat. He dropped the items on the ground in front of Richter. Looking at Richter, Hisako asked, "Will you finish the quest which you started? We will allow you to travel the forest either way, but this problem could well make the entire region unsafe before long." You have been offered the opportunity to cancel the quest Cleanse the Forest one. The Hearthmother believes Scion has not acted honorably. As such, you will be allowed to hunt and travel on the lands of the wood sprites without aggression from them whether you finish your quest or not. Do you wish to cancel? Yes or no? "I finish what I start," Richter replied. "I will kill the wolves, but you need to know that I don't think it will solve the problem. The wolves I fought were driven mad with disease. They were rabid. If we don't stop the source of infection, these woods will be rampant with rabid wolves, bears, and other predators. Do you accept the responsibility to root out this evil at its source?" she asked. You have unlocked the quest, Cleanse the Forest 2. It is clear now that some sickness has befallen the animals of the Forest of Nadria. Killing a few rabid animals will not correct this problem. You have been tasked by Hisako to figure out what is making the animals rabid. Reward: increased regard from the wood sprites. Possible gifts from the wood sprites. Yes or no? Richter had assumed that his quest was a chain when he saw the Roman numeral I after the initial quest. He wouldn't stop now. "I do," Richter replied steadily. Looking back to the newly returned sprite, Hisako's eyes hardened again somewhat. "I cannot force acceptance into your heart, Scion. I know well why you might welcome the death of any human. This man is only responsible for the actions and drives of his own heart, however, not the evils of his entire race. I will not force you to accompany him again, but I encourage you to work towards clearing this dark mark from your life. Watching another in pain without offering aid is not our way. What will you do?" A complex series of emotions worked its way across Scion's face, but not much time elapsed before he answered. "I serve the spirit of the forest," and he moved to stand beside Richter. Scion, the wood sprite, has become your companion. Companions will stay with you only as long as your goals align. Looking over the both of them, the Hearthmother said, "May the forest shade you." Chapter 6. The two of them walked through the forest, both wrapped in silence as they dealt with their own personal demons. As they moved forward to the last place the wolves had been seen, intending to pick up their trail, Richter noticed a small icon along the left side of his vision with Scion's face. Focusing on it, a translucent window popped up. Name: Scion. Age: 44. Level: 7, 47% to next level. Health: 160. Mana: 150. Stamina: 120. Strength: 17. Agility: 18. Dexterity: 44. Constitution: 16. Endurance: 12. Intelligence: 15. Wisdom: 15. Charisma: 9. Luck: 12. Abilities: Woodcraft, Forest Concealment. Skills: Herb Lore. Level 3. 3% to next level, 91% affinity. Alchemy, level 3, 14% to next level, 88% affinity. Archery, level 9, 71% to next level, 88% affinity. Imbue arrow, level 4, 45% to next level, 75% affinity. Tracking, level 5, 37% to next level, 93% affinity. Swordsmanship, level 8, 56% to next level, 81% affinity. Light armor, level 4, 64% to next level, 65% affinity. Marks, none. Resistances, life, 10%, earth, 10%, light, 10%. Race, wood sprite. Reputation, level 1. Who are you again? Alignment, +2. Language, sprite, common tongue. Interesting. Now that they were companions, Richter could see Scion's status page. He wasn't sure what else being companions meant, but he was sure the information would reveal itself in time. Most of the skills seemed self-explanatory. He had received the light armor skill himself after he had donned the wood sprite armor. Richter was extremely interested in the imbue arrow skill, whatever that was. Focusing upon the skill brought up no further information. Resolving to ask the sprite about it later, Richter continued on. They walked through the forest as the sun moved across the sky. When it began to approach the horizon, Scion stopped, examining an old spoor on the ground. Making eye contact briefly, he motioned and then led Richter deeper into the forest, leaving the river for the first time. After moving for only 10 minutes, they heard snuffling and growling noises up ahead. Slowly making their way through the trees, they climbed a hill and discovered what looked like a small cave opening. In front of it were 3 wolves. The largest was sleeping, while the other 2 fought over a bone with a few scraps of meat upon it. You have found new cave. Reacting to some unknown stimulus, the larger wolf looked up and stared in their direction. Richter froze, his heart beating wildly as he prepared to fight, but the wolf simply continued to scan the woods before laying its head back down. The concealment properties of his new armor seemed to be coming in handy. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Stealth. Use your surroundings to avoid detection. Attacks made while stealthed cause extra damage. Richter had been wondering when this skill would show up. Back to business though, the prompt had said it was a new cave. In the game, dungeons had been divided by the age. New dungeons were less than a year old. The progression was new, young, seasoned, mature, time-worn, ancient, and primordial. After young, each stage was 10 times as old. A year, 10 years, 100 years, and so on. The age was how long the creatures had been there. It was usually a marker of the difficulty and loot that could be gained. It wasn't exact, though. A new cave inhabited by a grand lich would be more difficult than a seasoned cave filled with rats. Scion motioned for Richter to shoot one of the smaller wolves while he drew an arrow and aimed at the larger one. The arrow seemed to develop a blue aura and vibrated perceptibly, almost as if it wanted to shoot off the string of its own accord. Knocking his own arrow, Richter took aim at the closer of the 2 wolves. Easing his breathing, he waited for Scion, releasing his arrow only a moment after the sprite. The arrow streaked towards his target, hitting it broadside. It collapsed to the ground. Hearing a faint boom, he looked for the larger wolf, but saw only a red mist hanging in the air. Turning quickly back, he saw the uninjured wolf darting towards him. Richter dropped his bow and drew his dagger just as it jumped towards him. Shoving his left bracer crossways into its mouth, he stabbed his blade towards the wolf's stomach. It sank its teeth into the bracer, closing its jaws with bruising force, but was unable to penetrate the armor. Richter's dagger sunk into the wolf's underside. He withdrew his blade and stabbed once, twice, 3 more times before it stopped trying to bite into him and fell to the side. As he pried the dead wolf off of his arm, he saw Scion approach the first wolf he had shot, which was struggling to get to its feet, bloody froth on its muzzle. The arrow must have punctured its lung. Scion came up behind it, and quick as thought, slid his sword into its side. The wolf gave a soft exhale and lay still. Cleaning his sword on the wolf's pelt, Scion motioned for Richter to follow him into the cave. The sprite kept his blade held out in front of him. Richter walked behind the small man with his dagger at the ready. Just inside the mouth of the cave, they found the larger wolf. They stepped over the carcass, a crater-like hole in its side. This was clearly the result of Scion's first arrow. That blue aura was most likely the sprite's imbue arrow skill, Richter thought. Allowing a moment for their eyes to adjust, they saw the cave was shallow and held nothing else besides the discarded bones of the wolves' kills. Richter was turning to leave, but saw Scion walking up to a patch of black moss growing along the cave ceiling. Scion slowly ran his hand along the dark tendrils until it fell off in his hands. "How did you do that?" Richter asked curiously. "I destroyed the plants that I tried to pick. It is my herb lore skill. I doubt someone as large and clumsy as you could master it." "Try me," Richter said with barely constrained irritation. "Or are you still not going to give me your full support?" "Fine," the sprite said sharply. Moving to another patch of moss, he started again, speaking softer now. "You cannot simply take from nature and expect a positive result. You must connect with the life and energy in the plant. With practice, this becomes easier." He was moving his hand along the second patch of moss while talking. "Once your energies are in sync, it is not you taking the herb from its place, but instead, you moving a new part of yourself." The moss fell away in his hand. "There is no spoon. Got it?" Richter mumbled. Walking over to a patch of moss deeper in the cave, he tried to see where he could grip it to peel it off. Placing his hand near a likely crevice, he tried to pull the moss away. "You have picked up an unknown plant. Due to a lack of herbalism, you have destroyed the plant. Why don't you try digging a ditch with those shovels at the end of your arms?" Gritting his teeth for the umpteenth time since coming to this world, his mood was not improved to hear the melodic, yet condescending tone of the sprite. "I said connect to the plant. Do not force it. Feel the energy inside of what you are trying to pick." Moving to another moss, Richter stopped himself from ripping it off the wall in frustration. Calming himself, he placed his hand on it. He slowly ran his fingers along the length as he had seen Scion do. He closed his eyes and focused on the sensation of the soft, wet plant under his fingertips. For 200 breaths, he stood there until he detected a faint echo. Strangely, it was more felt than heard. Immediately focusing upon it, he strained to detect it again. For another several minutes, he tried desperately to connect, but felt nothing. Stopping to think of another tact, he relaxed his mind, and in that moment, the echo was back again. Without focusing too hard this time, he willed himself to be open to the feeling. After a few moments, the moss simply felt more alive. Placing his hand at what he now somehow knew was the right spot, he pulled lightly and the moss fell away from the cave wall into his hand. "You have picked dark cave moss. You feel this moss might make you sick if you eat it. You cannot detect anything else at your current level. You have learned the skill, herb lore. You can now find useful plants with greater ease, identify, and pick them." Not bad," Scion said with a note of grudging respect. "Is this used to make poison?" Richter asked. "As with most things in nature, it can be used to harm or heal," Scion said with his reserved air. "Nature cannot be judged and does not fall into petty roles of right and wrong. But yes, dark moss can be used to make poison. Can you teach me how to create it?" "It requires the skill alchemy. Before seeing you learn herb lore so quickly, I would have said it was beyond you, but perhaps. Let us cleanse the forest, and then I will try to teach you at the hearth tree. Now reach those other patches of dark moss along the ceiling, and we will continue our hunt." Richter spent the next hour collecting moss. Each time it was marginally faster to detect the resonance of life. He was able to collect 4 more dark moss before the cave was picked bare. The sun was almost setting when they exited the cave. Knowing they could not track effectively in the dark, Sion built a fire as Richter dragged the wolves' bodies several hundred away. There was no need to attract more predators overnight. Coming back, he found Sion already sitting in front of the fire. Agreeing to keep watch second, Richter laid down to rest. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Sion examined the surrounding area, quickly finding the trail that the wolves had taken to arrive at the cave. Again, the 2 companions would be moving upriver. Looking at the useless pelts of the rabid wolves, Richter shook his head in distaste at the waste of life, before setting out after the sprite. He attempted to ask about the blue glow the sprite had made around the arrow, but Sion had cut him off, saying it was not up for discussion. Throughout the day, they found and killed 8 more wolves, all with distinctive look of sickened animals. Once he had killed 5, he was notified that he had completed his quest, Cleanse the Forest 1, and that he should return to the Hearthmother for his reward. Even though Hisako had only asked for 5 wolves, his second quest, Cleanse the Forest 2, required that he find out why the animals were getting sick, so they proceeded onward. The land grew progressively rockier as they moved upriver. They were also climbing in elevation as they walked closer to the mountains. The further up they went, the more pine-like trees were seen. They had been walking in silence for several hours when Sion suddenly stopped. There was a look of severity on his face that Richter had not seen before. Taking a sniff, he looked at his human companion and quietly said one word: "Goblin." Looking back at the sprite, he mouthed back, "Goblin?" Sion nodded once and then silently melded back into the foliage. Richter moved to follow him into the denser undergrowth, leaving the relatively open space on the side of the river. It was easier to walk there, but made them a clear and obvious target as well. Stopping a dozen yards into the forest, Sion turned to Richter and motioned to him to wait. The sprite quickly climbed the tree they stood beside and disappeared into the leaves above. It sounded like the sprite moved along the branches to the next tree. Well, that's a new trick, Richter thought. Waiting, Richter examined his immediate surroundings. As he looked down, he found one plant had colors that were somewhat more vibrant than its surroundings. Reaching down, he ran his hand along its length. It had yellow flowers that shot off to the sides and a deep purple bud on top that had yet to open. As he slowed his breathing, he felt he could visualize all of it in his mind, not just the portion that was visible. He could feel the leaves, the flowers, and the roots. He made the connection, and again instinctively knew to loosen the soil lightly around it, grasp below the level of the flowers, and then twist and pull in a clockwise direction. It easily came free from the dirt. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 2 in herb lore. Herbs are 3% more effective. Increased chance of finding higher level herbs. Congratulations! You have found tiger lily. The colors of the flowers make you think of the pleasant heat of the sun. Pleased with himself, he laid the tiger lily to the side. Dismissing the screens from his vision, he once again decided to wait patiently. After about an hour, he heard a rustling above him and Sion dropped to the ground. He pulled a rusty knife from his belt and showed it to Richter. I found a goblin scout. I was able to kill him quietly, but if there are scouts, then there are others. Hopefully, it was just part of a hunting party from the Azergoth swamp, but I do not like the timing of finding that foul creature while we are hunting these sick animals. We need to hunt and destroy them before they set up an encampment. Will you fight with me? You have been offered a quest, Cleanse the Forest 3. Sion suspects a connection between the sickness infecting the animals and the goblins. He feels that the two of you must kill the goblins that have invaded the forest of Nadria. Reward? Increased relationship with Scion. A new skill. Yes or no? So the third link in the quest chain, huh? Richter had been expecting that the rabid animals were coming from a poisoned bog, or a type of insect that spreads sickness. He didn't really see how the goblins could be connected, but the fact that he had gotten another quest showed there must be some relationship. It also would be great to get a new skill, whatever that would be. Maybe he could even ask for a specific skill. I said I would help cleanse the forest, and I will, Richter replied. You must be stronger than you are then. The damage you can cause is not enough to overcome these enemies. We must come up with something else. Can you teach me how you make your arrows explode when they hit? Scion shook his head. That is a race-specific skill that only the sprites have. It was a blessing of the forest and the will of nature. Humans cannot learn it. That might not be a problem. I am not like every other human you have met. Just try. Seeing Scion's stubborn reluctance, Richter added, Please. Scion took a deep breath and said, I will attempt to teach the skill if you will swear never to use them against the wood sprites. I promise you that as long as you and your people do not break faith with me, then I will be your ally. I can accept that. Now listen. You must imagine your mana flowing into the arrow. As in herb lore, this is a partnership. Accept the arrow as part of you and let your mana flow into it. Use caution though. This skill can damage you as well. Once you have imbued the arrow, the energy cannot be taken back. It must be released. The mana makes the structure of the arrow unstable. The more mana, the greater the instability, the more powerful the strike, and the less time you have to fire. Waiting too long will make the arrow explode on the string. Do not wait too long to fire, or you will suffer the effects of the explosion. Are you ready to try? Richter was suddenly a bit less eager to do this. It sounds like Scion was saying the arrow turned into a stick of dynamite, and he had to light the fuse and hope it didn't go off too soon. There was no denying the power of the imbued attack, however. Steeling himself, Richter knocked his bow and tried to imagine his mana extending from himself and into the arrow. After long minutes, nothing happened, however. Seeing the difficulty, Scion said, Imagine the mana as a field around your body, both imperceptibly thin and massively powerful. Feel that field surround the arrow, and once it does, simply channel more power into the part of your aura that encompasses the arrow. Trying again, he did as Scion asked. Closing his eyes, Richter let his other senses expand. He relaxed his mind as he did when using herb lore to connect with the life force of plants. Rather than trying to connect outward, though, he allowed himself to gaze inward. After a time, he felt he could see his aura as a deep gold, with streaks of a rich, black-like old gold streaked with ebony. Once the visualization stayed in his mind for more than a few moments, he tried extending this field to encompass the arrow. He held the image in his head until he felt a peculiar sensation of stretching, of suddenly being a bit more. Opening his eyes, he could swear he saw a gold tinge around the arrow for the briefest second. You have learned the skill, Imbue Arrow. You can now imbue arrows with part of your mana to increase the damage of that shot. This is a sub-skill of archery. Not wanting to blow up, he quickly shot the arrow at a nearby tree and ducked and covered his face. He didn't hear an explosion, but did hear Scion laughing at him. You didn't actually put any mana into that arrow, Richter. You did manage to extend your aura, but next time let the mana actually flow as well. If it's any consolation, I'm sure that tree over there is thankful. Ha ha ha. Richter looked at Scion, expecting to see a disdainful gaze to go along with his teasing. For the first time, though, he saw an expression other than contempt. It was there and gone too fast to recognize, but he would have sworn it was respect if he didn't know that was impossible from the angry sprite. Imbue Arrow is a blessed skill of the forest. The fact that you have been blessed to earn it may mean that you are not all bad. Either way, this is a good start, Scion said. We will rest here for the rest of the day. Practice your new skill while I prepare some poison for our arrowheads using the dark moss. Sitting on the ground, he pulled a small mortar and pestle from the pack he carried. Adding a small amount of water to the bottom of the bowl, he began to grind the moss. Looking up at Richter, The sprite wolfishly bared his teeth. Tomorrow, we hunt goblins. Chapter 7. They left just before dawn, stalking silently through the forest. Richter found far fewer animals startled due to his presence since donning the wood sprite armor. Though he still made far more noise than Scion, he felt that he moved like a ghost through the trees. They had decided to follow the path he had taken to find the goblin scout, reasoning that this was probably the best place to start for finding the rest of the green-skinned creatures. Looking around, Scion found the trail again. Motioning for Richter to proceed slowly, Scion climbed into the trees and moved along in the same direction. The air smelled clean with the scent of pine needles and the brief rain that had fallen the night before. As Richter moved forward, his nose was filled with the comforting smells of nature. The sounds of the forest waking helped to calm his nerves, which had been on edge as they stalked a potentially deadly opponent. He made his way through the forest, trusting his small companion to stop him before running into anything dangerous. As he did, he noticed several plants catching his eyes. By this point, he knew it meant they would be useful in some way. He had to pass them by regrettably. The need for speed was all important at the current moment. His appreciation for his new herb lore skill increased, however. Slowly stalking through the forest for 30 to 40 minutes, he came to a halt when Scion slowly dropped down beside him. "There are 4 of them up ahead, all scouts," the sprite said softly. Moving to the left, they circled around the area Scion had indicated. When they crossed a rocky outcropping, Scion indicated the goblins were on the other side. Looking around the corner of a small boulder, Richter got his first sight of goblins. 3.5 to 4 feet tall, each was clad in rags and ratty furs. They were green with greasy black or gray hair that sprouted in wisps plastered to their heads. Fangs protruded in either an overbite or an underbite. They each had a rusty dagger or small club. They were sitting around a fire, roasting what appeared to be a large rat, bickering with each other. Scion looked at Richter. "Give me a count of 50 while I move to the other side of them. Then power your arrow and hit the ugly one with the club." "I haven't imbued successfully yet," Richter replied in a soft hiss. "It's time to man up then," Scion said. "One day you might be good enough to sprite up," he added with a smirk. "Fine, let's do this. But which one is the ugly one?" "Exactly," the sprite said, maintaining his expression, and then blended into the woods. Clearing his mind, he waited patiently. After the required time had elapsed, Richter nocked an arrow and extended his aura. Counting his heartbeats, he tried to let his mana flow into the arrow, and a golden hue began to surround his arrow, flickering in and out of intensity. Taking aim at the goblin whose back was to him, he let his arrow fly. His mana had not successfully filled the arrow. The gold glow went as soon as the arrow left the string, but luckily it struck the goblin in the back, the surprise nature of the attack magnifying the damage. The goblin fell to the ground shrieking. The other goblins jumped to their feet and began to move toward him. A split second later, a blue streak struck the middle goblin in its now turned back with explosive force. Its chest exploded outward, and blood spattered on the ground in front of Richter. The blast momentarily disoriented the remaining 2. A second arrow from Richter struck a goblin in the leg, while another blue streak ended the life of the last standing goblin. Scion rushed toward the remaining goblin with his sword drawn, prepared to end its life. "Wait!" Richter shouted. With a sneer on his face, Scion asked, "Why?" "We need to know why they are here and how many there are. I can understand what it is saying. We just need to get it to talk." "That won't be a problem," Scion said with a grim voice. After the interrogation, they finally silenced the goblin. They looked at each other, daunted by the task in front of them. These 4 they had killed were simply the tip of the spear. A large company of goblins had made their way into the forest of Nadria, led by a goblin chieftain that the scout had only called Big Red. Richter's comment that Cinnamon was always troublesome was met by only a confused glance from Scion. He shook his head. The ignorance of the sprite was causing him to miss out on comedic genius. Scion had been surprised that the goblins had banded together. Apparently, the green-skinned humanoids were naturally combative. Usually, they could not be held together in groups larger than 8 or 12 before they fell to infighting. Occasionally, however, a leader strong enough or vicious enough rose to power and forced the minor tribes to band together. Apparently, this Big Red had forced several smaller bands to serve him. The exact number they didn't know. Not for lack of trying or unwillingness of the scout to cooperate, but large numbers were simply beyond the intellect of the goblin. His counting system was limited to 1, 2, lots, and then lots and lots. Apparently, the goblin chief had gathered lots and was in the forest searching a dungeon for an item of power so that he could then be strong enough to garner even more support. The mystery of the rabid wolves was still just that, a mystery, but the goblin did reveal that there was a magic user that worked closely with the chief. The scout hadn't been able to describe what type of magic he could employ, but Scion told Richter that goblin mages were often involved with death or dark magic. Richter looked at Scion. "Do you have any idea where this dungeon could be?" The goblin scout had just indicated it was somewhere north of their location. Shaking his head, the sprite replied, "We are getting closer to the boundaries of the forest. The human kingdom Eve lies several weeks' journey to the west. The serrated mountains are a week's journey north. The Azergoth swamp is a slightly farther journey to the northeast, and the Firetip Mountains are to the southeast. My people do not come this far north normally. We prefer the deep forest." The goblin indicated it came from somewhere to the north and east, however. "Let's just start moving in that direction. If the band is as big as it says, I will find traces of them." Searching the bodies, they left the knives and clubs as useless. They did find 3 silver and 7 copper coins in various pouches, however. Scion had no interest in coinage and motioned for Richter to keep them. Tying one of the pouches to his waist, it somehow felt good to have money in his proverbial pocket again, even if he did have to shake bits of goblin off of the pouch. This Georgia boy just might turn into a cutthroat capitalist, literally. When the land had just been a game, 1 copper had been the equivalent of $1. A silver was worth $10, and a gold coin was a cool C-note. It meant he had just killed 4 people for $37. Richter wasn't sure that his mom would be proud. Scion took the lead again, and they walked back into the forest. They kept the river in sight, but stayed to the deeper woods, reasoning that they could be running into more bands of goblins if they were moving in the right direction. While they had dealt with that band of scouts with little difficulty, Scion assured him that those would be the weakest of the opponents they would face. As they walked, Richter continued focusing his aura around the arrow, but not trying to actually invest mana. He was extremely wary of Scion's warning of exploding his own arrows. The act of extending his aura was easier than the day before, but it still remained to be seen if he could perform under pressure. He wished for a moment that he had more of the blue forest berries to help his concentration. After a moment of introspection and pride, however, he decided he did not want to rely on anything small and blue to help his performance, at least not yet. Throughout the day, they encountered a few more wolves, which they quickly dispatched. Scion also detected a band of 6 goblins, thankfully, before the creatures saw them. They decided to bypass this group and stayed concealed in the underbrush while they walked by. 4 of the goblins looked like the typical scouts, but there were 2 slightly larger goblins in the group with rusty cutlasses and leather breastplates. Scion identified these as goblin warriors. Apparently, they were stronger, meaner, and slightly smarter. The 2 companions waited about 10 minutes after the patrol passed before continuing on. Even though it was a small delay, they were both heartened by the proof that they were moving in the right direction. They made camp for the night at the base of a large tree, deciding to forego a fire. The low-lying shrubs combined with the natural concealment of their armor made detection extremely unlikely, and the night passed without incident. Scion continued to lead the way for the next 3 days. Over that time, they noticed goblin patrols with increased regularity, always between 4 and 7 strong. They stayed hidden in the trees each time until the goblins passed. It was slow work, but it did let him increase his stealth skill to level 3. It seemed strange to him that Scion did not have a stealth skill, but he assumed it must be because the sprite had a concealment ability. Early in the third day, Scion came back from ranging ahead and told Richter that he had found the main encampment. It was in a ruin about 15 minutes ahead. Moving slowly now that they were so close, they creeped closer until activity could be clearly heard. Climbing into a tall tree to the south of the ruin, they were rewarded with a clear view. The remains of white stone walls could be seen ringing a compound the size of a large town. Dilapidated dwellings made of the same stone could be seen scattered about with grass growing up unchecked. It was clear that whomever had lived here had been gone for decades, if not centuries. The village sat on a small plateau halfway up a large hill. Mountains rose high above the village to the north. Before the mountains, a waterfall fell down a cliff face, creating a lake in the hills beyond the village. That lake, in turn, spilled down along its southern edge, creating a second waterfall that formed a small river. A second tributary came from the base of the hill. This small waterway extended back into the cliff face through a large crack in the stone. The two ribbons of water joined, and then traced their way back into the forest. Presumably, the small river rejoined the larger one they had been following for the past several days. Near the back of the compound rose an isolated and large shelf of stone. A rise in the land created an easy slope up to the stone, ending in a large cave face. Arrayed at the bottom of this slope was where they found the goblin camp. Dozens of goblins huddled around campfires, arguing, fighting, defecating, and fornicating wherever they wish. Richter was no cryptozoologist, but it didn't seem like there were any girl goblins down there. Well, he thought, as long as they were making love on each other, they weren't making war on him, so play on, playa. What was truly offensive was the smell. Even at a distance, the odor was staggering. It was like a pig farm and a frat bathroom had a baby, and then that baby ate expired Velveeta. Choking back nausea, he and Scion backed away into the forest again. They walked for several minutes until finding a stand of close-growing trees that easily hid them from view. "How do we do this?" Richter asked once they were safely away. "There is no way we can fight that many at once. We must slowly whittle them down." "How?" "Their patrols are already too strong. With the element of surprise, we can maybe destroy 1 or 2 patrols before they become wary, but that would still leave dozens of goblins." "Do you want to quit?" Scion asked. "No! I have already told you I am committed to finishing this, but we need a good plan." Scion looked frustrated, but did not offer an argument. They sat there thinking as the sun passed overhead. No solution presented itself for long hours. Evening was approaching, and Richter was getting up to relieve himself when, looking around the trees which hid them, several plants caught his attention. It reminded him of the dark moss. "How much poison can you make, and how potent is it?" Richter asked. Scion thought for a moment. "All we have with us is the dark moss. It causes weakness and dazes creatures when struck with an arrow coated with its extract. Even if we could shoot every goblin, though, the poison would only kill the weakest among them hours later, and by that time, the rest would be hunting us. What if we got them to eat it? They had that massive pot cooking in the middle of their camp. If we could poison their food, it might give us the edge we need." Scion scratched his face thoughtfully. "Perhaps, but to make a truly potent poison, I would need a few other ingredients. Let me search the forest. Stay here." After the sprite had disappeared into the greenery, Richter looked around and spent some time picking the few plants that caught his attention. He was ultimately able to pick 3 arrowroot flowers and 2 forest sage, which gave him feeling of stamina and health respectively. Afterwards, he sat and focused upon his aura manipulation, trusting in his camouflage to protect him. A few patrols came close enough for him to hear them, but no one came close to his hiding place. Several hours passed as he meditated, awaiting his companion's return. When Scion did come back to the copse of trees, night had fallen. The now familiar vicious grin was back on the sprite's face. I assume you found what you were looking for? And so much more. Nightshade, Deathflower, and Shadowbane. We will melt those foul-smelling interlopers from the inside out. With that pleasant image, Scion immediately took out his mortar and pestle to begin preparing the poison. Richter wasn't sure at first, but the bloodthirsty Disneyland reject was actually humming. Chapter 8. Scion worked through the night and into the next day, storing his poison in small clay jugs covered in animal hide that he took from his pack. Richter looked doubtfully at the small quantity of poison being produced, but Scion assured him it would be enough. Finishing in late afternoon, the sprite sat back, massaging his tired arms. Richter decided it was time to share the last of his plan. Killing these lesser goblins is probably not going to change much. We need to kill the chief, and it seems reasonable to assume his magician may be responsible for the rabid wolves, so he will have to die as well. Those two need to be our goal above anything else. While I was collecting the herbs, I was able to observe their camp. I never saw a red goblin come out, but when they all began eating, a few goblins went inside the cave with bowls of food. All the other goblins ate after that. They were probably bringing food to their chief and his pet magician. We need to get the poison in their wretched stew just before they prepare to eat their evening meal, to catch as many of them as possible. There will still be the patrols that are out of camp. They won't be sickened, but we will have a window to act. Now, it is time for you to tell me the last part of your plan. How do we get the poison into the pot? Well, Richter replied, depending on your perspective, this is actually the easiest part. The pot is right below a large tree. That tree grows out of the shelf of stone that the cave is set in. The shelf is well covered with foliage and small shrubbery that leads all the way to the edge of the encampment and into the forest. Scion nodded, being well familiar with the layout of the camp. Now, Richter said with a barely concealed smile, when you climb out onto the tree branch. An hour later, Scion was still cursing the stupid human and his own greater stupidity for agreeing to this horrible plan. As much as he wanted to plant an arrow in Richter, though, he had not come up with a better plan of how the two of them could kill more than 50 goblins. He moved along the escarpment, not 10 feet above the grunting goblins, hearing a mixture of common speak and their own guttural tongue. He moved slowly. Despite his justified faith in his concealment skills, one stumble or one loose rock would mean his death. If they were able to subdue him rather than kill him outright, well, it did not bear thinking about. Goblins were the racial enemies of the wood sprites, and tales of their savagery kept many a sprite child up late into the night. Keeping one eye on the goblins and the other on where to find his next hand or foothold, he moved along the rocky shelf until reaching the tree. He climbed up the trunk and then out onto its limbs, grateful for the added cover of the large leaves. He slowly crawled out onto the branch above the stew pot. Looking down, he saw too many eyes looking at the pot in anticipation, and dared not drop the jar of poison at this point. He and Richter had agreed that the return of a patrol would provide the best distraction. Waiting on the tree limb, he attempted to ignore the burn from the fire 20 feet below and removed the stoppers from both clay pots. As he slowly warmed, he vowed to repay the wretched human for this. He had seen that poorly concealed smile on his stupid, large face. Luckily, Scion did not need to wait too much longer. There was a clamor to the south of the camp as a group of 7 goblins returned, blathering loudly about whatever stupid thing they had found on their patrol. Scion never would have thought he would be happy about the inane babbling of goblins, but it worked to distract the rest of the camp for a few seconds. In those moments of misdirection, he dropped the 2 jars of poison he had prepared. He held his breath during the short fall, praying his aim was true. Success. Both jars dropped into the pot and quickly sank, thanks to the stones he had placed in each jar to increase their weight. Some poison had fallen out upon striking the surface of the soup, but luckily, whatever vile ingredients the goblins had found to make their stew left an oily surface. The dark color of the poison he had prepared could not be distinguished in the firelight. He started the slow climb back to the safety of the forest and began to curse that damn human again. Scion made his way back to the stand of trees that had been hiding them for the last day with no problems. They waited for another hour and then cautiously made their way back to the encampment. When they got there, they realized they could have broken every branch they found along the way, and they would not have been detected. The stench of the camp had been increased fivefold. The bowels of every goblin there had been released from both ends, and almost all were on the ground groaning. Richter looked at Scion, expecting to see another bloodthirsty grin, but all he saw on the sprite's face was grim resolve. "I take no joy in slaughter," Scion said, arching his back and rolling his shoulders. "But I will not shy from it either." They knocked arrows to their bows and began. It took very little skill to strike the goblins, since they were barely moving targets. They had decided not to imbue their first shots for several reasons. One, to keep the encampment from knowing their position as long as possible. Two, neither had enough mana to imbue the amount of arrows that were required. Three, Scion had coated all of their arrows with poison. Neither were sure they even had enough arrows, but thankfully, Hisako had given them several dozen each prior to leaving the hearth tree. In the night, the arrows were nearly invisible. The whoosh sound they made as they cut through the air was not loud enough to attract the attention of the goblins. Not when each of the green creatures were mired in their own personal hell. At near point-blank range, their shots struck necks and chests center mass. Apparently, the goblins' sickness and position qualified them as helpless, because it seemed to Richter there were an inordinate amount of critical hits. That, coupled with the damage the poison had already done, meant one arrow was usually enough to finish each goblin. They killed 10, then 15 more before the camp at large became aware of them. Even then, the cries of alarm were ignored for a few critical moments, being mistaken for the already existing moans of pain. By the time there was a coordinated counterattack, they had killed more than half of the goblins, leaving between 15 and 20 scouts and warriors. As the goblins began to move towards the two archers, Richter's shots grew more erratic, some missing, others hitting limbs, but few striking critical points. Scion, though, was able to strike 3 more, this time infusing the strikes with mana. The scouts' smoking chests made clear that they would not rise again. The first scout reached Richter, and he smashed it in the face with the end of his bow. Stepping forward to give Scion the time to make a few more precious shots, he raised his knife and slashed at the next goblin. It ducked, sending a vicious swipe of its own knife back at him. His longer reach kept the scout from reaching him with its blade, but several more were right behind it. A second scout moved in to his right and grabbed at his leg, holding tightly. With the decreased mobility, Richter was not able to move out of range of the first, and it dove towards him, the blade in its hand outstretched. It managed a shallow cut on his left leg. Hunching over slightly, he drove the pommel of his knife into the head of the goblin holding his right leg, causing it to loosen its grip. At the same time, he grabbed the other by the shirt and pulling it forward, easily off balance after its lunge. He quickly stabbed down into its neck, causing a spurt of blackish blood, then whipped his blade at the goblin holding him. It went down wailing and holding its face. Seeing 3 more almost upon him, he fell back. Scooping up his bow, he turned to run, shouting in the sprite's language, "Fade back to the trees! We will thin them there!" A final blue streak shot right above his head and elicited a squeal of pain behind him. Scion had been able to kill 2 others during Richter's brief knife fight. That left about 10 on their feet. Furious expressions were on the goblins' faces. Running as fast as he could, he saw Scion join him on the right, the sprite's legs pumping as quickly as possible. The run was dangerous, and the slice of moon above only gave partial definition to obstacles they ran past. They continued on for a couple minutes, easily increasing their lead on the sick goblins. Scion had found a clearing, and they had marked it as a retreat point before they began their attack. Once it was in sight, Richter turned his head and shouted, "Go up in the trees. I'll make a stand on the other side. When they run past you, start firing." Nodding, Scion ran for another half-minute and then jumped to a low-lying branch, scurrying up into the tree with his uncanny swiftness. Turning back, Richter checked his quiver, finding only 2 arrows left. This might be bad, he thought. Taking a deep breath, he centered himself, looking back in the direction of their pursuit. Only a few moments passing before the first of the goblins became visible through the trees. Seeing their quarry again, they screamed in rage, their bloodlust giving them the strength to ignore the sickness from the poison, if only momentarily. 2 scouts ran ahead of the others, blind in their bloodlust. Richter watched them approach, waiting for a clear shot, not releasing his first shot until the scout was only 20 yards away. Not wasting time aiming for a critical shot to the head, he targeted its chest. The arrow punched all the way through its chest, knocking it back several feet, and it crumpled to the ground. The thing squealed out its last breaths, reminding Richter of the noise his uncle's horse had made when it broke its leg in a rabbit hole. Pushing aside the horrible sound, he drew and nocked his last arrow. The shot fired at a second scout at point-blank range. It caught the arrow in its left chest, and its next breath turned into a bloody cough. Its momentum carried it forward, though, the body crashing into him as it shook in its death throes. He shoved the small body to the side and stomped on its neck once. A sharp crack preceded the end of its pitiful cries. Looking up, he saw the remaining 6 goblins coming within sight range in the waning light. Unfortunately, there appeared to be 3 goblin warriors in the group. Unstringing his bow, he held the curved 4.5 feet of wood in one hand with his dagger in the other. Looking at the green-skinned devils with black blood dripping down his face, the putrid taste of it having worked its way into his mouth at some point, his nostrils flared as he screamed, "Come on, then!" Screaming back with equal rage, they moved forward in mass. As soon as they passed the tree that hid Scion, a blue streak shot down and pierced one warrior through the shoulder, the force of the blow tearing the goblin's arm completely off. It fell to the ground screaming. Spurts of arterial blood escaped into the air as it felt in vain for its missing limb, its grim reality not yet setting in. In as many moments, a second and third arrow struck another soldier in the back and a scout in the head. It did not escape Richter's notice that the second arrow had barely any concussive force, though it did knock the warrior onto its face. The third arrow, while deadly, had no blue tinge at all. The sprite had finally run out of mana. Having revealed himself, it was easy for the last warrior to target Scion. It threw its heavy dagger into the tree, and though Richter couldn't see the impact, he heard a cry of pain. The sprite's body hit the ground with a thud, apparently stunned for a moment, as he did not immediately get up. The dagger was sticking out of his shoulder. The warrior pulled an iron-headed cudgel from its belt and moved toward where Scion's body had fallen. Not willing to let his comrade be executed, Richter started forward, swinging his bow in a large arc at the 3 scouts that were converging on him. The first 2 ducked off the way, but he clipped the last, sending it spinning to the side. In quick response, the first scout drove its dagger into the meat of Richter's thigh, sending a blaze of agony through him. The second goblin swung a club into his chest, but thankfully, the smaller creature lacked the strength to overcome the defense of his chest plate of the wood sprite. Grabbing the arm of the goblin that held the knife, he kept him from withdrawing its blade from his leg. He drove his own bronze dagger into its neck. The weapon was too weak to bite very deep into the neck, but when he withdrew the blade, it was clear he had struck a major vessel. More black blood sprayed across his face in a strong jet. A look of profound shock appeared on the dying goblin's face as it opened and closed its mouth quickly, with only blood escaping. As it fell, it released its grip on the dagger, but that didn't help Richter. The damage was already done. 20% of his health was gone. His leg failed, causing him to collapse to the side. This might have been all that saved him. The third goblin that had been struck by the limb of his bow and then forgotten in the ensuing melee had gotten quickly back to its feet. It jumped towards him, but his sudden collapse caused it to miss. Richter and the two scouts landed together in a heap. With a short and strong surge, Richter pushed himself up on top of them, plunging his dagger down again and again, shouting his defiance. For a few seconds, lost in the black haze of their blood and his own pain and rage. Coming back to himself, he remembered his companion and looked stricken in the direction of the goblin warrior, expecting to see it holding a cudgel, slick with the sprite's blood and brain matter. He could not have been more wrong. Scion was on his feet. He and the goblin warrior went back and forth in a deadly dance. The sprite's thorn-like sword darting in and out, trying to skewer the goblin, as its cudgel swung in strong arcs, attempting to crush the smaller fighter. The sprite's advantage was his speed, but he was clearly pained by the dagger sticking out of his shoulder. The goblin clearly had greater size and strength, but the poison must have slowed it down considerably, as its motion seemed somewhat sluggish. Moving forward to help his fallen comrade, he limped across the clearing as quickly as he could. Before making it halfway, though, the fight concluded. Fainting forward, Scion immediately leaned back again. The overhand swing of the goblin's weapon just missed his head before it struck the ground solidly. In that half-second of overextension, Scion again stepped into the goblin's guard and almost delicately drove his sword up under its chin and up into its brain. He stared his fallen foe in its eyes for a moment, while the light died in its eyes. He then withdrew his sword and stepped back, letting the body slump to the ground. The two companions looked at each other, surrounded by a charnel house of their own creation. The horrid images did not reach them, though, as both were still caught in the embrace of bloodlust and pain. The death and gore registered no more than a second-place runner registered to a gold medalist at the end of a race. They were still standing. Breathing heavily through their pain, they looked each other in the eye, and Richter verbalized what was on both of their minds. Let's finish this. Both using Richter's healing ring once each, it was enough to close their major wounds and stop the bleeding, though they both still moved slower than before. They also both consumed forest sage, which Scion had confirmed was a basic healing herb. Retrieving what arrows they could, they hastened to get back to the encampment, and then up to cave upon the hill. They had not forgotten time was limited to kill the goblin chief before any patrols made their way back. Though the fight had been intense and painful, it had lasted barely 15 minutes. If they did not waste time, they might still accomplish their goal. Richter picked up a sword dropped by a goblin warrior on the way back to the ruin. Checking its stats as he walked, he was underwhelmed. You have received Crude Goblin Cutlass. Damage 7 to 8. Durability 7/12. Item class Common. Quality Poor. Weight 4.3 kilograms. It did supplement his bronze dagger, however, which was down to a durability of 4/20. Arriving back at the encampment, they made their way through the bodies, quickly ending the lives of any of the goblins still breathing. There was one tense moment. A warrior that had been feigning injury turned quickly as they passed and drove a short sword towards Richter's stomach. He knocked the blade aside with a bracer, however, as Scion stabbed it through the throat. Looking down, Richter spit upon its dead body and then picked up the short sword. You have received Soldier's Short Sword. Damage 10 to 12. Durability 23/30. Item class Common. Quality Average. Weight 1.5 kilograms. Thanks, asshole, Richter said with contempt, dropping the inferior cutlass he had taken. It didn't take long to reach the mouth of the cave. They both looked at each other wearily. Cyan peered directly into his face, saying, "We are now brothers in blood. Though I am not immortal like you seem to be, my soul is. If it is my time to rejoin the universe, then I will do it gladly if it removes this threat to my people." Nodding back, Richter said, "It is noble to die for your people, but I say, let's make these bastards die for theirs." A grin on his face, showing blood-streaked teeth, Cyan smiled back crazily. With that, they entered the darkness. Chapter 9. "How much mana do you have left?" Richter asked. "I've managed to recover about 35 points, enough to imbue 2 or 3 arrows or 1 very strong strike." Richter absorbed this information silently. At his current state, his wisdom had only 10 points. That equated to 1 mana point regenerated every 10 seconds. Scion's wisdom had 15 points, which would increase mana regeneration, but not by much. The risks of waiting for full regeneration outweighed the benefits, though, when those roving patrols of goblins were factored in. And so the two companions made their way forward into what was clearly not a natural formation. Though the outside looked like rough-hewn stone, the inside of the cave showed tight-fitting blocks comprising a hallway of gray marble. Richter could only imagine that the opening, having been exposed to the elements, had eroded over time, while deeper into the structure, the original architecture had been preserved. Their footsteps echoed as they moved forward. There was a sense of heaviness and age to the place. It was clear from the lack of trash and offal that not even the goblins had the nerve to disrespect this place. They listened intently, but heard no signs of life. The sun had set as they made their way back to the encampment, but it would not have mattered if it was noon on a clear day. Sunlight had never reached the depths of these passages. Using a torch taken from the goblin encampment, they moved forward in a small sphere of flickering light, the entire rest of the world seemingly draped in darkness. On they walked for several hundred yards, steadily going deeper as the floor sloped downward. After a final turn of the hallway, they walked into a large gallery. The ceiling reached 100 feet into the air, and multiple hallways branched out irregularly from the roughly circular room. All of this was of less importance, however, than the room's occupants. They had finally found their quarry. In the middle of the room, there stood a large goblin with a reddish hue to his green skin. There was a second, slightly taller figure reclining against a large mound. The goblin chief was just over 4 feet tall and powerfully built. It wore leather boots and a tunic made of poorly sewn together animal skins. Over this was a chainmail shirt with a large rent in the side, most likely created when the chief had killed the previous owner. A large axe was by its side, and buckler hung from its arm. It leaned heavily upon its weapon and glared with all of the animosity its weakened body could afford it. Its companion was 5 feet tall, or would have been if it was not hunched over. It was covered in black robes. Dark splotches gave a matted look to the rough material in places, giving that blacker-than-black appearance that is only imparted by congealed blood. It had sickly mustard yellow skin and was completely bald. Its face was more human than the other goblins, but its beady eyes imparted the same malicious glare as the goblins. The deep wrinkles on its face gave it the appearance of old age. It held a staff in one hand with a small animal skull attached to the top, and red veins of color glowing up its black length, the color throbbing at the pace of a measured heartbeat. "Hobgoblin," Cyan spat. The mage nodded, the same smug smile on its face not changing. It was the chief who spoke in guttural but clearly understood common tongue. "Why are you here? Why has a human allied with this forest rat?" "You are in the forest of Nadria, filth," Cyan shouted back. "Answer instead why you, a fire goblin from the mountain tribes, has come to sully this ancient place." What is your purpose?" A raspy chuckle came from the hobgoblin, with a loud, breathy whisper, sounding like the crumpling of old parchment. "Have you forgotten so quickly? Have your people forgotten so easily the places of power that exist in the world? We are here with a glorious purpose, to reawaken forces and corrupt them. We will cleanse the forest of..." Ugh! All Richter saw was a blue flicker, and then the hobgoblin's body was flying backward. Looking to his right, Scion shrugged. "I decided it was time to fight, not talk." "Guess that makes me Eastwood," Richter thought with a grin, drawing his own arrow and firing at the goblin chief. The chief blocked with his buckler, clearly not easy prey like the dead goblins outside the cave. He drew again, confident that the two of them could overcome the sickened goblin. But then the mound that hobgoblin had leaned against turned around. Richter was suddenly staring into the bloodshot eyes and frothed muzzle of a rabid cave bear. "You have got to be kidding me!" That was Richter's repeating thought as he began to launch arrow after arrow at the bear. His short bow lacked the power to deeply penetrate the bear's body, unfortunately. Richter dodged to the side as the bear took a swipe at him with its massive paw. It still caught him in the side, though, and flung him several feet through the air. He landed hard, losing 15% of his health from a glancing strike. Rolling with the blow, he regained his feet only to see an axe head swinging at him from the left. Falling on his backside again, he felt a brush of air on his face as the passage of the axe passed only a finger length over his head. Dropping his bow, he drew and threw his dagger in a weak, underhanded toss towards the goblin chief's face. The buckler again moved to block the strike, knocking the projectile to the ground. The distraction allowed Richter to regain his feet and draw his short sword. He began to swing his blade with an untrained but furious barrage at the goblin chief. He had to hope that Scion could occupy the bear. The boom he heard from his right, followed by a roar of pain and anger, gave him hope for a respite from the animal. As he rained blows upon his foe, it was clear that the poison had taken a toll. A particularly heavy blow drove the chief down to one knee. Grabbing the buckler attached to the goblin's right forearm, he pulled the chief forward off balance. The goblin fell to an awkward stance on all fours, one shoulder higher as it braced the buckler against the ground. The goblin chief's prone position offered Richter the opportunity he needed. With his stamina lowered to 30%, he reversed his grip on the short sword and drove the blade down through the goblin's back. The 2 feet of blade penetrated the chainmail covering him and sank until only a few inches remained free. The red goblin shuddered and then died. Turning to his right, Richter saw Scion running from the bear. The sprite was quickly losing ground. Scooping up the axe, he threw it with all of his strength. The weapon was strangely unwieldy, though, and only struck a glancing blow. It did pull the bear's attention, though, and it turned to lumber toward its latest aggressor. As it hobbled its way toward him, it was clear that it had suffered damage, but also was more than hale enough to still be able to cause him serious injury. Placing his foot on the body of the chief, he attempted to pull his sword out of its body. The sword was stuck fast in the body. At his current rate of exhaustion, Richter could barely muster the strength to continue. An arrow from Scion struck the bear in its hamstring, causing its leg to collapse. Richter sighed in relief. The bear was only a few feet away when it dropped. Richter drew his battered knife and prepared for a last stand as it continued to crawl towards him. That was when he saw Scion lightly jump on its back and run swiftly towards its neck. With a sharp jab, the sprite plunged his sword into the crook of the bear's neck and front leg. When the sword came out, there was a bright red spout of arterial spray. As its lifeblood spilled on the floor, the bear made a pitiful mewling noise and then finally collapsed. Feeling exhausted, Sion looked up just in time to see a dark bolt of energy surging from the magician's staff. The only cover available was the bear's body. Sion fell to place the animal's body between him and the hobgoblin. There was no great blast of force like with the imbued arrows. Instead, Dark tendrils of magic crawled over the bear's body, liquefying the flesh and causing large gobbets of meat to slough off. Richter picked up his bow again and shot an arrow at the mage. The results were less than impressive. The arrow bounced off an invisible barrier surrounding the black-clad figure. The red light on the mage's staff began to throb faster, and with more intense red color, looking like lava seen through basalt. There could not be much time until the mage released whatever horrible spell he was building up to. Basic rule of thumb was that the longer a spell took to cast, the more powerful the result. This would most likely be no different. With no time to lose, Richter nocked another arrow, giving his complete focus on imbuing it with his mana. After only a moment, it glowed golden. He released, and this time the arrow maintained its shine as it streaked towards the mage. It too struck an invisible barrier, but the extra force added caused the hobgoblin to stagger. Once it lost focus on the spell it was building, the light gathering at the staff's tip died. A second and possibly more important consequence was that the hobgoblin grabbed its head in both hands and shouted out in pain. The backlash from the interrupted spell must have been horrible based on its cries. Knocking another arrow on the string, Richter once again focused his magic in the arrow, pouring more energy than before. For one, then two heartbeats, he held his bow at full extension as the golden glow brightened and black streamers seemed to cross over the golden shell. Then he released. The resultant boom deafened both he and Scion momentarily. The mage must have lost the ability to maintain its shield with the backlash. The arrow flew unimpeded and then detonated on target. The chest of the yellow-skinned mage caved inward, and a red mist appeared in the air. The staff fell from its outstretched fingers as its body was flung across the room. The stench of blood, viscera, and feces filled the room after the fierce fight. The two companions stood looking at their vanquished enemies. Having given it their all, they both stumbled towards the center of the room and the body of the slain goblin chief. Standing there above its body, they suddenly heard raised voices and angry cries coming from the tunnel. It could only mean one thing. A patrol had returned. Richter looked to Scion. Run. I don't have much stamina left to resist them, but I will be reborn if I die. You won't. Grimly, Scion looked back. The only known way to the surface is the direction they are coming from. Personally, I have no interest in dying alone in the dark at the claws of some subterranean monster. I will stand or fall with a friend. With that, he stuck out his arm, which Richter clasped, each holding the other's wrist. Scion released his grip and said, "Now move quickly. We have one chance. Goblins are cowards at heart and will always bow to those of greater strength. Take the axe and remove the chief's head." Not wasting time asking more questions, Richter picked up the axe. Again, it seemed somehow to want to squirm out of his grasp, but his control was sufficient for this task. He struck down at the chief's neck, severing it in 2 strokes. Seeing a clear gem by the chief's body, he also picked that up and put it in his pouch. "Now pick up the head and stand by me with the axe at your side." And so the companions stood, awaiting the goblins as the noise of their approach grew louder. The sprite was covered in gore and blood, a large tear in his cheek where the bear had scored a hit upon him. The human was favoring one leg. The wound from his skirmish with the scouts had reopened during this latest fight. Richter's green armor was bespeckled with blood, both red and black. Despite his exhaustion, he stood tall and held the chief's head by the hair, drippings of blood making a soft pat-pat on the floor beneath it as the head surrendered its remaining fluids. This was the sight that greeted the goblins that filed into the open space of the cavern. Scion said in the common tongue, "This is our land. We will nourish it with your blood, as we did the blood of your comrades. The land is always thirsty." Richter followed in the goblin's own tongue. "I have taken the head and axe of your leader. I will take your souls as well." This was not enough. And with that, he tossed the chief's head to lie at their feet, then shouted, Kill them! Scion released an arrow, bright blue with magic, at the one warrior in the group, killing it instantly. Where he had mustered enough mana to imbue another shot, Richter didn't know, but he was absolutely thankful. In the same moment, Richter ran at the remaining scouts, screaming with the axe raised above his head. This was too much for the simple-minded goblins. The group had just walked over the bodies of dozens of their people, and it had only been the strong will of the warrior that had propelled them forward. Seeing a blood-drenched warrior running at them, they squealed and ran, dropping weapons behind them in their urgency to escape. Richter chased them only to the edge of the chamber before stopping and lowering the axe. The damned weapon seemed as much a risk to him as the enemy. As he watched the back of the last goblin turn the corner, a short gasp escaped him, followed by a loud grunt, and quickly followed by laughter. The type of laughter that can only come from the mouth of one who has passed through the shadow of death's domain and come out alive. He laughed to release all the tension he had accumulated through the dark day. He laughed in vain attempt to balance out the horror of the slaughter he had committed. He laughed at the ridiculousness that he could still be alive. As the peals of manic laughter followed the goblin scouts, they ran all the harder, out of the cave, away from the ruins, and into the forest. They met up with other patrols, and the fear in their faces convinced those patrols to flee the forest as well. The goblins never fully rested until they had reached their marshy homeland. When they arrived, they passed along the horrible tale of the wild, laughing demon that had slain so many of their people. Chapter 10. As his mania left him, Richter slumped to the floor right where he stood. He barely noticed Scion coming and sitting beside him. The two leaned back to back, supporting each other physically, as they had come to do in all other arenas of their interaction. For a while they simply sat. Neither could say how long had passed as they gazed at the bodies of the dead, or simply gazed off into space, caught in their own musings. Sitting there, Richter became aware of a slow blinking in the corner of his vision. He turned his head, but it remained stubbornly at the mid-right aspect of his gaze. Puzzled for a moment, he finally realized what it was, and allowing his vision to relax, he saw an icon like an unrolled scroll. Focusing upon it for a moment, his vision filled with announcements. Tring! You have reached level 3. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies. Honor your allies. Live. Tring! You have reached level 4. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies. Honor your allies. Live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week, or they will randomly be assigned for you. You have completed the quest, Cleanse the Forest, 2. Return to the Hearth Mother to collect your reward. You have completed the quest, Cleanse the Forest, 3. Return to the Hearth Mother to collect your reward. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in archery. Plus 2% bonus to aim, plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in archery. Plus 2% bonus to aim, plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Swordsmanship. The pen may be mightier than the sword, but in another, much more real way, it isn't. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in light armor. Plus 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have received racial bonus level 1 versus goblins. Plus 3% attack and defense bonus when fighting goblins. Kill total 100 goblins to reach next level. Your relationship with your companion Scion has improved from distrust to friendly. All of these status windows were wonderful news to Richter. They must have been accumulating since the initial attack on the sickened goblins, but were auto-minimized. Thank God for that. It could certainly mean his death if a prompt blocked his view in the middle of a battle. What caused his eyes to widen and his mouth to run dry was the final prompt. Congratulations, you have cleansed a hidden village. As owner of the Heart Crystal, and because there are no living descendants to the previous owners, you may lay claim. Would you like to claim the village? Yes or no? Richter's fingers started tingling as if he was already counting his riches. And why not? It was in his name. Focusing on the yes option, he read the next prompt. Congratulations, you have claimed your first village. You are now master of the Mist Village. Your village is level 1. As you increase the level of the village, more powers and resources will become available. This village is built upon a place of power. You now have access to the magic and mana associated with this particular place of power. There are many secrets to any location of power, and you must apply yourself to discover and master them. Good luck. Congratulations, you have won plus 700 fame points for founding a village on a place of power. Richter's mouth dropped open in shock. How had this happened? He had woken up naked in the forest barely a week ago. He had only just reached level 4. Now he had his own village? And the fame was nothing to sneeze at. In the game, there had been 2 basic types of reputations, global and local. Local reputation would increase or decrease based on your interaction with a specific group. Global reputation as a term was a bit misleading. It did affect a broad amount of people or an entire region, but to affect another region, there must be some connection between the two, like a trade route. Reputation was not supposed to be a magic aura that just made people respect you more. Even though it didn't affect everyone in existence, global reputation was amazing nonetheless. It opened new quests, allowed for better treatment and better prices. It generally just made life more interesting. Unfortunately, the only way to increase global reputation was through fame, and it was almost impossible to earn. Questions buzzed through Richter's mind, and first among them was, "What's a place of power?" he asked musingly. A place of power is a nexus of the world's ley lines. It allows for a magnification of those particular powers. Sentient beings can tap into this, answered a deadpan voice. Somehow, Richter could tell it put an emphasis on place of power that he had not. Before the second word was spoken, Scion was on his feet, arrow nocked and drawn. Richter was only a moment behind him, dagger pointing out to cover the other half of the room. They looked frantically about, but couldn't see anything. "Who is that?" snapped Scion. Only silence answered his question. "We both heard you. Who is there?" Richter asked, still looking for a potential enemy. "I am the interface for your village master." "Where are you?" Richter asked, both exasperated and curious. "I am present approximately 1 foot to the south of you, master." "Why can't I see you?" "My last master did not want me to be seen, so I remain invisible. Would you like to see me, master?" "Yes," Richter replied, scanning the air directly in front of him. "Show yourself." A gray sphere phased into view directly in front of its face. Its surface rippled like water, and it appeared lit from within, a steady glow and faint glow being cast from its center. "Gah!" Richter exclaimed, jumping back. "Not so close!" "Yes, master," the sphere said, moving back several feet, continuing to hover in the air. "What are you?" Richter asked, fascinated by its appearance. "I am a remnant, an echo of the personality of the first chamberlain of this village. He was a powerful user of magic and served the first ruler of this place of power. Together they built the Mist Village. At the end of his life, the chamberlain imparted intent to a fragment of his immortal soul. He tied it to this place to help guide future masters." "How long ago was that?" "My initial activation was 3,543 years before the removal of the gods from the land." "That's impossible," Scion said, his tone clearly conveying his lack of trust of the floating orb. "Of course. Who the hell would trust a floating, talking orb? What do you want? Again, the orb floated in silence. Why do you only answer me? Richter asked. You are the master of the village, and I will only respond to your commands and questions. This was the policy of the last master. He decreed it to be so in order to safeguard the village. Well, I command you to talk to and answer Scion. As you wish. My goal is to aid my master in any way that I can. Staring at the globe, Richter huffed. What I really need are these bodies collected. At the current level of the village, I can summon 10 basic worker constructs. Should I proceed? Not really expecting an answer to his complaining, Richter was pleasantly surprised. What do you mean, summon? You are the master of the Mist Village. Being built upon a place of power, the village, and by extension you, have access to a certain amount of mana every day. As the level of the village increases, your access to mana will increase as well. Basic worker constructs cost 100 mana to summon, and each will last 1 day. You currently have access to 1,000 mana maximum. As master, you have access to all of these options, though many will not be available until the level of the village increases. You simply need to access the interface. Richter relaxed his gaze in a now familiar way. Seeing a new icon in the shape of a small cluster of buildings, he focused upon it. Immediately, a crowded screen occupied his view. A series of pull-down menus were present: enchantments, summoning, population, income, mana generation, defenses, global relations, and a host of others. Staggered by the amount of options, he simply focused upon summoning. More pull-down options presented themselves, most grayed out and illegible. At the top, however, was Mistworker, Level 1. Health, 50/50. Mana, 0/0. Stamina, 400/400. Able to perform simple tasks of menial labor. Cost 100 mana. Cooldown, net, lasts 24 hours. The mist-like properties of your constructs have all physical damage. You can summon these creatures? Richter asked. I can only do as you will, master. If you instruct me to do so, I will implement your will. Very well. Scion and I have to go back to the home of the wood sprites. It may take me several days to return. You have permission to summon these things daily. All of the dead bodies should be stripped of weapons, armor, and items. Take the bodies outside of the village and burn them. The ley lines which run through this village are strong in water, air, dark, and life. I have no access to fire magic, however, master. The workers can do everything you have instructed except light the bodies on fire. Richter looked at Scion. I know you are eager to return home, but we need to take care of these bodies first. We could also use a rest. If I leave these bodies to fester, they will spread disease and pollute my new home. The sprite nodded. Even though they were goblin filth, we do need to deal with the dead. As you have helped me to cleanse the forest, I will help you to cleanse your new home. Nodding, Richter turned back to the remnant. What is your name? I have none, master. What was the name of the mage that created you? His name was Futon Windspeak. Then I will call you Futon, if you like. As you wish, master, Futon replied in the same deadpan voice. It might have been Richter's imagination, but it seemed that for just a moment, the gray sphere glowed a bit brighter. And enough of this master business. That kind of thing could go to a man's head. Call me Richter. As you wish, Lord Richter. Opening his mouth to correct Futon, he closed it again, merely shaking his head slightly. Not worth it. Besides, Lord Richter sounded pretty good. Summon the workers, Futon. Light gray mist rose from between the cracks in the stone floor. Initially, it was just a shapeless cloud 1 foot off the ground. It then began to pool in 10 different spots in the chamber. The mist slowly rose, taking on vague humanoid shapes. Each figure grew distinct, but remained faceless. They had no clothing and no sex organs. Under the skin of each figure were slow-moving swirls. The end of each arm was a round, mist-filled sphere. How will they accomplish anything with those blobs for hands? They can fit any form desired, Lord Richter. Please attend. And so saying, one worker raised its arm, and the sphere became a hand, then a hammer, then a shovel head, before returning to sphere. Impressed by the versatility of the workers, Richter nodded. Have them begin separating the bodies from their items, but put those two aside, he said, gesturing to the chief and hobgoblin. Now, we need a safe place to rest. This room will be safe, my lord. The workers, though not strong, will delay and alert any attack from above, and no creatures of ill intent from the depths can cross the great seal in the floor you are standing upon. Nodding wearily, Richter sat down against the most comfortable surface in the chamber, which happened to be the body of the dead bear, just not the liquefied part, of course. Scion sat heavily beside him, the least graceful he had ever seen the sprite. Closing his eyes, Richter's second-to-last thought was, "This is one messed-up teddy bear," followed quickly by him verbalizing, "Wait, what creatures from what depths?" Chapter 11. A heavy-bladed axe plunged out of the dark as he fought a losing battle. Stabbing and swinging his sword, he fought as hard as he could. Again and again the axe gouged into his skin, eliciting blood and pain with each blow. He collapsed. Looking up the goblin chief's face that was peering down at him, the monster raised its axe to strike one last time and sever his head. Gasping, Richter stood swiftly, knife in hand, blinking away the terrors of his dream. After a while, he was able to slow his breathing, but his heart still hammered wildly. He may have done what was needed the night before, but he was still a 24-year-old man from a modern world. Until last week, he hadn't done anything more violent than punch the occasional frat boy that had gotten handsy with his female friends. As he became more aware of his surroundings, he realized Scion was also up, with an arrow nocked, looking for the threat. Closing his eyes for a moment, he collected himself, before opening them again and looking at Scion. "There is no danger, my friend. None outside of my own nightmares." Scion looked at him, relaxing the draw on the bow. "Yesterday was a dark day, and I think better of you that it could not be so easily dismissed." With a pause of his own, and then a small smile, he added, "My friend." Judging by the weariness he felt, they had only dozed for a few hours. The torch had gone out while they were sleeping, but some faint gray illumination filtered down from an unknown source in the ceiling. Richter heard the sounds of activity outside of the cave. There was no way he could go back to sleep right now, so he turned to Scion and said, "Let's see what we have." Richter walked over to the goblin chief's body. He felt his gorge rise at the mix of smells: copper and nickel from the blood, sour stench from body reek, and the nauseating reek from the feces that had escaped in death. Though he had ignored these in the heat of battle, faced with the harsh reality after a night's rest, he was doubly glad for the workers who would clear the other bodies. Searching the goblin, he first picked up the single-headed axe. "You have found Magic Iron Axe. Damage 15 to 20. Durability 33/35. Item class Uncommon. Quality Average. Traits Unknown. Requires Strength 17. Richter had not seen a requirement for weapons before. He could only assume that was because no other items he had acquired had requirements. Or maybe he had met the requirements so they hadn't been shown. Either way, it did explain why the axe had seemed to resist him the night before. He also did not know how to identify the axe. He set it aside for now. Stripping the rest of the armor, he looked at each before setting them aside. You have found Wooden Buckler. Durability 8/30. Item class Common. Quality Average. Defense +1. Max defense +4. Weight 2.3 kilograms. Type Light Armor. You have found Iron Mail Shirt. Durability 16/50. Item class Common. Quality Poor. Defense +5. Max defense +9. Weight 9.1 kilograms. Type medium armor. You have found hardened leather pants. Durability 8/20. Item class common. Quality poor. Defense +1. Max defense +2. Type light armor. You have found 28 silver and 41 copper. You have found poor quality garnet. Moving over to the hobgoblin, Sion had already stripped it of its belongings and had laid them upon the ground. You have found novice black mage robes. Defense +1. Max defense +5. Additional +7 versus magical attack. Durability 2/20. Item class common. Quality above average. Weight 3.5 kilograms. You have found magic staff. Attack 13/16. Durability 19/20. Item class rare. Quality above average. Weight 4.2 kilograms. You have found magic bracelet. Durability 10/10. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0.3 kilograms. You have found 11 silver and 24 copper. You have found unknown potion ×2. You have found unknown potion. It looked like the attack and defense of the items was affected by its durability. Richter guessed it made sense. Why would armor on its last legs still offer the same protection as when it wasn't beat all to hell? He was happy that he had found loot, but he still didn't know how useful it was. I'd be a lot more excited if I could identify any of this stuff, he verbalized. I can help with that, said Futen, materializing just to the side of Richter's face. I swear to God I'm going to put a bell on you if you keep surprising me like that. It was not my intention to frighten you, Lord Richter. I'm not frightened. Nobody said frightened. I'm just startled. When you are approaching me in the future, though, become visible a couple of feet. Let's say 20 feet away. Understood? Yes, Lord Richter. Would you like my help? Thinking he heard a bit of attitude in its flat voice, but then assuring himself that was impossible, Richter replied, How can you help? Normally, to identify an item, you must use a spell or item. Alternately, you can take it to a magical college or temple to have a magician or priest uncover its true identity for you. I have the ability, however, to identify all but the most powerful of items. I can do this now if you wish. Can you teach me? Richter asked, eager to have this power. I am aware of your limitless ability, my lord, but that can only be applied to skills. As this is an ability, it would not apply, and I know of no way to teach abilities. Trusting that if there was a way to teach abilities, the remnant would have at least heard of it over the thousands of years of its existence, Richter let the matter drop. Before asking Futen to use his ability, however, a thought occurred to him. How do you know about my limitless ability? I possess a skill called Analyze. It allows me to know in-depth information about creatures. So that is something I can learn. Do you have any other skills? At this time, I am only aware of the one ability and one skill that I have told you about, Lord Richter. As I have only recently been awakened by your claiming of the village, my memory is highly fragmented, however. It is entirely possible that as time goes on, I will remember more. Also, if the village rises in level, then I may have access to further powers. Nodding, Richter said, Let's identify these items then. Afterwards, you can teach me your skill. The light within Futen flared white, and suddenly the information was given to Richter in a series of prompts. How is it I suddenly have this information, when you are the one who has the skill? Richter asked. You are the master of this village. As long as we are close to one another, I can give you information without verbalizing. As the village grows, the distance we can interact over will grow as well. Impressed again at the versatility of this unasked-for helper, Richter focused on the item information. You have found Staff of Decay, attack 10/12. Durability 19/20. Item class rare. Quality superb. Weight 4.2 kilograms. Traits +4 death damage. Has 5% chance to cause rapid decay upon target from direct strike or when channeling death magic. Requirement: alignment -2 or below. You have found Bracelet of Health. Durability 10 out of 10. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Traits: increase maximum health by +50. You have found Minor Mana Potion ×2. Taking this will restore 40 mana points over 6 seconds. You have found Minor Health Potion ×1. Taking this will restore 40 health points over 6 seconds. You have found Iron Axe of Strength. Damage 15 to 18. Durability 33/35. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Traits +1 to strength. Requires strength 17. Remembering the black sludge that had come off the bear from one death spell, Richter shuddered, thinking of what would have happened if the staff's special ability had struck him. Telling Scion the properties of each, the sprite spit on the floor upon hearing of the staff's true identity. "We should destroy this evil thing. For some reason, I can't stand the sight of it." "How?" Richter asked. "Do I snap it over my knee? I somehow don't think that would work." "Unfortunately, we most likely do not have the strength, and even if we did, it is not wise to tamper with the inner working of magical objects without the proper knowledge. Will you bring it back to the hearth tree so that the mother can dispose of it?" You have been offered a quest: destroy evil's weapon. Scion has had an extreme reaction to this staff. He hates it so much he can only think of destroying it. He wants your help carrying it back to the hearth tree so that Hisako can destroy it. Reward unknown. Yes or no? Richter barely gave it a thought before nodding his assent. Though he and Scion had a rocky start, to say the least, the sprite was a comrade. He would trust his companion's judgment. Focusing on what was in front of him, Richter looked at the axe, wondering at the strength requirement. He had already used it to sever the chief's head. It just didn't make logical sense to him that a simple item had a requirement. Picking it up, he took a practice swing and felt immediately off balance. Taking a few more, he stumbled disoriented. The last swing came dangerously close to cutting Scion. In the face of the glare he received from the diminutive man, he sheepishly placed the axe back down on the floor. Well, no point arguing with the facts. This axe was just not for him. The sprite had shown no interest in loot, but Richter remembered the large amount of damage the Throne Warrior's dagger had caused. Picking up the bracelet, he handed it to Scion. The sprite initially looked like he would refuse, but Richter said, "You are a great warrior, my friend, but I seriously doubt this will be the last battle we are in. You have to grow stronger and survive. This will help." After a small protest, the sprite thanked him and slid the bracelet on his arm up to his bicep. He immediately stood a bit taller, and it seemed he had somewhat greater tone and definition than a moment before. Placing the money in his pouch, Richter took a second pouch that had belonged to the hobgoblin and slid the potions into it. Picking up the staff, he felt revulsion. It was like holding a writhing snake. He dropped it quickly. Cutting a length of cloth from the hobgoblin's clothes, he wrapped it around the staff, which greatly lessened the feeling of revulsion. Turning to Futen, he said, "Have the workers collect all of the other items and lay them aside. I will review them upon returning from the hearth tree. Is there anything else you would like to have done, my lord? I need to know what other resources there are available. I need to know what we can use to build the village. I will search the boundaries of the village and this level. I can go no further than what you have laid claim to, my lord. You will need to explore and vanquish any enemies in the lower levels if you wish to know what other powers and riches may exist in the catacombs." That had been the answer to Richter's question before sleeping. Apparently, the place of power was home to monsters. Through the millennia, creatures of various types had filled the underground levels. It was unclear if the place of power had created the monsters, or if there were other entrances to the underground levels and they had moved in. What was clear was that the catacombs under his feet were not safe. The chamber they were in, which Futon had called a Great Seal, stopped any monsters from coming up from the catacombs below. "Well, then the only other obvious point," Richter said, "is that it's a bit grandiose to call this pile of rocks a village. Can the workers build some houses and clear away some rubble?" "The workers are only the most basic of creatures, my lord. They will follow any direction, but only exactly as it is given. They lack any real intelligence. Complex tasks, such as building a house, will be beyond them." "Very well. Have them gather stones and sort them by size and type into different piles. Also have them chop down trees that have grown inside the boundaries of the village and stack them. Finally, have them dig a trench around the area outside of the boundary of the village." Turning to leave, a last thought occurred to him. Pulling out the clear gem he had taken from the goblin chief's body. "What is this?" "That is the heart crystal, my lord Richter. It is the embodiment of your dominion over these lands and the source of your connection to the village." "Does that mean if someone takes it from me suddenly, they own the village?" Richter asked with some alarm in his voice. "In its current state, yes, but you can bind the stone to you. In this way it will be tied to you and your bloodline. You will also gain the powers inherent in the crystal." "What powers?" "Each place of power has certain characteristics depending on the composition of ley lines that creates it. As I stated before, this village sits upon a strong collection of air, water, dark, and life ley lines. Binding to the heartstone will tie your soul to the place of power. By fulfilling certain requirements, you will obtain mastery of each of those powers in turn." Tied to his soul, huh? That didn't sound creepy or ominous at all. The other option was to lose this village to the first thief that took the heartstone, though. After a few more moments' thought, Richter asked, "How do I do it?" "Simply will it, my lord." Focusing upon the gem, he stared into its depths. He suddenly felt that he was being pulled into the stone, though he did not actually move. A slight tingle played across his skin. The sensation became focused upon the inside of his left wrist. He realized with a start that the heartstone was gone. "It is done," the remnant said, its deadpan voice. Looking at his wrist, Richter saw a silver-gray circle on his inner wrist where the strange sensation had focused. It had a swirl of gray smoke within its boundaries that seemed to move slightly as he stared at it. After a moment, the mark faded from view. He knew somehow he could summon it back if he desired. "You have received a mark, Master of the Mist Village." Making their way out of the tunnel, dawn seemed to be just breaking. The workers had not been idle. There were 3 piles at the base of the hill leading from the cave, one of items, one of weapons, and the other of armor. Richter was about to ask Futon to call a worker over, but he remembered what was said about the village being an extension of himself. Focusing on the nearest worker, he willed it to come closer. It promptly left its task and came to stand before him. Smiling, he said, "Futon, how do I analyze the worker?" "Yes, my lord. You must gaze upon it. Focus until it becomes the only thing that exists. See past the external to the internal truth. This attention will draw its information to you." Focusing upon the worker, he stared intently at it. Richter looked at the light gray swirls that slowly moved under its skin, the clear lines of its arms, head, torso, and legs. He gazed at its shapeless face and suddenly just knew. "Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Analyze. Cost 5 mana. You will be able to know information about other creatures simply by looking at them. The greater the difference in level between you and the target, the less effective your skill may be. Mistworker, Level 1. Health, 50/50. Mana, 0/0. Stamina, 400/400. "I was able to do it, Futon. but the information is pretty basic. Yes, my lord. You will have to increase the level of the skill to obtain more information. Pleased, nonetheless, Richter let the worker return to its duties. The bodies had been dragged outside of the boundaries and placed within a pit the workers had dug. Grabbing a few water skins from the pile of items, he removed the stopper from each, pouring out a small amount of the contents. The first appeared to be water, as expected. The second he quickly cast aside, deciding not to ponder what the vile contents could be. The third, however, appeared to be oil. Moving over to the pit, he poured the contents over the bodies. Striking flint, Scion lit one of the torches from the goblin camp and then cast it into the pit. After a short time, the flames were licking eagerly at the naked green forms. Giving one last order, Richter said, "Once the bodies are consumed, fill the pit with dirt again. I don't want to be reminded of these creatures." "Is there anything else I can do, my lord?" "Don't hesitate to advise me if you have something useful to say. Do your best to take care of the village and me. I want to be made aware of any major decisions, but in my absence, do your best to protect and grow the village." "It will be done, my lord," answered Futon's deadpan voice. Richter and Scion began their trip back to the hearth tree. Chapter 12. The journey back to the home of the sprites was without incident. After several days of moving through the forest, they were greeted by the sight of the golden grasses of the glade. The hearth tree loomed in front of them. As before, the hearth mother seemed to know they were approaching and waited for him at the edge of the grass. She smiled at him with a look of contentment and peace. Richter smiled back and nodded his head slightly. "I have finished my quests. We traced the sickened animals to a goblin camp. There was a hobgoblin necromancer who was responsible. It gave the mage control over them somehow. I do not know how, but the important thing is that it's dead. The danger has passed. I greatly appreciate all of your effort and for bringing our warrior home safely. In addition to your reward, I will give you a word of caution. Though those creatures were evil, it does not make them things. Robbing other creatures of their identity or gender may ultimately rob you of your goodness. You have received 1,000 experience for Cleanse the Forest 1. You have received 3,000 experience for Cleanse the Forest 2. You have received 6,000 experience for Cleanse the Forest 3. Tring! You have reached level 5. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies. Honor your allies. Live. Tring! You have reached level 6. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies. Honor your allies. Live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned for you. Your relationship has improved with wood sprites from neutral to friendly. We have made these while you were gone. I hope that they serve you well. 2 sprites came forward, one holding a bow, the other holding a helmet and gloves. The bow was a beautiful chestnut recurve. The handle looked like deer hide. The ends of the bow curved back forward. Delicate carvings of leaves extended up both ends of the bow. The gloves were the same pliable, yet tough, green material of the armor he already had. Silently, Richter reached out and took the weapon and armor. You have received Sprightly Helm, Defense +5, Weight 2.1 kilograms, Durability 30/30, Item Class Uncommon, Quality Above Average, Type Light Armor, Vision increased by 25%. You have received Gauntlets of the Wood Sprite, Defense +4, Weight 1.3 kilograms, Durability 25/25, Item Class Uncommon, Quality Above Average, Type Light Armor, Ranged accuracy increased by 25%. Congratulations, you have obtained an entire set of matched armor, sprite armor. Defense given by each piece increased by 25%. Special bonus, 50% less noise made while moving through forests. You have received Recurve Bow of the Wood Sprite. Damage 14 to 19. Durability 35/35. Item class Rare. Quality Superb. Weight 3.8 kilograms. Traits +8 dexterity, +5% accuracy. Provides the subskill Focus. Congratulations, you have learned the subskill Focus. By expending stamina, you can zoom in on your target, making shots easier. This is a subskill of archery. Taking a firm grip upon the bow, he sighted upon a branch at the edge of a clearing. He invoked his new skill, and the branch zoomed into his view. By a guess, it was 2 times the original view. As he held the increased view, he was aware of his stamina bar decreasing. At its current rate, he would completely exhaust his stamina in about 30 seconds. As the bar got closer to empty, he felt the dizziness and exhaustion that he had felt at the end of the fight with the Goblin Chief. Releasing focus, the bar began to replenish slowly. After a few moments, the feeling of disorientation began to abate. A wonderful new skill, but possibly dangerous if overused in the heat of battle. Bowing his head, Richter said, "These are gifts beyond measure. How can I repay you? You have aided the forest. This is the purpose of our clan, to serve its will and interests. Now speak no more of it," she said with a soft smile. "There is something else we need to discuss. You may have noticed our hearth tree is larger than the surrounding forest." Smiling wryly, Richter said, "Yeah, it's a little hard to miss." The tree was the size of a small high-rise. "I am the master of this place of power," Hisako said, "and as such, I can recognize other masters. Our powers are of life, earth, and light." Holding up her left wrist, a small circle appeared. While Richter's was silver and filled with mist that slowly swirled, the Hearth Mother's was deep green with the figure of a tree. The branches seemed to wave in an unseen wind, the leaves gently shifting. Somehow feeling it was the right thing to do, he held up his left wrist, and his mark appeared as well. "Thank you for showing me trust," she said with a smile. "Your mark will be hidden from most, but any master of a place of power will be able to identify you if they get close enough. There is a glow in the center of the eyes. You can see mine if you look. Be careful of this. Being a master means that you have access to power. Power that others will take if they can. You are now a player in the great game, but you are a target as well. Invest in the growth of both your village and your own power. Create a meaningful community and be careful who and what you allow in. The decisions of today can bear fruit centuries in the future." Smiling at her motherly tone, he thanked her for her advice. "I need people for my village, and I need to sell the skins and other treasure that I have found. I plan on traveling into the Kingdom of Eves. Hopefully there I can find a buyer for my goods, and settlers who are willing to come with me for a fresh start." That is the closest human kingdom, and you can find almost anything there. Tread lightly when you go. I do not know what humans are like in your world, but here, while they can be generous and kind, they are often petty, greedy, and cruel. I would not easily tell anyone that you are a master, or where your village is located exactly. And as I said, masters can recognize each other. You should stay away from the palace or other halls of influence. "Is every settlement built on a place of power?" Richter asked. "No, but most settlements that have grown to prominence did so because of the strength of their powers. I have not been into the human lands for more than a century. The capital city of Eves is called Law. It is built upon a confluence of fire, water, earth, and air. Most places of power that are taken over by human settlements have a balance of their forces. It may be because they have an equal likelihood to serve good or evil." So be careful. Everywhere I go is dangerous, and I'm now a cosmic target. That's basically it, right? Richter asked. The Hearth Mother walked closer and motioned for Richter to kneel down. He went on a knee and looked her in the eye. That was when she slapped him in the side of his head. He really needed to start being careful of letting small beings within striking distance. Don't complain. It could always be worse, and nobody likes a crybaby, Hisako said. Sion chuckled behind him and said under his breath, "Rookie." Flaring his nostrils, Richter exhaled a deep breath, then gave a chuckle himself. "Yes, ma'am." Standing back up, he turned to Sion. "Well, my friend, I will miss your company." The sprite smiled at him. "No, you won't. I'm coming with you." With a half smile on his face, Richter asked, "Are you sure?" In a sweeping gesture that started at his head and moved down towards his feet, Sion replied, "A big guy like me belongs in the big city," and the grin on his face grew wider. Hisako nodded in approval. In the past, the people of the Mist Village and wood sprites of the Hearth Tree have been friends, even allies. I hope that we can be again. Richter replied, "I hope so too. I was concerned that you might not welcome me as a friend anymore. My village is on a ley line of dark magic. It is true that many evil creatures are drawn to dark or death magic, but that does not make those powers inherently evil. Night is just as natural as day, and death will always be a part of life. Your actions will determine the character of your village, and you have earned my trust," Hisako said. "Now, is there anything else we can do to aid your journey?" Humbled by her faith in him, he smiled. "I could use a way to transport goods to and from the city. We can help with this, though it will take the rest of the day. Is there anything else?" she asked again. Sion stepped forward. "We have found an artifact of evil, Mother. I was hoping that you knew how to destroy it." Richter unwrapped the staff, showing it to Hisako. For the first time, Richter saw a look of true anger on her face. "Drop that thing," she commanded. Richter quickly complied, releasing it to tumble out of its wrappings. It fell, but did not strike the ground. The golden grasses wrapped around the staff. The grass wound so tight that Richter could hear squeaking from the pressure. Some of the gold color leached from the grasses as they tried to crush the black wood. Brighter flashes of red color could be seen coming from the staff, almost as if it tried to free itself from the golden vice. A look of serious concentration was on Hisako's face. With a tightening of her jaw, she glared at the staff, and then there was a loud, rumbling sound. A small tear opened in the ground, widening to 5 feet long and 1 foot wide. The grass bent, lowering the staff into the ground as the red pulses came faster and faster. The rent in the earth closed over the staff, and all was quiet for a moment, before a boom came from beneath them, more felt than heard. Richter looked over the seemingly benign sea of golden grass that he now knew was a deadly prehensile defense. Hisako exhaled a breath of relief. "You have completed the quest. Destroy evil's weapon. A royal pixie chrysalis was recovered. This may have long-reaching consequences in the future. Reward 1,000 XP. "It is done," she said. "That was a greater evil than you know. I can see why you instinctively felt it needed to be destroyed, my son. It was not just a tool of evil. It was a corruption of good. At the core of the staff was a royal pixie chrysalis." Sion inhaled in shock. "Can it be true? Can you save it?" "I don't understand. What's happening?" asked Richter. "Sion may have told you that goblins were our racial enemies. As such, neither of our two races can normally abide the other, and aggressive qualities are increased on both sides. That is partly because goblins are usually of a negative alignment, and wood sprites are normally of positive alignment. Pixies are the opposite side of that trait. They are our natural allies and bring a completion to our magic. It is said that every sprite born has half of a destiny, and each pixie born has the other half. Long ago, even before I was born, there was a sickness that only affected pixies. Despite the combined efforts of the races of good, pixies were erased from the surface of the land. Finding this chrysalis is like finding the other half of our soul. Will you please relinquish the pixie into our care? We can channel our life magic into it and hopefully revive at least one of the species." She looked at him with a pleading gaze. Yeah," Richter said, taken aback by the depth of emotion in Hisako's voice. He then immediately felt like a moron for not giving a better answer than, yeah, in such a pivotal moment. "Your relationship has improved with wood sprites from friendly to trusted. The relationship of the Mist Village has improved with wood sprites from friendly to trusted." Hisako's face shone like the sun. Her anger at seeing the staff had been replaced by pure joy. "Thank you for this precious gift. Rest with us, then start on your journey in the morning." Their rations had run out the night before, and so Richter welcomed a good meal. The Hearth Mother turned and walked through the golden grass. As Richter, Scion, and other sprites followed her, he thought hopeful thoughts for the morrow. Chapter 13. The sky began to lighten with colors of peach and amber. Scion and Richter once again stood at the boundaries of the meadow containing the hearth tree. "Once you return to your village, make your way due west. After several weeks of travel, you should reach the boundary of the forest. There, you will find a road. The other travelers you meet can direct you to the City of Law. Be careful. There are many dangers in the forest. We are on the northern side, and there shouldn't be any organized tribes between here and Eves, but sometimes the southern tribes send hunting parties up. They are not as kind as we are." Turning to Scion, Hisako placed a cupped hand to his face. "Come back to us safely, my son." Closing his eyes, he bowed his head. "Yes, mother." Led by two sprites, a pair of ponies with saddlebags were brought to them. Checking the bags, they were filled with foodstuffs and other useful tools, including more sprite arrows of nature. It was a welcome sight because they had only been able to recover a few after the fight with the goblins. Thanking Hisako a final time, they mounted the ponies and moved off into the forest. Riding in silence for the first 10 minutes, Richter then looked to Scion, asking, "So, you're a prince, huh?" "I don't want to talk about it," Scion replied curtly, without turning his head. Chuckling under his breath, Richter replied, "Whatever you say, Your Highness," and rode on next to his friend. It took 3 days to get back to village. Each night they scouted for herbs, and Scion began to teach him the rudiments of potion making. The tools that Scion used were too small to be of practical use for Richter, but he did still obtain the alchemy skill by assisting Scion. Unfortunately, knowledge was not enough to increase his skill level though, as he did not advance further than level 1, with 0% towards the next level. The piece of the ride also let him focus upon an area he had been ignoring: his point allocation. He did not want everything randomly allocated, and it had been almost a week since he had reached level 4. Based upon the battles he had fought so far, he would not last long in a stand-up fight. Each kill he had made had been greatly aided by either surprise or poison already weakening his enemies. The large damage that just the edge of the bear's strike had caused worried him. It was clear he needed more health. At the same time, though, the power of both his imbue arrow and focus skills meant his stamina and mana also needed to be higher. It served his playing style better to be well-rounded anyway. He examined each characteristic carefully. Strength improves damage with melee weapons or thrown weapons. Each point increases carrying capacity by 10 kilograms. Affects anything that requires brawn, that is, climbing, wrestling, and intimidation. Other unknown effects to be discovered. Agility improves accuracy with ranged or thrown weapons. Determines movement speed. Determines dodge. Determines balance. Affects ability to move without being detected. Other unknown effects to be discovered. Dexterity determines attack speed. Improves damage with ranged weapons. Improves reflexes. Improves accuracy of melee weapons. Other unknown effects to be discovered. Constitution determines health. Each point increases health by 10 points. Affects resistance to poison, illness, extreme temperature, etc. Affects stamina regeneration. Other unknown effects to be discovered. Endurance determines stamina. Each point increases stamina by 10 points. Affects ability to perform physical exertions at peak efficiency. Other unknown effects to be discovered. Intelligence determines mana. Each point increases mana by 10 points. Affects resistance to mental attacks. Affects effectiveness of certain skills. Reasoning improved. Other unknown effects to be discovered. Wisdom determines mana regeneration. Affects magical resistance. Determines perception. Other unknown effects to be discovered. Charisma determines the likelihood others will like you or want to interact with you. A higher score may open certain quests that would otherwise be locked. Other unknown effects to be discovered. Luck. It will affect you in a million different ways, or not. But as the man said, I'd rather be lucky than dead. Each description was helpful save the last. Of course, every game he had ever played had a crappy description for luck. He had 24 points to invest. He could definitely see the bonus from being a chaos seed coming in handy. He would theoretically be 50% more powerful than other humans at an analogous level. He decided to invest half of his points equally into constitution, endurance, and intelligence, raising health, mana, and stamina by 40 points each. As his character seemed based on range attacks and speed, at least for now, he decided to forego strength. Agility had already been increased. Though it pained him to put points in a soft area like charisma, it was clear he could not look at his current situation as if he was playing a simple RPG. This was his life now. His upcoming interaction with a whole city meant that interpersonal interactions were going to be important. Also, the advice of the Hearth Mother to make a community was something he took seriously. The comedy of having a 4-foot-tall older woman dictating his life wasn't anything new. His own mother was 5 feet of feisty fury. Hating every moment of the decision, he invested 6 points in charisma. Choosing yes on the final "Are you sure?" prompt, he felt like he had just sacrificed 6 children. He also invested 4 points in luck because, hey, what self-respecting Southerner couldn't win a hand of Texas Hold'em? At that thought, he made a mental note to invent Texas Hold'em. He was sure he could make a fortune cleaning out the medieval rubes that seemed to live around here. He put his final 2 points in dexterity to get a bit more attack damage out of his archery. In addition to the points from his leveling, his exertions during his quest to cleanse the forest had given him +2 endurance, +1 strength, +3 dexterity. Looking at his character, he decided that despite his low level, he liked how he was rounding out. Name: Richter. Age: 24. Level: 6, 15%. Health: 140. Mana: 140. Stamina: 160. Strength: 11. Agility: 17. Dexterity: 26. Constitution: 14. Endurance: 16. Intelligence: 14. Wisdom: 10. Charisma: 16. Luck: 14. Abilities: limitless. Gift of tongues. Skills: herb lore. Level 2. 81% to next level. 100% affinity. Alchemy. Level 1. 0% to next level. 100% affinity. Analyze. Level 1. 5% to next level. 100% affinity. Stealth. Level 3. 44% to next level. 100% affinity. Archery. Level 4. 23% to next level. 100% affinity. Imbue arrow. Level 1. 43% to next level. 100% affinity. Focus. Level 1. 0% to next level. 100% affinity. Swordsmanship. Level 1. 28% to next level. 100% affinity. Small blades. Level 1. 0% to next level. 100% affinity. Light armor. Level 2. 21% to next level, 100% affinity. Marks, Master of Mist Village. Resistances, mental, 15%. Spiritual, 15%. Race, human, chaos seed. Reputation, level 1. Who are you again? Alignment, neutral. Language, all. The last thing he had to decide was where to put the proficiencies. He had a total of 100% to increase any skill in groupings of 25%. His strongest asset was now Imbue Arrow, making it an easy decision. He placed all 100% into the skill and was shown the prompt. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 2 in Imbue Arrow. Plus 5% damage, plus 5% speed of mana flow. One curious thing was that both his focus and Imbue Arrow skills was offset on his status page. He had seen the same thing when examining Scion's status. Now that he was thinking about it, Richter remembered that both had been called sub-skills. Asking the sprite about it, the explanation was fairly simple. Sub-skills were dependent on another main skill. As such, increasing the sub-skill would increase the main skill slightly, but the sub-skill could never be of a higher level than the main skill. Richter nodded in understanding, and they rode on. Midday on the third day after leaving the Hearth Tree, they arrived back at the Mist Village. The trip was much faster now that they knew exactly where they were going. As they came upon the ruins he was now the master of, Richter chuckled silently, thinking, could my life be any more manga? He was pleasantly surprised, however, upon his first sight of the village. A trench lined the outside of the ruined wall, 6 feet wide and 6 feet deep. The dirt from the trench had been lined up and packed on top of the stone remnants, creating a 4-foot earthen wall. Hard-packed dirt led across the trench in one area, leading to a break in the crumpled wall. Outside the trench, there were stacks of chopped-down trees with the branches cut off and piled to the side. 3 piles of stone were also present, delineated by size, presumably the loose rocks from inside the wall. All of the bodies had of course been removed, but even the stone had been scrubbed clean of some of the black bloodstains. Only a trace of the previous foul odor remained. What was before him now was a plateau of grass pockmarked with freshly turned earth where the trees had been cut down and then the stumps removed. True to his instruction, Futon appeared several feet away and glided to a stop in front of him. "Welcome back, my lord." Richter smiled. "You've done well, Futon. How is our village?" "We have had some exciting developments in the last week, my lord," the remnant said. The content of his message contrasted sharply with his emotionless tone. "Though we cannot erect external buildings, as I stated, we have collected raw resources, as you can see. I have also explored the floor where you claimed mastery of the village. I have found several useful rooms. If you will come with me, sir." Futon began gliding away at the speed of a normal walk. Climbing the hill to the cave entrance, Richter and Scion followed it inside. Gray lights cast a gentle glow over the tunnel. Periodically, placed along the top of the hallway, globes of slowing mist could be seen. "Where did these come from?" Richter asked. "They are one of the improvements open to you, my lord. The mana requirement for the mist lights is negligible. Once cast, they last for a year at a time, so I took the liberty." The tunnel opened into the chamber of their grand fight. The ceiling arched above their heads, this time illuminated by mist globes clearly showing vaulted ceilings. The blood had been cleaned from the floors, along with much of the grime. A massive mosaic could now be seen in the floor, consisting of 4 separate spirals that met in the middle. Each spiral was a different color. One spiral was gold, and the opposing spiral black. The other 2 were blue and clear, respectively. The center of the mosaic was a dark gray diamond. Opposite from where they entered the room, a staircase could be seen leading downward. The other entrances were also well lit. On this floor is a meeting hall, larder, storage room, armory, barracks, and treasury, and several other empty rooms. The stairway leads to the first floor of the catacombs. Richter had been walking around the mosaic, examining it. He nodded along as Futon spoke, but looked up sharply at the last. Treasury, did you say? Realizing he had not asked aloud, most likely because his mouth had started watering, he tried again. Treasury, did you say? Yes, my lord. I was going to show you that. Let's go now, Richter said, cutting the remnant off. The remnant changed direction, gliding to a hallway on the left. At the end of the hallway was a solid door. It appeared to be made of a steel with dusky black swirls set in the metal with a clear circle of glass set at head height. What is it made of? This is Titan steel, not harder and heavier than mithril. Well, open it, Futon. I cannot, my lord. You said you had exciting news. Yes, my lord. The news is that I had found the treasury. Richter glared at the floating gray orb. The orb just floated, impervious to his stare. It would be a lot more exciting if you could open the door. That is why I was going to leave this door until the tour, Futon said. Fighting the urge to create a neck for the orb so he could strangle it, Richter said, Are you telling me that I have a treasury but I can't get into it? No, my lord. Richter glared at the orb again, waiting for it to say more. He stared at it until he realized the futility of having a staring contest with an eyeless orb. Meanwhile, Scion had fallen to the floor, rolling on his back laughing. Transferring his stare to the sprite, it seemed to have about as much effect as it had on the orb. Then how do I get in? His voice was nearly a shout. Oh, simply hold your mark in front of the clear circle on the door, my lord. Why didn't you tell me at first? I was going to cover it during the tour, my lord. One eye starting to twitch, Richter said, If I ever find out that you're messing with me, I will find a way to turn you pink. Of course, my lord, the remnant replied in his almost deadpan voice. Walking up to the door, Richter raised his left arm and held his mark up to the glass circle. A soft voice spoke inside of his mind. Do you wish the door to open, master? Yes. As you wish. A sound came from behind the door, like the withdrawing of bolts. It then swung open, and Richter was greeted by the sight of an octagonal room with shelves lining the walls. Empty shelves. Sighing heavily, he swallowed the greedy lump in his throat and moved into the room. As he stepped in, he realized that the shelves were not completely empty. 3 small items were carefully positioned against the right side of the room, near the door. He hadn't been able to see them until he was inside the room. Moving to the first item, he opened it, and a mix of copper, silver, and gold coins greeted his gaze. Even though the chest was only the size of a loaf of bread, there were hundreds of coins inside. There had to be dozens of gold coins present, which were worth $100 each by themselves. Doing a little internal jig, he moved to the second chest. It held a scattering of gems, which might be worth more than even the coins. Yup, his mouth was definitely watering now. Almost unable to tear his eyes from the second chest, he moved on. The third item was a book. Picking it up, he attempted to read it, but the words swam in his vision. Examining the prompt associated with it, you have found magic book. Groaning in frustration, Richter said, Futon, identify this. The orb flared, and Richter looked again. You have found Book of Charm. You can convince an enemy that they are your friend. In battle, they will fight for you. Casting this upon a creature lowers their regard for you after the spell wears off. Requirements: Intelligence 16, Charisma 18. Definitely a useful spell. Plenty of melee battles in games that Richter had played had been won by taking control of enemy units and making them fight each other. Turn your enemy's strengths against them. He was pretty sure he had heard that in a Tarantino movie. It was a shame that he hadn't met the requirement level yet. It was certainly a priority, though. It also showed that charisma was more versatile than he initially thought. Despite the somewhat threadbare status of the treasury, this was certainly a start. Putting the book in his pack, he then picked up both chests, carrying them under his arms. Leaving the treasury, he walked back to the center of the chamber. As he walked away from the octagonal room, he heard the door closing with a solid boom and the lock snapping back into place. Laying both chests down in the central chamber, Richter asked Futen, "What else should I know?" "The armory is this way, my lord." Following the orb, Richter and Scion made their way into another hallway. Again, he was greeted by a door, though this door was only wood banded with iron. It also possessed a clear circle at head height. Raising his wrist, he thought, "Open." No voice chimed inside of his head this time. His intent was apparently clear. Moving into the room, lines of swords, axes, and bows sat under massive amounts of cobwebs. Definitely the armory that time had forgotten. He closed the door and walked back. "I am sure there are many things to explore, but is there anything crucial that I need to know?" "I have followed your instructions, my lord, and have had the workers gathering raw materials and working on basic physical defenses. I would advise caution, however, considering that you have not instituted any of the magical defenses." Richter looked blankly at the orb, wanting clarification, until realizing that yet again, an eyeless orb might not be so good at picking up facial expressions. "What defenses?" he asked. "You have access to the village interface, my lord. You simply need to focus upon the options which are available." Richter selected the icon for his village. A sprawling list of pull-down menus filled Richter's vision. Realizing how long this might take, he closed the menu in a fit of annoyance. "Can I get a chair?" A short time later, both he and Scion were settled into the barracks. Really just a line of stone bed in a long room. There were no creature comforts, but it would serve. The ponies were tacked outside, where they could graze. Scion settled down for the night, while Richter laid back and browsed through the interface. He first looked into defenses. It simply showed the status of current defenses. Next he checked enchantments. This showed a host of options. Most were grayed out, but two at the top were available: Concealing Mist and Confusing Mist. Concealing Mist cost 400 mana, upkeep 200 mana per day. Generates a thick mist field at the borders of the village which extends to the boundaries of your domain. You may grant immunity to this effect to those of your choosing. Attacking or taking hostile action against a creature will negate the effects for a short period. Confusing Mist cost 800 mana, upkeep 400 mana per day. Generates a thick mist field which extends to the boundaries of your domain. Causes disorientation that will lead affected creatures in random directions. You may grant immunity to this effect to beings of your choosing. Attacking or taking hostile action against a creature will negate the effects for a short period. The enchantments were passive, but he could easily see the power of them. "What does it mean by the boundaries of the domain, Futen?" Richter asked. "You are master of more than just the village, my lord. Your power also extends 10 miles in all directions. The boundaries will extend as you increase the village level." "You have mentioned increasing the village level several times. Just how do we do it?" "There are multiple requirements, my lord. You can see them on your interface." Letting his eyes unfocus again, he began searching. Ultimately, he found the tab, Settlement Level. Level 1, Total Mana, 1000. Mana regenerates at total mana divided by 24 per hour. Boundary of surrounding lands, 10 miles from Great Seal. Requirements for level up: increase population to at least 100. Build 10 freestanding buildings. Master 3 levels of the catacombs. Finish 4 quests of the Mist Village. "Where do I get quests from?" "I am tied to this place of power, my lord," Futen said. "As such, I can read the needs of this land. There is one quest that is available now. As time goes on, I will tell you of other needs of the village. You may also find information on quests in your master's interface." "You have been offered a quest. Unlock your power one. Your village will increase your power, but you must care for it in turn. Currently, there is a local dungeon that needs to be cleared out. Reward: unlock one of the powers. Yes or no?" As if there was any question. If Richter was right, this quest would increase his magic immensely. Choosing yes, he looked at Futen. Any idea how I can find it? I can move freely within the boundaries of the village. I will guide you. How about it? He asked Sion. Ready to kick some monster butt? That's what I do, his friend answered with a grin. In the morning, then, Richter responded with a grin of his own. Chapter 14. Awakening early, Richter told Futen not to summon the workers today. This was somewhat of a sacrifice, though a short-lived one. Futen had continued his report until Richter had fallen asleep. One of the items was that an iron mine had been found. Richter agreed with Futen's assessment that defenses should be put in place to protect the village, however. Summoning the workers could wait until an enchantment was cast. They walked outside and stood near the earthwork wall. Richter opened his interface. Prior to casting the spell, however, a thought occurred to him. The purpose of the Concealing Mist and Confusing Mist spells are to hide the village. If there is a well-defined border of magical mist, though, won't people be able to figure out the location of the village by just mapping the boundaries? The mist slowly builds along the boundaries of our territory, my lord. Have you ever been able to mark exactly when and where mist starts? I assure you the enchantment is quite effective, but it is not foolproof. Also, to map the boundaries of the mist would mean walking for about 100 miles. It is a possibility that a master mage or someone with a strong item could dispel the enchantment, at least temporarily, or a being with high magical resistance might be able to ignore its effects. So while I advise that you not put all of your faith in the enchantment, my lord, I assure you that it is very useful, Futen replied. Nodding assent, Richter activated the interface, bringing up the enchantments available. He had thought about it last night and decided the longer his village remained secret, the better. Even though using 400 mana was a steep upkeep, it was worth it. It was also worth noting that the village mana regenerated. At a rate of the total mana divided by the hours in the day, 1,000 divided by 24, the 400 would be replenished after 10 hours. Also, he didn't really have another use for the mana right now. He selected Confusing Mist and activated it. Richter felt a pressure build within his body, feeling like he was being filled with cool, wet wind. It reminded him of standing on the boardwalk, watching a storm roll in from the ocean. The feeling built until it seemed to press against the thin boundaries of his skin. All of a sudden, a roiling sea of gray mist exploded from his body in all directions. It flowed and flowed, building in speed, obscuring all sight. As suddenly as it started, the flow from his body stopped. The mist continued to roll back until it reached the edges of the village. There it hung like a gray curtain, making any visualization beyond 5 to 10 feet from the edge near impossible. What happened to my immunity to the mist? Richter thought. What good is this spell if I blind myself too? Just as he was thinking that the spell might be... Looking back, the sprite once again seemed to be scanning his surroundings. Richter walked towards him and became visible once he was within a few feet. What happened? I was following you. First you became indistinct, and then I could not see you at all. I would have sworn that to find you, I would have gone well to the right of the direction that you just came back from. Did you move to the side after I lost you? No, Richter replied. I came straight back. This new enchantment is more powerful than I thought. Wait a moment. Opening the village interface, he worked through the options until reaching Confusing Mist. Focusing upon the tab, he found the section for immunity. Thinking of Sion, his name appeared under the drop-down list. Glancing at his companion, Richter saw the sprite's eyes widen. With this magic, none will be able to stand against us. We will see them from a distance, while they will constantly be confused and separated, Sion exclaimed. Richter nodded happily. They both followed Futen deeper into the forest. They walked along the base of the mountain that the village was nestled against for half a day. Their pace was slow in light of the thick undergrowth of the untouched forest. The rocky prominence lowered in elevation until it turned into a series of wooded hills. They noticed a fair amount of wildlife as they made their way forward, But despite the mist concealing them from sight, many bounded away as soon as they came in sight. Futin, why does it seem like the animals can see us? Richter asked. Spells like Confusing Mist target a specific level of consciousness. Much like your charm spell, the Concealing Mist will work on humanoids, but not lesser thought forms such as in animals, or vastly different thought patterns as with certain monsters. Higher beings would also probably be immune. Definitely good to know, Richter thought. He wasn't as safe as he had thought he was. How much further? They were just cresting a small hill. At the trough between the hill they were on and the next were two large slabs of stone leaning against one another. The dark entrance of a cave could be seen between them, leading into the interior of the hill. Of greater importance were the two skeletons aiming arrows in his direction, though. Immediately dropping to the ground, both arrows flew well over his head, and neither seemed particularly well aimed. Raising his head, he saw each skeleton had knocked another arrow, and was scanning the hill he and Scion were lying upon. Thankfully, the mist seemed to be concealing their position. It was only his talking that had given away their general position. They backed down from the top of the hill until the cave entrance was once. He backed the hill to Scion. There are only two, he whispered. The mist will hide us unless we get too close. Let's make our way up and use imbued arrows to destroy them. You take the one on the left, I'll take the one on the right. They crawled up to the top of the hill and knocked arrows. Building power around his arrow, it began to glow golden, while Scion's glowed blue. As the glow intensified, however, the skeletons oriented on them and began to prepare arrows of their own. Knowing they were out of time, he released his arrow, Scion streaking away right after. Richter's arrow struck the skeleton's shoulder. It spun away to collapse against the hill. Scion's arrow struck his skeleton's center mass, causing it to be knocked down. The skeleton Richter had struck was back on its feet in an instant, minus its right arm. The first shot had knocked the entire appendage free. It had drawn a sword from a scabbard at its waist and was running towards him. He took quick aim and shot again. In his hurry, he lacked the focus to properly imbue the arrow. The normal arrow only caused the skeleton to miss a step before it started charging up the hill again. A second imbued arrow from Scion. What he saw was the wonderful sight of Scion's imbued arrow striking a critical blow to the skeleton's head. The skull was not only removed, but it shattered the facial bones as well. The bones of the body collapsed into a pile. The second skeleton was back on its feet and was unsteadily moving towards them with its sword in hand. Drawing his short sword, Richter feinted, causing it to slash at him, but he had already bent down to strike it in the knee. The skeleton's blow missed entirely, but Richter's did not. Its already weakened magical bonds could not withstand Richter's strike, and its lower leg flew off, causing it to fall on its face again. One more strike to the back of its neck caused its head to fly off and ended the fight. Both he and Scion stood with arrows drawn and pointed at the cave, waiting to see if the noise of the fight brought more enemies out, but none came. Richter eased the draw on his bow and examined the opening. You have found Seasoned Cave. Futin, Richter said. Yes, my lord. A disembodied voice answered from somewhere in front of him. Stay invisible. Scout ahead into the cave. Let us know what you find. As you wish. The two of them waited for a few minutes. As they did, they gathered the weapons of the skeletons they had destroyed, as well as whatever arrows could be salvaged. The skeleton's gear was all common and poor quality, but there might be a use for it later. Not needing to sit long, the remnant appeared back in front of them. There are two caverns inside the cave, one after another. There are 3 skeletons with blades in the first cavern. A short tunnel connects the two. In the second chamber, there are 5 more skeletons. There is a stairway leading down at the back of the chamber, but that is as far as I could go. Why couldn't you go further? Was there a barrier you couldn't pass? I am bound to the village. It is only because you have absorbed the heart crystal that I can go so far afield. Normally, I cannot move more than half a mile from the village borders. Now that we are past that point, I cannot be more than 100 yards from you. Knowing that there were 8 enemies within 100 yards, It seemed clear that there would be close-quarter fighting. "Futen, can you make your light brighter, bright enough to see by in a dark cave?" "Yes, master, but away from the village, I will not be able to maintain a bright light for more than several minutes without rest." "Does the mist go into the cave? Can we rely on its concealment?" Sion asked. "No, the mist stops at the cave mouth." "Okay then," Richter replied. "Become invisible and go to the top of the first cavern. Wait 5 seconds, then flare brightly." Looking at Sion, he asked, "Have your mana and stamina recovered?" At his companion's nod, Richter explained the plan. "We strike immediately after Futen flares the light. Hopefully, it will distract them. Take the one in the middle. I will hit the one on the right. Keep firing as quickly as you can to keep distance between us and them. Now go, Futen!" Placing an arrow to the string, he focused on his aura. It surrounded the arrow almost instantly, and he began to pour his mana into it. He allowed the mana to flow for 3 seconds, reasoning that the deeper they got into the dungeon, the stronger the opponents would be. He began to see streaks of black flow over the gold aura and moved into the cave mouth, Sion to his right. Just before entering, a white-gray light flared. They stepped inside and both immediately took aim. As hoped, the blast of light had taken the attention of the skeletons for key seconds. Triggering his focus skill, the skeleton he was targeting seemed to jump towards him. Easily focusing on its chest, he released. The golden streak with a black tinge hit the skeleton's chest, knocking it back to the cave wall. The charged arrow made a deafening boom in the confined space, causing a ringing in his ears. Sion's arrow blasted into the skeleton in the middle, which was holding a greatsword, making an even greater explosive clap. The undamaged skeleton immediately started running at them with a sword in one hand and a buckler in the other. It moved with the same uncanny speed of the skeletons outside. It just seemed wrong that something dead could move so quickly. Despite that, Sion's dexterity gave him excellent combat speed. He was able to strike the skeleton 2 more times before it could cross the 60 yards to the cave entrance. The first hit its buckler and was deflected up above the bony head, but it served a purpose by knocking the buckler out of the way. Sion's second shot exploded into the skeleton's pelvis, separating its top and bottom half. Richter had imbued another arrow with magical force and attacked his initial opponent again, but missed as the skeleton dodged to the side. The failed shot was not a small thing. He had already lost more than half of his mana. He quickly drew his short sword and braced to meet the bony bastard. Its cutlass swung in a vicious arc, intending to decapitate him. He blocked the blow with his short sword, but it then swung a bony fist at his face, which connected. He reeled back from the hit, pain exploding in his jaw, and his health decreasing by a further 8%. Stars occupied his vision, and not knowing where the next strike would come from, Richter let his legs fold and he rolled onto his back, then pushing up with his arms to land on all fours. The skeleton was closing again, but was struck by Sion's blue arrow, knocking it back. The sprite immediately struck the skeleton with another imbued arrow. The speed of his attacks were impressive, but despite high dexterity, Sion still needed time to put any real power into his imbue arrow skill. Richter threw himself back into the battle, a backhand swing striking the neck of the skeleton which had struck him. The combination of blows was enough to make it collapse into component parts. He heard, "Duck!" and dropped to the floor. The middle skeleton had rejoined the fight and swung horizontally with its iron greatsword. The attack missed, but it used the momentum of its swing to bring the blade above its head, intending to strike down and cleave him in two. Again, his agility saved him as he rolled to the side. The force of the missed strike made vibrations in the cave floor that he could feel. The skeleton was overbalanced by its failed attack. Richter swung his sword at the back of its left knee. On his back, he couldn't put too much strength into the blow, but it was enough to make his enemy fall forward. Sion's arrow, a brilliant blue of imbued magic, hit its clavicle, tearing away both shoulder and head. As with the previous skeletons, removal of the skull broke whatever magic was animating it. The bones fell apart. A motion attracted Richter's attention. The first of the skeletons from the second chamber came running into the battle. Sounds from the tunnel clearly indicated others were close behind. "Run!" Richter shouted. He jumped back onto his feet and followed his own advice. The half-skeleton Scion had hit early in the fight raised itself up on one arm, its sword cocked to swipe at him. Scion shot it in the back before turning to run. It collapsed like its three friends, and Richter ran past. Once out of the cave, Richter pulled Scion with him to the right, moving 20 feet into the mist before turning and drawing arrows. Neither began to imbue their arrows, however. While Richter was sure they both remembered that the light from their arrows could draw the skeleton's attention, he was equally sure that Scion must have used the greater part of his mana. "Move back," Richter breathed silently. He began to take his first step as the skeletons spilled out of the cave. Two had bows, one a bastard sword, and the fourth a heavy dagger and round shield. The fifth was slightly larger and held an axe. Knowing Scion needed more time to recover his mana, they continued moving back slowly and quietly. A large fallen tree was behind them. Huddling behind it, Richter looked over and focused upon the largest skeleton, invoking Analyze. Skeleton Warrior, level 9. Health 310 over 310. Mana 0 over 0. Stamina 220 over 220. FML, he muttered under his breath. "What does that mean?" Scion quietly asked as they moved back and took shelter behind a fallen tree. "I'll tell you later." "Futen, where are you?" The gray sphere appeared in front of them with its inner light muted. "Can those things hurt you? Can you be hurt?" "I can be destroyed by strong magic, but I am nearly immune to physical attacks, my lord." "Good. This is the plan. Those three skeletons almost kicked our ass. We need the concealment of the mist to destroy these things. So we are going to wait a moment for our mana to regenerate. Then I want you to turn invisible and make a loud noise to draw their attention. We will power our arrows and attack. While that skeleton warrior is almost definitely the biggest damage dealer, those archers are the biggest threat to us out here in the open. So we fire, and fire at them again until they are down. Then we fade back and split up. Once enough time passes, they won't be able to find us in the mist unless we power up. So we hit and move, hit and move. Meanwhile, Futen, you move around and make noise and flare lights to confuse them." "Can you speak in a different voice than the one you always use?" "Than the one you always use," Richter's own voice spoke back to him from the remnant. Pausing for a moment, "Okay, new rule. Never do that again unless I ask. It's super creepy." "Yes, my lord," Futen replied in its normal monotone. At his current mana regeneration rate, he got 1 point back every 10 seconds. He was at about 50% of his mana, so that would take a little over 10 minutes. After the prerequisite time, he looked at Scion. "Are you ready?" His friend nodded and said, "Let's move." They left the shelter of the tree, still seeing the 5 skeletons outside of the cave entrance in a rough half-circle. They stood nearly motionless, heads turning slowly, searching for some indication of the duo's location. Futen phased out of view, and Richter and Scion knocked arrows waiting. A white flash and a voice from the other side of the skeleton's position was their cue. All of the skeletons turned towards the improvised flash bang. A blue and golden glow immediately flared into existence behind them. Both Richter and Scion waited 3 seconds, the glow growing brighter and more intense, and then they released. The skeletal warrior seemed cognizant of the danger behind it before the other monsters. It squatted, bringing its double-headed axe in front of its skull like a shield. It was not, of course, their intended target. A gold and blue blur converged on the chest of one archer, shattering it instantly. The concussive force of 2 close proximity strikes staggered the other skeletons. Scion launched 1 strike and then a second at the remaining archer, taking only the minimal time to power the arrows. His goal was to keep it off balance. Though neither shot landed with crushing force, the skeleton was staggered. It allowed Scion to once again imbue an arrow with extra force and land a blow to its left chest. It was not destroyed outright, but one arm was knocked free. While it wasn't dead, it would certainly no longer be a threat as an archer. The three melee skeletons had already started running towards them. As discussed, Scion took off to the right, while Richter moved to the left. Each ran following the slight curve of their respective hills until the skeletons lost sight of them. It took about a minute, but by making short changes in direction periodically, it became clear when the skeletons lost the trail. They were once again safe in the protection of the mist. Without speaking, the skeletons all seemed to arrive at the conclusion that they should return to guard the cave mouth. They stopped searching and returned to guard the entrance. All was silent. Scion and Richter looked at the unaware monsters, breathing as quietly as possible. They had regrouped and positioned themselves at the top of a hill, looking down on the bony creatures. Another white flare was their cue to resume attack. It flared right in the midst of the skeletons, causing a small amount of pandemonium. A blue arrow struck the skeleton with the shield in the back, dealing extra damage. A golden arrow struck the warrior in the shoulder, but it seemed to simply shrug the blow off. Both lesser skeletons moved after Scion, who fired with his usual alacrity, 1 arrow per second. The barrage staggered each skeleton in turn. He was moving back as he shot. Each skeleton was struck twice, struggling up the hill, before Scion ran off a short distance and then started the onslaught again. The skeletal warrior rushed Richter, axe pulled back, ready to swing. He moved to the left, drawing and beginning to imbue his arrow. But as soon as the glow began, the skeleton warrior moved towards him with intimidating speed. Judging by the information he had seen with Analyze, Richter knew he was no match for his opponent in a stand-up fight. 3 more times he moved off and attempted to attack the warrior, but each time he could not do more than summon his aura before the warrior was almost upon him. He feared moving further away, lest he lose the warrior's interest. It might pursue Scion, whose own battle was not concluded, based upon the blue flares that could be seen over the hill. Looking around, an idea occurred to Richter, though. Futen, draw it up the hill, make a gold flare, and use my voice. A moment later, Richter's own voice could be heard up the hill, and the skeletal warrior followed it, axe swinging. Meanwhile, Richter moved down the hill and began imbuing his arrow. After 1 second, his arrow glowed golden. After 2 seconds, the warrior noticed him and turned to run down the hill. After 3 seconds, black streaks once again shot over the golden aura surrounding the arrow. The warrior ran closer, now only 20 yards away. It was building tremendous speed as it sprinted downhill. After 4 seconds, the black streaks flowed up and down the arrow, and a high-pitched whine grew in Richter's ears. The warrior began its swing, obviously aiming for decapitation, only to trip over the fallen tree that it didn't see until too late. It fell over it, prone, only 12 feet away from Richter. 5 seconds had passed, and black streaks moved over the arrow too fast to see. Richter released and struck the warrior at point-blank range directly in the head. The imbued arrow didn't just impact the warrior, it rendered the skull into pieces. The blow collapsed the skull of the warrior, and the force continued on, destroying its neck, chest, and upper vertebrae. The backlash of the strike drove Richter off of his feet, his head striking a branch and knocking him unconscious. His next sensation was of a very small hand slapping him across the face. This did not bother him very much, but the follow-up backhand across the other cheek just seemed rude and excessive. Linking back to consciousness, he clearly said, Skop Fergen hitting me fucking many me. Quit laying around. Time to get back to work. Taking several slow, deep breaths, Richter finally controlled his own personal spinning universe and sat up. Sion stood beside him. In front of him was the ruined frame of the skeleton warrior. Still dazed, Richter looked around, hoping that the danger had passed, but not yet able to fully muster the ability to care. Sion looked at him with a confused expression. What is FML? Chapter 15. When Richter was finally able to stand, he searched the warrior. The skeletal warrior had been clad in rags. The only thing of value was its axe. You have found Steel Battle Axe. Damage 8 to 10. Max damage 17 to 22. Durability 17/40. Item class Common. Quality Average. Weight 13.7 kilograms. Requirement Strength 19. Richter really missed mobs dropping random loot. Having to search the dead was a pain in the butt compared to simply opening an inventory window. To be fair, though, it wasn't really realistic to find a bottle of fire resistance inside of a bear, or a healing herb from killing an air elemental. They walked back to the cave entrance, both gnawing on healing herbs. The herbs did not have the instant healing of Richter's minor ring of healing. They also didn't heal as much or as fast as the potions they had found. Forest Sage. Eating this will restore 10 points of health over 30 seconds. A benefit of all that hide-and-seek in the mist was a bump in his stealth skill. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 4 in stealth. 2% increase to concealment. They gathered the other weapons and shields from the destroyed skeletons and left them in a pile at the entrance. Like the warrior, these skeletons had nothing of value besides their weapons. A quick scan by Futen found no other enemies in the immediate vicinity. Moving into the cave, they swept up the remaining weapons, placing them with the others. They entered the tunnel connecting the two chambers. Richter took the lead, sword in hand. If Futen had missed some creature, then there would only be a split second to defend himself, not nearly enough time to aim and shoot his bow. Sion followed 2 paces behind, arrow nocked and ready. He moved carefully into the second cavern. As soon as he placed his foot down inside the chamber, the floor at his feet began to glow blue-white. "Move!" Sion shouted. The sprite grabbed the back of Richter's belt and pulled. Unfortunately, Sion lacked the strength to actually move him back, but it did stop him from moving any farther forward. The light flared, and with a zzz, bolts of electricity shot into the air, bouncing off the sides of the hallway. Both he and Sion fell to the ground. You are stunned for the next 3.0 seconds. Richter's body was locked in spasm, pain coursing through him. He saw that whatever had just happened had also removed 35 health. The next 3 seconds felt like an hour. Even after the paralysis wore off, they lay on the ground for a bit. That sucked. I think I will move in front from here on out, Richter. Sion's voice was tight with pain and annoyance. Fine. Futen, what was that? You seem to have stepped upon a lightning ward, my lord. Why didn't you warn us? I was only scanning for enemies, though, in retrospect, it would have been prudent to also look for traps. You think? Richter was almost shouting. Yes, my lord. The remnant paused for a second. I do. Pink would be too good for you, you damn nightlight. I'm going to find a way to make you burnt ochre. Now scan for traps. Yes, my lord. The orb flowed around the room, occasionally hovering in one place. A circle would slowly appear on the floor to the side of its position. Richter noticed that not even the remnant passed directly over the wards. Each ward was 2 feet in diameter and had small runes lining the inner edge of its circumference. In the meantime, both he and Sion ate more healing herbs. Herb lore certainly did come in handy as a skill. If not for finding these herbs in the forest, the only options for accelerated healing would have been his ring or the 2 healing potions they had found. Thankfully, the herbs were sprinkled throughout the forest, and they had been able to pick some each night. Richter had the bright idea of eating 2 at once, hoping for an increase in the healing time ratio. He had found that the herbs would simply restore 20 points over 60 seconds. Well, beggars can't be choosers, he thought. Eating the herbs had the added benefit of slowly improving his herb lore skill. Scion assured him he would get better results from each healing herb as his herb lore improved, and he would also have an easier time finding more potent herbs. In the time that it took for the herbs to do their work, Futin had completed his search of the room and was hovering in front of him again. Richter certainly felt better, even if he was a bit hungry. Scion told him that was a common side effect of the green medicinals. 3 circles, each 2 feet in diameter, were glowing softly scattered throughout the room. These were easily avoided, but the last was 3 feet in diameter and had a second line of runes inside of the first. It also completely covered the entrance to a set of stairs leading down. Okay, so how do we get past it? Richter asked. Should we jump over? Could you make that jump? The last was directed at Scion. Scion looked back at him. It's a magical seal of power. It's meant as a barrier and a trap. Yeah, I have picked up on that, Richter replied. Yes, well, Scion said slowly. It wouldn't be very good as either a barrier or a trap if it could be defeated by, pausing slightly, skipping. Feeling like a moron, Richter just gave a short nod. He really didn't know what he had done to deserve a companion who was basically a dickish Kebler elf. Futin, what can you do about those wards? These are lightning wards, my lord. Lightning is the province of air magic. I should be able to unravel the ward and allow the energy to dissipate. Also, you might be able to set off the ward from a distance with a sufficiently strong magical strike. Are you saying that I can learn lightning magic? Yes, my lord. As you know, you can learn and master life, dark, air, and water magic thanks to the place of power. Each power has certain requirements that must be met, but it is possible. Richter had noticed a magic tab on his interface, but as they were all grayed out, he had not paid it much attention. He could see now that there were a list of lightning spells below the air spells. The weakest lightning spell required skill level 10 in air magic. Why didn't the skeletons set off the ward when they crossed it? Scion asked. The wards are cast to attack only the enemies of those determined by the caster, Futin replied. Can you change the way we are determined by the ward? Can you make us be seen as friendlies, and everything else be seen as an enemy? No, my lord. Well, that's a shame, Richter said. Judging by how strong these enemies were on the first floor, I can only imagine what the next level is going to be like. Okay, Futin, disarm it. Both he and Scion took a step back, being a bit wary of the remnant's judgment after their, well, electrocution. The ward began to glow. The outer circle of runes began to turn, followed by the second. Both changed directions multiple times, reminding Richter of the tumblers on a safe. A few more turns and both circles stopped rotating. There was a final flare of light, and the ward floated up into the air until it dissipated like smoke and disappeared. Richter began to move down the stairs, until Scion cleared his throat. The sprite cocked his head as if to say, "Really?" What the sprite actually said was, "We have been over this. Futin, scout ahead." It phased out of visible sight, and Scion and Richter were left waiting. The orb reappeared before long and said, "There is one large chamber. At the end are a set of black doors. In front of it are 2 of the larger skeletons." "What type of weapons do they have?" Richter asked. "One is carrying a large axe, and the other a larger sword. They seem alert, my lord." "Well, that's not surprising." "A deaf bat could have heard all the racket we were making," Richter commented. "If there are only 2, though, we can take them. How far from the steps are they?" "About 80 yards, my lord." "Is there light?" "Very little." Then the plan is the same as before. Go in front of us and draw their attention with sound and light. Scion, we both hit the one on the left with powered strikes, and once it is down or they cross more than half the distance to the steps, we retreat back up the stairs. If they follow, we will stagger our shots. You strike and knock it back, retreat, and I will do the same. If they get too close, we retreat to the mist. Scion took the lead, moving noiselessly down the steps. They waited a few steps up from the bottom, so as not to be seen. When they saw the flash, Richter and Scion both moved. Richter used focus to draw his target close into view and powered his arrow for 3 seconds and released. Scion's arrow struck a moment before him. The damn thing was still standing. At least the strikes had kept it from making any forward progress, however. Analyze showed. Skeleton Warrior, level 11. Health 230 over 350. Mana 0. Stamina 240 over 240. Well, that would be why. Meanwhile, Scion kept launching powered strike after powered strike into the already injured skeleton. The other skeleton warrior was halfway down the cavern. Richter switched his aim to it and powered his arrow for 1 second before releasing. The arrow struck the skeleton in the arm, flinging it off balance with its great sword scraping the ground. Richter had underestimated the speed and strength of the warriors. The tactic of withering fire would not work. The skeletons would run them down and strike from behind. Richter fired one more imbued arrow at the closest skeleton, further knocking it off balance, and then drew his short sword. Stepping forward, he swung down as hard as he could and struck the great sword, knocking the weapon out of the skeleton's bony grasp. The warrior raked its outstretched hand across Richter's chest, creating an ear-splitting screech as it scoured his chest plate. Spinning low, Richter swung his sword in an arc, striking the warrior in its knee. A chip fell off, but the leg remained attached. The warrior fell upon him, and its not inconsiderable weight drove him onto his back. The bones clearly had greater density than they should. He grabbed one bony wrist, but its other dug into Richter's shoulder. The tips of its fingers pierced his flesh. It dug deeper into the meat of his muscle as it curled its fingers into a partial fist. On the inside of his body, a scream tore from Richter's throat as he struggled against the skeleton. His left hand scrambled for purchase against it, but was weakened to the point of uselessness, with the skeleton's fingers inside his deltoid. His other hand tried to keep the skeleton's free hand from ripping his throat out and taking his life. Richter looked up into the insane grin of the skeleton, with its mouth partially open. His stamina was running out fast, and he felt himself weakening. Panic was taking over, which might have been the only thing keeping the pain from rendering him unconscious. He struggled with the creature for long moments, panting, caught in a stalemate that he knew could not last much longer. Just when he felt he might succumb, he saw Scion's sword dig point first into the side of the warrior's neck vertebrae. The sprite had jumped onto the skeleton's back. With his sword wedged into its spine, Scion wrenched up with all of his strength, using his blade like a lever. With a heave and an audible snap, the bones of the neck separated. The head went flying, and the rest of the body collapsed into its separate parts on top of him. The hand remained intact and inside of him, though. Scion placed his knee on Richter's chest, pulling swiftly, and wrenched the skeletal fingers out of his friend's shoulder. A large amount of blood and a few pieces of flesh came out as well. Richter could barely see straight as he reached into his pouch and drank one of the red potions he had taken from the goblin chief in the fight that already seemed so long ago. He triggered the healing ring as well. The pain began to lessen, but his health did not seem to recover as quickly as it should. He saw a symbol in the shape of a red teardrop at the corner of his vision. Focusing on it, saw, "You are bleeding. You will lose 3 health per second for the next 14 seconds. Well, that explains that. Scion handed him a few healing herbs, and he stuffed all 3 into his mouth, chewing, trying to ignore the bitter flavor. He swallowed them all as quickly as possible. It seemed the potion and herbs would work in conjunction, allowing for increased health regeneration over a period of time. For the next few minutes, Richter sat in pain, waiting for his wounds to heal. Sion stood nearby, staring at the tall black doors at the end of the hall, but no further enemies appeared. Futen. Yes, my lord? Are we going to run out of time? Will the skeletons that we have killed come back if we don't move fast enough? No, my lord. Some dungeons are indeed bound with a power that brings back any vanquished enemies quickly, but this dungeon is fixed. Unless you leave the dungeon for a prolonged period, slain enemies will not reappear. I cannot give any assurance of new enemies wandering in, however. Do you mean more skeletons could be coming from outside? Richter asked with alarm in his voice. Yes, my lord. I have been scanning for enemies as instructed, however, and have detected no hostile creatures other than the skeletons you have encountered. Not fully reassured, he tried for a bit of levity. You seem to make a habit of jumping onto enemies' backs, buddy, Richter said. Only because you seem to be making a habit of lying on your back with big things on top of you. You should stop that. It's no way to find love, Sion replied, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Shut up, I'm still healing, Richter groaned. Despite suffering not only wounds, but also Sion's twisted humor, there was a bright side to the fight. Upon the death of the warriors Richter was awarded with, Tring! You have reached level 7. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies. Honor your allies. Live. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in Imbue Arrow, plus 5% damage, plus 5% speed of mana flow. Richter wasted no time and allocated the necessary points needed to use the charm spell. 2 points went into intelligence, 2 into charisma, and the last 2 he placed into dexterity. The increased attack speed of the sprite could not be underestimated. His 25% proficiency increase he held off on, as none of his skills was far enough along to level. Richter pulled out the spellbook. The blurry lines that were on the page the last time he had looked at it resolved into clear text. He began to read and quickly finished the first page. The next page turned of its own volition. After he read it, the process repeated. This happened faster and faster until the turning pages were a breeze on his face. With the last page done, the book slammed shut and crumpled to dust. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Charm. You can convince a target that they hold you in the highest regard. If cast on an enemy during battle, they will fight for you. Casting this upon a creature lowers their regard for you after the spell wears off. This is a spell of life. Costs 60 mana. Duration, 1 hour. Range, 20 feet. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Life Magic. His wound closed while he learned the spell. Richter stood and looked at the black doors. It was time to finish this. Can you scout what's inside Futen? No, my lord, not until the door is opened. Well then, no point waiting around. Let's do what we came for. Futen, as soon as we open the door, illuminate the room and find any traps as quickly as possible. Sion, kill stuff, Richter said, getting a vicious smile in return from his companion. Striding to the end of the chamber, Richter flung open the doors and moved inside. Futen lit the room, hovering above their heads. A black altar was in the middle of the room. A skeleton stood behind it wearing black robes and holding a long staff. The staff appeared to be one large bone. It was at least 5 feet long and was blue in color. The top of it had spiderweb cracks that were black in color. Small spheres of black light shone in the center of the skeleton's eye sockets, leaving no doubt that it was staring directly at them. It was flanked by 2 skeletal warriors, both holding greatswords. Next to the priest, though, was the showstopper. A grayish humanoid creature sat on haunches wearing tattered rags as a loincloth. It had weeping skin and festering sores. The stench coming off of it was horrible and overwhelming. It looked up at them with animal-like intelligence, arching its back as it prepared to leap. "A ghoul!" Cyan shouted. The robed skeleton waved its hand, and the doors slammed shut with an ominous boom, locking them in. Then Richter heard something even more disturbing from his companion. "Fuck my life!" Chapter 16. "Don't let the ghoul touch you," Cyan shouted. "It can paralyze." The sprite drew, nocked, and imbued an arrow, firing it at the closest skeleton warrior. He then switched to the other warrior. His shots made a constant staccato, buying time before they could close the distance and bring their horrible strength to bear. Richter fired his golden arrow at the skeleton mage, but a blue disk of hazy energy appeared from the tip of the staff. It acted as a shield. His arrow stopped well short of the skeletal mage, creating a loud bang, but having little other effect. The ghoul had jumped over the altar and was quickly closing the distance to Richter. Putting all of his faith in his new spell, Richter cast out his hand and invoked Charm. The 1-second cast time allowed the ghoul to leap. It was in the air by the time Richter had finished the incantation. Its jump easily crossed the remaining distance between them. The stinking weight of its body crushed Richter into the wall. He held his arms out, ready to wrestle the creature to the ground, but it easily gave ground. It simply stood there, staring at him. With a grim smile on his face, he pointed to the skeleton mage. "Sick 'em, boy!" The ghoul rushed at the mage, who had been chanting a spell that would almost definitely have ruined Richter's whole day. The mage was forced to break off its spell to fire a bolt of frost at the ghoul, knocking it to the side. Unfortunately, the caster did not seem fazed by spell feedback from the interrupted spell. Richter pulled his attention from the two fighting monsters. He drew and fired upon the skeletons that were perilously close to Cyan. His attack pulled the attention of the axe-wielding warrior. The energy seemed to flow easier than before, his increase in imbue arrow level making a small but perceptible difference. He was able to land 2 strikes on the warrior before it took a swing at him. Ducking under the blow, he planted his feet and rammed it with his shoulder, knocking it back a step. He quickly knocked another arrow and fired at point-blank range directly into its face. He had not had time to imbue the arrow, but the shot still connected solidly with its skull. It fell upon its back with a loud clatter. Standing over it, he charged his arrow and shot at the connection of its neck and body. The skull flew free and the bones lost cohesion. Looking to Cyan, the sprite was dodging his opponent's swings with no chance of counterattack. Drawing a bead on the warrior, Richter imbued his arrow, then shouted, "Drop down!" Cyan rolled to the right to avoid the skeleton's sword, leaving Richter a clear shot. He took it, and the second skeleton dropped into a pile of bones. Turning his attention back to the altar, he heard a piteous shriek. The skeleton mage had plunged its staff into the chest of the ghoul. The creature still struggled to reach the mage and rend it with its claws, but ice began to spread from where the staff had pierced its body. After only 3 seconds, the ice had completely frozen its torso. With a sharp twist, the skeleton freed its staff. The sudden jerk sent the 2 halves of the ghoul's body in different directions. Blue and red icy shards fell in a tinkling sound around the base of the altar. Hoping to catch the mage off balance, Richter drew an arrow, imbued it, and released. He didn't have Cyan's speed, though. The seconds that it took to do so was enough to allow the mage to erect his shield again. The shot was stopped feet away, splashing harmlessly against the blue circle. Cyan regained his feet and fired an arrow, but with a pulse of power from the staff, the circle widened in diameter, blocking his shot as well. "Flank it!" Richter shouted, not letting up on his rate of fire as he moved to the right. Seeing Cyan's confusion, he exhaled in frustration and shouted again, "Move to the other side and keep shooting!" They both kept hammering at the skeleton's shield, moving to either side to get past its defenses. With another flare from its staff, the shield grew into a sphere, covering it from all directions. It now had a distinctly softer shade of blue, however. They continued firing imbued shots. It was clear that it was a race to see who would run out of mana first, the companions or the skeleton mage. Taking a moment, Richter swallowed his mana potion. While Cyan continued the assault, Richter powered his arrow for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now 6 seconds. The black streaks flowed thick over the golden arrow, and Richter felt the magic begin to flare out of control. Not able to wait any longer, he released. The arrow hit the sphere, but unlike the previous shots, the magic surrounding it did not immediately wink out. The arrow seemed to push at the protective sphere, bowing it in. The sphere buckled, and then, in a torrent of light and sound, it exploded. The eruption knocked both Cyan and Richter backwards to the ground. Blinking clear the spots in his vision, Richter quickly made his way back to the altar. The skeleton was laying on its back, frozen. This time, apparently the spell backlash had stunned the mage. It was helpless for a few moments. Unsheathing his sword, Richter delivered the coup de grace, severing its head. Looking down, he saw the dark light fade from its eye sockets. Congratulations, you have cleared your first dungeon. Bonus plus 500 XP. Congratulations, you have finished the quest. Unlock your power 1. You have found and cleansed a site of ancient magic. As master of the local place of power, you may choose one of the powers that comprise your domain. Your options are life, dark, air, or water. Make your choice to close the quest. Reward, 3000 XP. Choosing a power will give you 50% effectiveness increase to spells of that branch. You will also have 50% resistance to spells of that power. Unique to being a master of a place of power, however, is your access to each power's specialized ability. Life ability, Bounty of Life, plus 30% growth for the physical manifestation of your place of power. Dark ability, Hidden Treasures, plus 30% yield from treasure. Air ability, Fast Learner, plus 30% rate to skill advancement. Water ability, Tranquil Soul, minus 30% mana cost for spells. Richter's exhaustion was overwhelmed by his excitement. He closed his eyes and smiled. While Imbue Arrow was by far his most useful skill so far, what had drawn him to RPGs, then MMORPGs, and finally VR MMORPGs, was a desire to wield magic. The only reason he had played the character Cyan was that his best friends had pigeonholed him early on to choose a rogue character. They had said it would round out the group. Even though he never told them, he had a couple other accounts that let him throw lightning bolts and cast curses with the best of them. Being a master was amazingly powerful. It basically made him a magical tank. While the bonus 50% resistance and spell power was awesome, it wasn't really a huge surprise. The abilities, though, might be real game changers. It made choosing one of the 4 so much more complicated. He focused upon his 4 choices in the prompt, but no further information offered itself. Oh, for want of a wiki! Based on the games he had played in the past, dark magic was often the province of curses, summons for certain creatures, concealment spells, and direct damage. Air magic usually dealt with haste, weather, and electricity. Water magic typically slowed enemies, used ice-based attacks, and some emotion-based magic. Life magic, of course, dealt with healing, but also blessings, death wards, and protection spells. What should I do? Richter thought with some anxiety. It occurred to him, after a second, that this was not exactly Sophie's choice. Unlocking all 4 of his powers was now a serious priority, and something he would definitely achieve. The real question was, what would help him the most at this present moment? His charm spell had saved the day, there was no doubt about it. If the ghoul had resisted the spell, both he and Cyan would probably be dead right now. A 50% bump in its power would seriously juice up the spell. Even high-level enemies would probably succumb. Also, increased growth for his village would be clutch. On the other hand, he wasn't really ready to take advantage of the bonus yet. Dark magic would certainly be powerful. Also, the Hidden Treasures ability was insanely tempting. 30% better loot for ever. He knew people that would sell their grandma for that. You also couldn't discount Tranquil Soul. 30% less mana needed for any spell? It was a magician's wet dream. But then there was air magic, the power of haste and lightning spells, maybe even flying or instant transport. Ultimately, it was the air ability that made the decision for him. The Winds of Change ability just seemed like the natural complement to his already existing limitless ability. He could already learn any skill. How could he resist knowing that he would learn everything 30% faster? He made his choice. You have chosen Mastery of Air. Congratulations! You have obtained the ability Fast Learner. All skills are obtained 30% faster. Congratulations! You are a master of air magic. All air spells cast by you are 50% stronger. You have 50% resistance to air magic. You can teach the skill air magic to anyone with over a 50% affinity for the skill. You can teach specific air spells to anyone with the appropriate skill level to learn them. Congratulations! You have learned the skill air magic. Increasing your skill will allow you to cast more advanced spells. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Haste. This spell will increase the speed of the target. This is a spell of air. Cost 25 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 5 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown no. Congratulations, you have learned the spell Errant Wind. Increase the dodge of your party to projectiles. This spell will only work when you are outside. This is a spell of air. Cost 50 mana. Duration 20 minutes. Range 50. Cast time 4 seconds. Cooldown 45 minutes. You have been awarded 5,000 XP for your new mastery. Tring! You have reached level 8. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned for you. Congratulations, you have unlocked the quest, Unlock Your Power 2. Requirement, Level 10. The prompts almost brought a tear to his eye. Instead, he settled for a, "Hell yeah." Scion looked at him like he was crazy. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, it'll grow on you." He hadn't known that he couldn't store points indefinitely. He would have to be aware of that in the future. He calmed his excitement and looked at his new spells. As with the charm spell, he suddenly just had the knowledge. He knew he could cast the spells as if he had studied them for a great period of time. That brought him to, "Futon," Richter said loudly. "How do I teach the spells that I know?" Simply place your hands on the desired recipient and will the knowledge to them. For higher level spells, there may be additional requirement, but the level 1 spells you have learned will only require your will and that the recipient have at least 50% affinity for that branch of magic. It sounded too easy. "Can anyone teach magic?" Richter asked. "No, my lord. As you progress in skill levels, your rank progresses as well. Levels 1 to 9, you are a novice. Then levels 10 to 24, you are an initiate. Levels 25 to 44, an apprentice. And levels 45 to 69, you are awarded the rank of journeyman. After journeyman, you reach the rank of adept and remain there until level 100. Level 100 on, you are a master. In days past, there were stories of grand masters, rank 150 and above, but I have never met any that I can recall. Only adepts and masters can teach spells without the use of spellbooks. Spellbooks are time-consuming and costly to produce, and may require rare ingredients. Even still, only journeyman level and above can create them. It is obviously preferable to learn a spell directly from an adept or master. As master of a place of power, you gain the abilities of a master despite your skill level being less than 100. What about the 50% bonus to power and resistance? Each rank confers certain bonuses. It varies depending on the skill being examined, but magical ranks typically follow the same pattern. Novice rank conveys nothing. The following ranks convey a certain amount of protection and power. Initiate, 5%. Apprentice rank, 10%. Journeyman, 20%. Adept, 35%. And master rank, the 50% that you have received, my lord. With things now much clearer, Richter turned to Scion. Please come here, my friend. Scion walked closer with a confused expression. You have stood by me through death and danger. We definitely had a rocky start. You let me be eaten. I pretty much bitch-slapped you in front of everyone you have ever known. Ha ha. Scion gave him a stone face at first, but then chuckled a bit. Richter continued, The point is, you are my best friend in this whole world, and I help my friends. I have learned air magic. I would like to try and teach it to you. Air magic has never been the province of my people, Scion replied with a guarded expression. The Hearth Mother has never been able to kindle life, earth, or light magic in me. You never know until you try. I have never believed that someone else could tell me what I could or could not do. I won't let my only friend in the world be told what he can't do either, even if he's the one doing the telling. Scion stared at him for a moment, then stepped forward, closing the distance between them. He looked intently into Richter's face, as if searching for something. What Richter saw in his friend's face was desperate hope. Richter had a moment of grand realization. Scion wanted magic. Hisako had apparently tried to teach him all of the powers associated with the hearth tree, but he must have lacked affinity with all of them. It would only be natural for the son of a master of power to want to become a master himself. Was Imbue Arrow the closest the sprite had come to using his mana? Richter decided it was time to try again. Even if air magic wouldn't work, he wouldn't rest until he helped his friend feel complete. There were 3 other powers affiliated with his place of power, if air didn't work. Knowing instinctually what to do, he placed his left hand upon the sprite's head and his right on his friend's chest. The words came unbidden to his lips. By the right of my power, I awaken your power. A warmth began in Richter's chest. It reminded him of freedom, wild destruction, and gentle rain. It grew from his heart and down both arms to the ends of his hands. The energy flowed into the sprite and found what could only be described as a resonance. The power found a home in the sprite's mind and soul. Scion's eyes widened, and tears cascaded down his face. Not life, nor earth, nor light could I learn. I saw my mother's gift pass to others, but never did her magic awaken anything inside of me. I tried not to envy or hate. I tried not to let my discontent ruin the harmony of our home, but all knew. Scion's voice began to quaver with repressed emotion, and so he took a moment to compose himself. When he spoke again, there was a certainty to his words. I am with you for life, my lord. Your relationship with your companion Scion has improved from friendly to ally. Scion will fight with you and for you until death, and if he can find a way back through the veil, will fight for you again. Scion, you are my friend. I have to put up with this my lord stuff from Futon, but not from you. I need my friend, Richter said, almost pleadingly. And that I am, Scion replied, sticking out his arm. Richter returned the gesture, and they clasped wrists, sharing a quiet moment. Well, enough of all that. Nobody likes a sissy, Richter said gruffly. Seeing Scion's confused look, he realized he needed to devote some time to teaching his friends slang and swear words. They had to be at least as important as magic. I'll tell you later, he said with a chuckle. Walking up to the skeleton mage, he began to search the body. You have found Novice Ice Mage robes, defense +5, additional +7 versus magical attack, durability 14/20. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 3.7 kilograms. You have found 2 gold coins, 19 silver coins, and 55 copper coins. You have found magic staff. Attack 12/15. Durability 17/25. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 5.1 kilograms. Looking at Futon, he held up the staff. The orb took the hint and flared white. The identified item's information flashed into Richter's mind. You have found corrupted staff of the Ice Wizard. Attack 12/15. Durability 17/25. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 5.1 kilograms. Traits, minus 10% cost of water spells. Must have negative alignment to use. Scion pulled out his sword and approached the ghoul. "What are you doing?" Richter asked. The ghoul's heart is a useful potion component. Leaving the sprite to his gruesome task, he was about to collect the weapons from the warriors when Futon spoke. "Are you going to take the altar, my lord?" Looking at the large black stone, he asked, "How? The thing must weigh a couple tons. And what's it good for anyway?" The magic core of the altar has many uses. The skeletal mage was using it to focus his power. That is why he was able to resist your strikes for as long as he did. It was acting like a mana fount that he could tap into. Well, I still don't know how to take it. It's huge. Again, it is only the core you need, my lord. You have taken control of dungeon by slaying its boss. Simply place your hand on the altar, and you will gain access to the interface. Putting his hand on the black altar, he was able to access the information. Dark Altar, Level 1. Provides 100 mana per day. The interface had only a few basic prompts, unlike the many options for the Mist Village. Two that caught his interest were Access Mana and Remove Core. Richter's eyes narrowed for a moment. Access Mana? Oh, Futon? Is there a way for me to personally use the mana that the Mist Village makes? Say to power my Imbue Arrow. You know, so I don't run out of mana and almost die because of it? Yes, my lord. Praying for patience, he asked, "Why didn't you tell me?" "Oh," the remnant paused. "I thought that was obvious." He didn't fight it this time. Gah! Chapter 17. It turned out the magical core was a clockwork sphere. Through the gaps in the mechanism, red and white light shone through, and the feeling of a strong electric field was palpable when held. It wasn't an unpleasant feeling, more like feeling static in the air. The description of the item was written in gold lettering upon the prompt. It was the first time he had seen this. The common items he had found were white, uncommon blue, and rare was written in red. It appeared that golden items were epic. Fingers crossed, he could figure out the color of legendary and artifact items soon. You have found Magic Core. Durability, 15,000 over 15,000. Item class, Epic. Quality, Masterwork. Weight, 12.7 kilograms. Magical cores can be used to power any number of devices. A few more questions to Futon revealed that he could access the mana generated by the place of power anywhere within the boundaries of his domain, an area of roughly 80 square miles. The benefits of increasing the level of his village were becoming clearer. The higher the level, the greater the reach of his magic, and the more mana he could personally access. Even with the village at level 1, the 1,000 mana available was the equivalent of investing 100 points into intelligence. Excited about the possibilities, Richter loaded the ponies with the loot from their battle and made their way back to the village. During the journey, he invested his new skill points and examined both his and Sion's current status. He placed 2 points in intelligence, 2 points into constitution, and 2 more into dexterity. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 8, 41%. Health, 160. Mana, 180. Stamina, 160. Strength, 15. Agility, 17. Dexterity, 30. Constitution, 16. Endurance, 16. Intelligence, 18. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 18. Luck, 14. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Skills, herb lore. Level 3, 92% to next level, 100% affinity. Alchemy. Level 1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity. Analyze. Level 1, 77% to next level, 100% affinity. Stealth. Level 4, 49% to next level, 100% affinity. Archery. Level 4, 85% to next level, 100% affinity. Imbue arrow. Level 3, 93% to next level, 100% affinity. Focus. Level 1, 76% to next level, 100% affinity. Swordsmanship. Level 1, 73% to next level, 100% affinity. Small blades. Level 1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity. Light armor. Level 2, 88% to next level, 100% affinity. Air magic. Level 1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity. Life magic. Level 1, 11% to next level, 100% affinity. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Resistances. Air, 50%. Mental, 15%. Spiritual, 15%. Race. Human, Chaos Seed. Reputation. Level 1. Who are you again? Alignment. Neutral. Language. All. Name. Scion. Age. 44. Level. 8. 71% to next level. Health. 210. Mana. 180. Stamina. 120. Strength. 17. Agility. 18. Dexterity. 46. Constitution. 16. Endurance. 12. Intelligence. 18. Wisdom. 13. Charisma. 9. Luck. 12. Abilities. Woodcraft. Forest concealment. Skills. Herb lore. Level 3. 40% to next level, 91% affinity. Alchemy. Level 3. 31% to next level, 88% affinity. Archery. Level 10. 22% to next level, 88% affinity. Imbue arrow. Level 5. 11% to next level, 74% affinity. Tracking. Level 5. 51% to next level, 93% affinity. Swordsmanship. Level 8. 79% to next level, 81% affinity. Light armor. Level 4. 79% to next level, 65% affinity. Air magic. Level 1. 0% to next level, 93% affinity. Marks. None. Resistances. Life. 10%. Earth. 10%. Light. 10%. Race. Wood sprite. Reputation. Level 1. Who are you again? Alignment. +2. Language. Sprite. Common tongue. His friend had increased several of his skills. That was expected, but what was interesting to Richter were his affinities. If Richter remembered correctly, Scion's affinities had been a bit higher last time he had checked his status page. If the sprite was any indication, then it appeared that for most people and creatures, as they leveled up, their affinity decreased. It meant there was a theoretical ceiling for everyone and how far they could progress that would vary from person to person and skill to skill. If his ability to teach air magic was any indication, a skill could not even be learned if a person's affinity was less than 50%. Richter was finally starting to truly appreciate his ability. The potential for Limitless was, well, limitless. The trip back to the village was uneventful, but they were thankfully able to find several more healing herbs. Arriving back, Richter placed the magic core in the vault. He was sure that it was worth a fortune if he sold it, but was equally sure it could greatly increase the power of his village down the road. An item that was epic class and masterwork quality had to come in handy. The staff seemed like it could be powerful in the right hands, but the corruption severely limited its usefulness. Richter really didn't understand the importance of alignment yet. It was easy to think that negative was bad and positive was good, but he had a feeling it was more nuanced. Scion was positive alignment, but his people had shoot-on-sight orders for anyone in their territory. Not exactly a cute and cuddly policy. Despite being unsure of what it all meant, he still wasn't in a rush to let the staff fall into the hands of a creature of negative alignment. Maybe he could purify it, though. Futon, can the corruption on this staff be removed? Yes, my lord. Either light or life magic can be used to remove corruption. One of the few forms of magic available at level 1 of the village is curse removal. The cost is 200 mana. Would you like to use it? Yes, do it. No, wait. I will do it myself. Very well, my lord. The spell will have a higher likelihood of success if you cast it in the room with the Great Seal. Why? Richter asked. Just as the village is the physical manifestation of your place of power, the Great Seal is the physical representation. That is why it has the strength to keep monsters of the catacombs at bay. Though your domain extends beyond this village as we discussed, your powers will always be greatest at the core. Richter nodded, then climbed the small hill that led to the Great Seal. When he got there, he was somewhat surprised. The mosaic had changed. At least part of it had. The clear spiral that was set in the floor had changed from tiles to a solid piece of crystal. It was now shining a faint light. The other 3 arms remained the same. It appeared that when Richter had claimed his power, it had awakened part of the design. He felt a faint thrum in the room that had not been there previously. He walked to the center of the Great Seal. A quick check showed that most of the mana from casting Confusing Mist was restored. He then found the proper spell under the village interface and cast it. Motes of light began to fill the chamber they were standing in. They coalesced around the staff, and when they disappeared, the black stains that had been present at the end were gone. It was also the clear blue of Arctic ice now, rather than the opaque blue it had been before. Examining it again, he found it had increased in strength. Staff of the Ice Wizard. Attack 14 to 18. Durability 30/30. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 5.1 kilograms. Traits minus 10% cost to water spells. He checked his status page again and saw that his progression in life magic had progressed from 11% to 49% just by casting 1 high-level spell. Just another little perk of being a master, he supposed. Gotta love it when you can power level. Sure that the staff would come in handy, Richter packed it on the ponies. He also loaded them with the better weapons they had found so far. Counting the coins from the chest that had been in the treasury, he found 55 gold coins, 215 silver, and 174 copper. Unfortunately, he had no idea if he was a wealthy man or a pauper. Even though in the game a copper had equaled $1, Richter couldn't trust that the conversion held true. A loaf of bread could be worth a gold coin for all he knew. Sion was no help in this. The wood sprites had a clearly xenophobic attitude and didn't mingle with the humans of the neighboring kingdom. Richter would just have to figure it out on the way. One thing was clear, it was time to grow his village, and that meant getting help. Even though he was chomping at the bit to unlock more of his powers, the next quest required that he be at least 2 levels higher. Presumably, the subsequent quests would have level requirements as well. Waiting around just wasn't his style. He needed to travel into the Kingdom of Eves to find people that would settle in his village. Richter instructed Futon to continue collecting resources for when he returned. Futon surprisingly took some initiative and told Richter about a nearby quarry that had provided the stone for the village in the past. There were several tasks Richter wanted Futon to attend to: quarrying the stone, harvesting iron from the mine, widening and deepening the trench surrounding the village, and clearing trees for 200 yards around the borders of the village. Warning the remnant to always leave enough mana to pay the confusing mist upkeep, he and Sion turned to leave. Futon gave his customary, "Yes, my lord," and that was that. The next day, Richter and Sion started on their journey through the forest. The basic plan was to follow Hisako's directions and head west until they reached the edge of the forest. Using Tommy Lee Jones's math, a fugitive could move over uneven terrain at 4 miles per hour. That fugitive was obviously not going through mountainous terrain and virgin forest. Even though they walked a solid 12 to 14 hours a day, there was no way they traveled more than 25 to 35 miles before they rested for the night. Of course, that didn't factor in having to backtrack around obstructions, their slowed pace with the ponies, or the most important issue: neither Richter nor Sion was as badass as the man that played Indiana Jones and Han Solo. Sion didn't understand Richter's obsession with distances or hurrying. For the first few days, it frustrated Richter to no end. The laissez-faire attitude of the wood sprite was so un-American. After that ridiculous thought, Richter realized that maybe he was being a bit silly, and with a small laugh at himself, relaxed and decided to enjoy the journey. They moved beyond the borders of the mist during the first day, and had no issues until the second night. A pack of wolves was seen that evening. They made camp early and built the fire high. The wolves started approaching, but lost interest after a sizable portion of the lead wolf was turned into bloody chunks by Sion's imbued arrow. While not able to salvage the pelt, that night Richter discovered that wolf meat was quite tasty, despite being gamier than what he was used to. They were able to kill several rabbits, foxes, and one small brown bear during their trip. They only hunted at the end of each day, though, when they had time to skin the animals and dry the pelts over a low fire. The first few days they traveled along the small river that flowed by the village. It rejoined the larger river that Richter had followed upon arriving to the land, and they continued west. In addition to hunting, they practiced their haste spell as often as they could, hoping to advance their skill. They both increased their air magic by 1 level, Richter slightly ahead of Sion. The herb lore skill also increased for both of them gradually as they picked useful plants along their journey. About a week into the journey, Sion suddenly motioned for him to lower himself to the ground. Tying up the ponies, they moved at a slow crawl to look over a drop-off in front of them. Just about 15 feet away from the lip of the small cliff was a 10-foot-tall green humanoid eating a stag. It didn't show any squeamishness as it reached into the animal's body. Its oversized hands were tipped with black, thick claws, and it pulled meat and viscera indiscriminately into its maw. The jaw must have been able to dislocate like a snake's because it shoved almost a whole leg into its mouth before chewing loudly, the sound of snapping bones clear. Richter used Analyze on it. Mountain Troll, level 22. Health 1100 over 1100. Mana 0 over 0. Stamina 520 over 520. Richter's face froze into a twisted expression as if he had eaten something sour. Making eye contact with Sion, he motioned sharply with his head for them to leave. Sion gave him a perfect, "What the hell did you think we were going to do?" expression, and nodded back. With slow, deliberate moves, they eased back from the edge on their stomachs and then collected their mounts. They backtracked a good half an hour before setting on a path that would take them well wide of the creature. Sion later told him about the troll. The creatures were apparently brutally strong and fast. They were aggressive almost to the point of insanity. They were driven solely by the desire to feed. Worse, though, was that they regenerated so fast that even massive wounds didn't slow it. Without dismembering it and then lighting it on fire, it would not stop until it had eaten you, most likely alive. Though the troll was the greatest threat they came upon, it was not the only one. A few days later, while taking a break to eat, Scion was ranging around the campsite. It was something he had a tendency to do. Richter wasn't sure if constant movement was something endemic to the wood sprites, or if Scion just had a bad case of ADD. Whichever was the case, his friend would often scout in small circles around any area they paused at or stopped at for the night. This time, Scion came back to the camp excited. "I need some time to do something. It might take a bit. Is that all right?" After Richter's nod, he pulled out his mortar and pestle and started grinding. Richter didn't recognize the herbs, but they made a grayish-red paste. Scion scrapped it onto a piece of bark he cut from a nearby tree, being careful not to get it onto his skin. He left camp again with no explanation, moving quickly back the way he had come. Amused but not concerned, Richter simply continued to relax. It was nice taking a bit of a longer break. Walking for days on end was not as glamorous and restful as it might seem. He laid on his back with his pack as a pillow and looked up at the forest canopy and the snatches of blue sky that could be seen between the leaves. About 20 minutes later, Scion came back smiling broadly and said, "I found something. Come with me. I'll need your help." Richter got to his feet. "Where are we going?" "Just come and leave the ponies. They will be safer here." Not exactly sure what he meant by safer, Richter just shrugged and did as he was asked. The two of them walked 200 yards from where they had been eating. Scion stopped walking and pointed to a large, dead tree. The trunk was about 3 meters wide and 6 meters high. The top was jagged and irregular, clearly only the base of a once much larger tree. There was a large hole at the bottom of the trunk leading down into the earth. The opening was about 3 feet tall. Richter could probably make his way into it, but it would be tight. "Okay, great. An old dead tree. Is it a long-lost relative?" Scion huffed in irritation. "No guilty." The translation was something like irritating fool, as best as Richter could make out with his gift of tongues ability. This was an offshoot. It was the beginning of a hearth tree long ago. Something obviously happened. Scion picked up the bark with the gray-red paste on it and tossed it down the hole. "But the hearth tree is huge," Richter protested. "This thing is a toothpick in comparison." "That's because our hearth tree is built on a place of power. Normally, hearth trees are just the center of a wood sprite community, though a few sprites may live within if it gets big enough." "So finding this is like finding a piece of your history?" Richter asked. History had never really been his strong point. He still shuddered when he thought about the historical tours his grandmother would drag him on. At some point, people just need to admit that looking at old homes in Gatlinburg is not that great. "Yes, it is that," Scion said with his previous excitement. He either did not pick up on or decided to ignore Richter's nonplussed tone. And why not? He was just talking to a Gyoti after all. More important, though, is that the seed core might still be viable. Richter just looked at him. Scion peered at Richter from the corner of his eye, then looked back at the tree, then peered again, this time with a small turn of his head, then looked back at the tree. This continued for a good 5 minutes, with Richter just staring at the sprite. The human's stubborn resistance finally won out. "Do you know what that means?" Scion asked, exasperated. "You know that I don't. You knew before you said it that I didn't know what a seed core was. You could have just called it a mystical booty scratcher. I still wouldn't know. Just tell me." "Fine. You humans are so cranky and impatient." "A seed core," Scion paused for a moment. Richter was sure just to mess with him, "is how you make a hearth tree, a guardian wood, or a host of other magical trees. One of the sacred duties of my people is to further the cause of good by growing magical trees for the betterment of all." "Oh, so it's like a stem cell?" Scion looked at him confused. Richter gave his best sarcastic grin. "Not so fun when someone drops a term you don't know, is it?" Changing his expression to one of gracious forbearance, he said, "You may continue." Grinding his teeth, Scion said, "The point is, the hearth tree only makes a seed core once every few hundred years, if that. If the core is still viable, it will be a wonderful boon." "This tree looks like it has been dead for a long time, Scion. Why would you think that this seed core thing wasn't dead too? The core is a source of great magical power. It gives to nature, but also is maintained by it. As long as its power is not drawn upon too much or too fast, it can sustain itself almost indefinitely." Okay, I'm sold," Richter said. "How do we check?" "We simply need to go down into the bowels of the tree and see if we can find it. I should be able to feel a resonance if I am close enough. It will be a round sphere about yay big." Scion held his hands apart, showing something the size of a grapefruit. "Okay, that won't take long. Let's do it," Richter said. Scion looked at him a moment, opening his mouth to speak, and then closing it again, looking indecisive. "What is it?" Richter asked. "Well, from the stories I have heard, if a seed core is ever left out for a long period of time, it has the tendency to attract monsters. The healing and regenerative properties of the core can be used to make the monster stronger, more resilient, or bigger." "What do you mean exactly by bigger?" "Just that. The elders told stories of giant ants or snakes. I'm sure that they were exaggerating. Besides, we don't need to worry about that here." "Phew! For a second I thought we were going to be overrun with flesh-eating beetles or something," Richter said with a small laugh. He had never really been a big fan of bugs. The sprite laughed in return. No, there are no flesh-eating beetles in the forest of Nadria." There was a short pause. "What we do have is a vicious animal called a skeeling. It's usually only about the size of a badger. It is completely blind, but has excellent hearing. It's subterranean, and they don't wander to the surface. It has ridged scales and a very distinctive smell. They have been known to burrow under trees and eat the roots, killing the tree. It's a pest we try to get rid of whenever we can." Richter nodded along, thinking it was remarkable that Scion had so much information about one forest creature, but wondering why he was focusing so much on it. The sprite continued. "Now, skeelings are mean and fast. They have 2 rows of sharp teeth that can tear through an animal in seconds. Luckily, they hate the extract of red vine mixed with iron leaf. It's bad enough that it drives them out of their holes and above ground. Then they are easy to kill. Now, when I was wandering earlier, I found this." He tossed a flat, palm-sized rock to Richter. "I didn't know what it was at first. It had ridges like a skeeling scale, but was way too big. Most scales on adult male skeelings are about the size of your thumbnail. Are you following me so far?" Richter nodded again, starting to feel uneasy about story time. "Well, now that I have found this old hearth tree, it makes sense that a skeeling might have made its home underneath." "Okay, so you want to drive it out from underneath the tree?" "Yes. As I said, it would only take a mixture of red vine and iron leaf. We toss it down the hole, and the skeeling is so angry it comes to the surface. Then we can kill it and look for the seed core." "Sion," Richter said quietly. "Does red vine and iron leaf make a grayish-red paste when you mix them?" "It does," the sprite said in an innocent voice. "Would you want to avoid getting it on your skin?" "Oh, yes. It causes horrible itching," the sprite replied. "That's why it's best to keep it in a container or on something like a bark plate." Richter said. "And if you were to throw something like that mixture down a hole, how long would it take for the skeeling to react?" Sion replied. "That's actually a fascinating topic. Now that you ask, it would depend on time of day. Skeelings are nocturnal. If it were to be exposed to red vine and iron leaf at night, it would go into an immediate rage. If, however, it were to smell the mixture during the daytime—" "Like now, you mean?" Richter interjected. "Yes, Richter, like now. Well, in that case, it might take a few minutes to wake it up, but I can promise you it would be extra furious when it did." "So it might take almost exactly the amount of time it took you to relate all of this information." "About that amount of time. Yes, Richter," Sion replied. Losing patience, Richter asked, "Okay, so what do we do after it comes up?" "Well," Sion replied with an evil grin, "depending on your perspective, this is the easiest part. Just run, and I'll kill it before it eats you." The ground in front of the tree exploded upward, and a shrill screech filled the air. The skeeling was not the size of a badger. The thing was the size of a black bear. It had an armored carapace like an armadillo. The 4 legs of the creature ended in 3-fingered paws. Each finger was tipped with a wicked black talon, arched slightly inward towards the palm. It was off-white in color, and its face resembled a rodent of some kind. The eyelids were closed, and 2 large triangular ears stuck straight up from its head. The snout was rat-like, but when it threw back its head and shrieked, the teeth were flat, but tapered to be sharp at the bottom. "Run!" Sion shouted. The sprite had begun imbuing an arrow as soon as the creature appeared. He struck it in the side, and the arrow impacted with its customary boom. The skeeling fell, knocking over a small tree, but got back up quickly. The arrow hadn't pierced its hide. "Well, this might be a problem," the sprite called. As the skeeling began running towards them, attracted by the sound of their voices, Richter looked over. "You think? Move!" The sprite jumped up into the tree he had been standing underneath. Richter didn't waste time firing an arrow, but cast haste on himself instead. Then he enacted the second phase of his master plan. He ran his butt off. Haste let him keep ahead of the monster that was clearly attracted to his footsteps. Not by very much, however. Sion rained down shots on the creature, which slowed it down, but did little damage against its armored hide. As Richter ran for his life, he realized his current situation was probably due to poor communication. He was all for taking initiative and pursuing one's own personal bliss, but Sion could have given him a better heads up. He really needed to have a discussion with the sprite and teach him that communication was the foundation for any true friendship. Then maybe in the future, he could avoid narrowly being eaten by a horrible albino rat monster. Of course, maybe all of this was happening because Sion was just a dick and needed him to act like bait. "Ah! Ah!" Richter screamed. The tip of the skeeling's claws had caught him on the back. Most of the damage was blocked by his armor, but blood freely flowed down from his right shoulder. He put on a burst of extra speed to add some distance between himself and the monster. The running and dodging had taken them exactly opposite in the small clearing to the tree that Sion was hiding in. The sprite was imbuing his arrow for another strike. Richter began running at the tree and counted the seconds that he saw the aura. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The blue aura was blinding. The churning of earth and heavy padfalls of the skeeling could be heard getting closer behind Richter. At a distance of only 10 yards, Richter dove forward, and a split second later, Sion released. He landed badly, wrenching his ankle. He turned and drew his short sword. Hopefully, he could at least wound the creature and drive it off. He really did not want to be eaten again. He was worrying for nothing, though. The last arrow had connected. Whereas strikes to the beast's body had failed to produce an effect, Sion's overpowered shot to the skeeling's face made it nosedive into the ground and create a furrow 10 feet long. It lay motionless for a few moments, and then lifted its head to screech again in rage and defiance. Richter had not wasted time, though. He hobbled forward, arm held low and cocked, then rammed his blade into the creature's eye. A faint pop could be felt up his sword arm as he penetrated the eye, followed quickly by the crunch of facial bones and then a meaty resistance as his blade entered gray matter. Without even a death cry, the skeeling's head became dead weight, and Richter withdrew his weapon to the sound of further grating of bones. He looked up at the sprite's triumphant face and communicated what was in his heart. "You're an asshole." His companion lightly dropped down and did not deign to address Richter's assertion. He merely slapped him good-naturedly on the back as he walked past to the skeeling's body. He looked up at his friend and said, "Good job. I couldn't have done it without you." The grin had not left the sprite's face. Richter shook his head and repeated silently to himself, This is what happens when you have poor communication. He resolved to make more of an effort to engage his friend in the future, specifically about his sick sense of humor. Xion had not stopped looking at the creature and was walking around it now, marveling at its size. After 2 complete laps, he looked back and said, "Now let's see what we've got." Richter took a healing herb out of his pack and started munching on it. He barely noticed the slightly bitter taste anymore. Honestly, it wasn't any worse than some of those frou-frou salads that were so popular back on Earth. He walked along behind Xion and reflected it was strange that he didn't really miss his old life. The action, adventure, danger, and reward he had found in the land resonated with something inside of him. True, he missed his family and friends. He would also kill for a chicken biscuit. Here, though, he felt like he had purpose. Even running from the scaling was more satisfying and exciting than almost anything that had happened to him back on Earth. This was where he belonged. He had also leveled his light armor skill, which was nothing to sneeze at. Xion had reached the tree, oblivious to Richter's introspective thoughts. The wood sprite began immediately lowering himself down into the hole. Pushing his musings aside for another time, Richter took his pack off, leaving it at the entrance to the tree, and climbed down as well. The space was actually reasonably large, for a subterranean gopher hole, that is. A phosphorescent blue moss gave faint illumination. The ceiling was about 4.5 feet from the floor, so while he couldn't stand upright, he could move along at a reasonable, comfortable crouch. The small area they were in couldn't have been more than 40 square feet, but in front of them was another large hole leading downward at a gentle slope. Xion's sword was out, and he moved forward warily. They dropped down to the second level. It was a larger cavern about 20 yards across and 30 yards deep. There was nothing living, but the floor was littered with hundreds of bones. Many seemed animal-like, but more than a few were the long bones or skulls of humanoids. This thing had been preying on passers-by for quite a while. The stench was also a bit overpowering, as it had placed its waste wherever it wanted, apparently. Richter tried not to think too much about the overly soft earth, or the fact that his shoes sank several inches into the ground. Xion moved to the center of the room. He closed his eyes and held both arms out to his side. He stood like that for over a minute, and then walked with certainty to the back of the cavern. He started digging in the ground with his bare hands, throwing clods of dirt to the side. Sighing, Richter thought, "In for a penny, in for a pound." He knelt beside his friend and began digging as well. He was sure that the stench was permanently sinking into his skin. After digging for 3 feet, however, a smell began to compete with the awful. The new scent was like clean earth. A memory came to Richter's mind. He was standing in the park with an old girlfriend. They had stood under a willow, the branches reaching almost to the ground, and around them a seriously intense rainstorm had let loose its fury. Only a few drops had made their way through the canopy to fall on the two of them, and they had just stood there in silence. It was the last time they had touched. After that day, the inevitable arguments of youth had broken them apart. Even though it was a bittersweet memory, Richter had always still cherished it. The faint, clean smell of rain on grass was somehow the same as what he was experiencing now. Richter shook his head, clearing his mind. Xion was standing in front of him, holding a brown sphere with light green veins running across the surface. The veins glowed with a gentle light. Xion was smiling. "I don't know what you were thinking, but I know it was a reassuring memory of nature. That is what the seed core truly is. It is the potential for something wonderful. I know I was cavalier earlier, and should have told you what I had planned. I was excited to find an offshoot, and possibly find a seed core. More than that, though, I could not let such a wonderful talisman of good be used to feed the power of whatever evil creature had found it. Thank you for helping me, my friend." Richter was moved by the sprite's sincerity. He told him, "I'm here for you, man. I will fight beside you, and what is important to you is important to me." Xion smiled in appreciation. "But you're still an asshole, buddy," Richter finished. Sion's smile grew wider, and he gave a small laugh. Well, now we're even for the goblin pot. Now touch the seed core and get your reward, my friend, the sprite said. With a smile and a confused cock of his head, Richter reached out and laid his hand on the brown sphere. The light from the green veins pulsed, and a prompt filled his vision. Congratulations, you have found a seed core. This can be planted to grow almost any type of tree. It will grow into whatever best fits the needs of the region. Will you plant the core in a safe area? You have been offered a quest, Tree of Power 1. Plant the seed core in a safe area. Reward? Unknown. Yes or no? Well, this was a no-brainer. Even if Sion wasn't cuckoo for this thing, it seemed like a good cause anyway. He selected yes. Alert. As master of a place of power, you have the chance to grow a high-level tree if you plant within the boundaries of your domain. Another exciting opportunity for his village. In addition to the seed core, there were other items at the back of the cavern, many buried just below the surface. They spent the next hour searching and found a multitude of packs and weapons. The faint light from the moss and seed core was not enough to truly inspect the items. The stench was also growing unbearable, so they dragged everything they had found back with them to the surface. The first taste of clean air was a relief. They set the items they had found to the side and just sat breathing fresh air for a few minutes. A thought intruded on Richter's recovery time. Will Hisako be okay if I plant the seed core at the village? If it takes centuries to make one, then she might want it back. Sion shook his head. The seed core was found by us. The forest obviously wanted it to be part of our destiny. I believe in you, Richter. Just use it for good. Now, Sion said, one last task. Scaling armor is usually resilient, but that monster was something else. I say we skin it and see if anything useful can be made. Of course, my friend, of course, Richter said with a smile. But after that, we have to take a bath in the river. Chapter 18. It took over 2 weeks to reach the edge of the forest. No other major events occurred after they found the seed core, and they were able to enjoy the peace of the forest. Many of the items they had found in the Skeeling's lair were rubbish. Old, moldy clothes and rusty tools. There were several pouches, adding up to a few gold coins. One item did stand out, though. You have received High Steel Longsword. Damage 18 to 24. Durability 37/50. Item class Uncommon. Quality Superb. Weight 2.8 kilograms. Well, it wasn't a magical sword of Griffin Reaping or anything spectacular, but it was a definite step up from his short sword, which was looking rather battered anyway. Leaving the trees was a bit of a shock to the senses. After weeks of shade and the myriad sounds of the small creatures around them, they were confronted with cultivated land. It was strange to see the wide open sky after so much time in the forest. Before them was an ocean of green grass on gently sloping hills. The sky was cloudless and was a smooth azure like cornflowers in spring. A broad dirt road was several hundred yards from the edge of the forest. The travelers upon it raised a cloud of dust 10 feet in the air. There was some traffic in both directions on it, but the majority was moving south, towards a town seen in the distance. Sion and Richter approached the road, and a quick round of questioning informed them that the road to Law passed through the town. They joined the flow of traffic towards the settlement. After only a few minutes, the dirt in the air found its way into their mouths. Can't even get away from pollution in medieval times, Richter thought with irritation. The time spent traveling on the road was unpleasant to say the least. Before too long, though, the town loomed in front of them. A stone wall surrounded it, 15 feet high, with towers at each corner. The town gates were wide open, though, and 2 bored-looking guards merely waved traffic through. Until Richter and Sion, that is. Papers, the older guard said, without changing his demeanor, his hand outstretched. Richter stared at him without speaking. Letting out a long, suffering sigh, the guard repeated himself. Papers. Richter put on a fake smile. I'm sorry, but I didn't know we needed papers. I didn't see anyone in front of us hand you anything. You don't need anything, but the spit there does, the younger guard said in an aggressive tone. Scion breathed heavily in irritation. Stay easy, Jonesy. No need to get agitated, the other guard said. Now where did you folks come from? We just finished traveling through the forest. Came from Rion, did you? Richter thought quickly and remembered that Rion was a neighboring kingdom on the other side of the serrated mountains. If his recall was correct from the game, the kingdom of Rion was less developed and had large populations of non-humans. Yeah. We crossed through a pass in the mountains and then traveled down through the forest. Your town is the first that we have seen. Failure to declare at the borders is an offense and requires you to be detained. Jonesy's voice was full of righteous indignation, but it was clear that the main source of his ire was Scion. His glare never left the small humanoid. Whoa, Jonesy, I told you to be calm. A note of iron had worked its way into the older guard's voice. Turning to Richter, he said, Now you seem like a good sort. I'm sure you didn't mean to flout the king's laws, now did you? The answer obvious. So as sincerely as possible, Richter answered, No, of course not. Now I have a cousin that works at the border, and if you wanted to leave the passage fee with me, I'm sure I could get it to him. No harm, no foul. As the guard said it, he looked Richter meaningfully in the eye. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Richter replied. Of course, I would feel better if I could offer a bit of coin to pay for the cost of the journey. The guard smiled brightly. Well, if it makes you feel better, who am I to object? Not knowing what amount was appropriate, he took 3 silver from his purse and paused a moment. The expectant look on the guard's face made him dig a bit deeper, and he pulled out 5 more. At a pleased nod from the guard, Richter closed his purse and handed over the coins. For an older man, the guard made the coins disappear fast enough and waved the 2 companions through. As they passed, he handed them a piece of paper he had scribbled on. Take this to the ministry office and get a bond for your friend there, nodding at Scion. You will continue to run into trouble without the right papers. Just keep straight on the main street until you see a large white building with a green slate roof on the right. Nodding thanks to the man, Richter took the paper and began to turn away, but on impulse moved back to the gate. At the guard's curious glance, he took another 5 silver out of his purse and said, It is clear that we are new here, and I would appreciate any help navigating your town and country. I would be very appreciative, shaking the money in his partially closed fist, the coins making a slight tinkling sound. Well, I have always fancied myself an ambassador, the guard chuckled, taking the coins and making them disappear just as quickly as the first 8. When you get to the ministry, ask for Edwin. Tell him Calder sent you. It might also be a good idea to tell them you lost the papers, rather than that you didn't declare your friend upon entering our fair land. Just a piece of friendly advice, eh? And if you need a place to stay, I would recommend the Whistling Hen. They may not be the cheapest, but for a copper, the stable boy will pay close attention to your horses. Make sure they don't wander off in the night, if you catch my meaning, he said with a wink. They also don't mind if you have friends from various places, nodding at Scion again. Thank you for your help. My name is Richter, he said, extending his hand. Calder extended his own, and they clasped wrists. The guard's hand was rough with calluses. You might want to find some clothes as well, indicating the green armor they both wore. You kind of stand out. Maybe I'll see you in the common room later, and we can share an ale. The Whistling Hen has great service, he said with a laugh. And either way, welcome to the Leaf's Crossing. Somewhat confused, but happy for the advice, Richter simply nodded and smiled. Even though it cost some money, it seemed his increased charisma was already coming in handy. With a slight pull on the bridle, his pony started walking again, Scion and his own pony moving along beside him. Throughout the exchange, the younger guard stared coldly at the sprite. After they had moved up the road for a few minutes, Richter asked, Why did he call you that? Scion took a moment before answering. I had always heard stories that some humans fostered a hate for us and other races, but I had hoped it wasn't true. What he called me was an insult. I have never heard about needing to register before, though. From the stories I heard, the City of Law has many races within it. Richter felt somewhat disheartened. He had hoped that blind hatred wouldn't follow him to this world. It seemed some things were universal, however. They walked for a while until they came upon a white building with a green roof, just as Calder had said. A coat of arms, blue swords pointing downward on a field of green, was hung at the top of the building, the same image Richter had seen on the guards' shirts. A copper coin each to the valet ensured that their mounts would be watched while they were inside. The entrance led into a large room with multiple hallways leading off of it. People moved quickly in all directions. Lines of various colors were on the floor, some tracing into open doorways and others leading off into the distance. Seeing that all of the lines converged at the desk at the far end of the room, he joined the queue of people waiting. First racial prejudice, and now the DMV? So far, Richter wasn't a fan of the kingdom. After an hour of standing in line, they reached the front. A severe older woman looked down at them from an elevated platform. A large wooden desk was between them. Her hair was in a gray bun, and her mouth seemed set into a perpetual frown. She sneered slightly when she spoke to them. "Yes," she said in a scratchy voice that would put a pack-a-day smoker to shame. Richter plastered a smile onto his face. "Hello, ma'am. I was told by the city guard that I needed to get papers for my companion," nodding to Scion. Apparently, his increased charisma was powerless in the face of entrenched bureaucracy. Pinning Richter to the floor with her gaze, the woman said, "Failure to declare a non-human upon entering Eves is a serious offense." No, Richter said quickly. "We simply lost our papers. I have this note." He handed her the paper that Calder had given him. With disdain, the woman took the paper and scanned it. Flicking her gaze back and forth between Richter and Scion, she grunted. With one last long look, as if to question why the world had to have such imbeciles in it, she took out a piece of paper from a stack on her left and jotted down a quick set of notes. "Take this to requisition processing and get a note of dividend. Then take the note to accounting and pay the requisite fee. They will give you an AIY6 form. Have that signed by Middle Registry and return the form back to this desk after obtaining the signatures of 3 people in good standing within the town." At that point, as she rattled off these directions with the sure tone of a general giving commands on the battlefield, Richter began to wail internally. His panic ratcheted up with each new mini-quest he was being given. Even Scion, who had faced a horde of goblins and an undead sorcerer, seemed to have paled under her onslaught. With the feeling of a man without air, Richter made one last effort to keep the two of them from being drowned in a week of bureaucracy. "I need to talk to Edwin," Richter blurted. "Oh," she said slowly, dragging the single syllable out and staring at him. Richter was fairly certain she was doing her best to make him catch fire with her mind. After a seeming eternity, she said, "Follow the blue and white dashed line to the 2nd floor." The woman's voice was like 2 rocks scrapping together, coarse rocks. Saying thank you, Richter and Scion walked rather quickly, away from the fearsome creature. After only a moment of searching, they found the appropriate line and followed it to the 2nd floor. It led to a door with "Non-Human Affairs" carved above it. It might have taken days to get here if he had followed the proper channels. Richter realized that the money he had given to Calder was probably the best money he had ever spent in either world. Whether the interaction was due to his charisma or luck, he'd never know, but he was thankful. Knocking on the door, they swiftly heard something crash against the other side of it, and a voice shouted, "Go away!" Richter hoped he hadn't spoken too soon, with the only other option being to go back downstairs and face Edna the Terrible. Richter steeled himself and went inside the room. A portly man sat behind a desk piled with papers. His robe hung open, revealing a simple white shirt and brown pants. The shirt had several stains upon it, and by the fade pattern, they had been accumulated over some time. He looked up from whatever he was working on and snarled, "I said I was busy. Who are you anyway? Do I need to call the guards?" The man opened his mouth and drew in a sharp breath. Before he could call for help, and Scion and he ended up in jail, Richter said, "Calder sent us. He said you could help." "Calder? That no-good son of a bitch. He still owes me from that game of kings last week. And you thought you would engender sympathy by using his name. Ha! Guard! He sent us to give you the money he owes you," Scion interrupted loudly. "He did?" Edwin asked, sounding confused. "He did," Richter echoed, sounding confused himself. Scion widened his eyes, set his mouth, and indicated Edwin with a not-so-subtle head movement. Richter looked back at Edwin, whose mouth was still open, as if undecided whether to finish his outcry. Taking what seemed like his 350,000th sigh since coming to the land, Richter squared his shoulders and more definitively said, "He did." A large grin landed upon the face of the government official. "Well now, that changes everything, my friends. So you have my gold piece with you then." Never trusting a smile, Richter narrowed his eyes. Plastering a large smile of his own on, he said, "Of course. It would be great if we could finish here quickly, because we need to drop off our bounties." "Bounties?" Edwin asked, his smile slipping a bit. "Yes," Richter said, his own smile widening. "They are really beginning to stink. Taking only dead-on-delivery contracts can surely make things easier, but it's hard on the nose when they start to pile up. You have to bring the whole body back now, too. So much easier when they only needed the head. Isn't that right, Scion?" The sprite stood at back of the room, caressing the hilt of his sword. Upon hearing his name, he just gave an evil smile that did not reach his eyes. Shaking his head as if to mourn the loss of a simpler time, Richter reached for his purse to pull out the money and said innocently, "You did say 3 gold pieces." During his soliloquy, Edwin's eyes had widened until it seemed the man's bushy eyebrows would fly off the top of his head. "Well, well, that is to say, I think I confused Calder with another fellow. Qualder. Yes, I remember now. Calder only owed me 7 silver and 5 copper. Well, that would be an easy mistake to make," Richter said with a smile. Counting out the required funds, he placed them in Edwin's sweaty palm. "Now we are all friends. We have done you a favor by helping you collect on a debt. What are friends for, if not favors, though, right? Perhaps you could help us as well. We apparently need papers so that my companion can travel through the kingdom." Nodding quickly, Edwin moved to get out various papers and stamps. As he started to get their paperwork in order, Richter said, "While we are here, maybe you can tell me why we need to have papers at all. It also might be nice to have a reference for someone in government over in law. We like making friends. I'm a people person, right, Scion?" A grim chuckle was his only answer. With another look at the seemingly bloodthirsty sprite with his ever-so-sharp sword, Edwin started to nod even faster as continued his task. A short while later, the two friends were walking down the street and laughing. They found directions to the Whistling Hen easily enough. For some reason, the man who gave him directions winked like Calder had. Still not getting the joke, he and Scion just thanked him and strolled to the inn. A red hen was on the sign with its beaked pursed and musical notes coming out. As they walked inside, they were greeted with a wave of sound. Time had been moving on, and the interior of the inn was swollen with customers for dinner. A musician played some kind of stringed instrument, and several patrons clapped along. A large black pot hung over a fire, and a hearty aroma of vegetables and simmering meat permeated the air. There was definitely a stale beer smell in the air as well, but it was a lot better than some bars Richter had been in. It seemed like everyone was having a good time. More interesting, there was a mix of races in the inn. Though it was mostly humans by far, There was a table of dwarves near the center of the room. He couldn't be sure, of course, having never seen one before, but the short frame, large muscles, and beards seemed like a clear giveaway. At another table, there was a taller woman with slightly pointed ears laughing at the joke of one of her human table companions. This was the world he had dreamed of, a world of fantasy melded with a world of hope and joy. And that feeling of contentment lasted right up to the moment that Scion drew an arrow with a snarl and pointed it across the room. The mood changed as first one, then another, and then all of the people in the room stood and drew whatever weapons they had available. A few only managed to fall on their face, clearly deep in their cups. Richter had his hand on his sword, confused as he did not see any danger. He traced the line of the Scion's arrow and finally saw the target of his friend's anger. A brown tunic covered a goblin the size of a scout. Richter mentally corrected, remembering Hisako's advice, was squealing in terror as it pressed its back against the bar, seeking escape. "Lower that bow," a voice shouted. A large woman came from behind the bar holding a rolling pin. "If that arrow leaves your bow, we will rip you apart." She put herself in the path of Scion's shot. "Scion, put down your bow," Richter said. "We are guests here. Do not let your hate guide you." Is this what the Hearth Mother would want? Scion glanced at him sharply, then relieved tension on his bowstring. He shoved his arrow back into his quiver in a smooth motion. "Now get out," the woman spat. Richter raised his hands in appeasement. "I am so sorry that we have disrupted the love and peace of this place. What you have here is amazing. My companion and I have had a hard time. We have fought through many dangers and barely survived against a band of goblins that were trying to corrupt his home." "That is no excuse." "No, it is not, miss. I won't give you an excuse. My dad used to say, 'Excuses are monuments of nothing that build bridges to nowhere.' I am just a man who wants to offer an apology." Richter reached under his armor for a hidden pouch. Opening it, he fished inside and then withdrew an opal. Moving slowly, he made his way through the sea of hostile faces and past the woman who protected the small creature. He knelt as the goblin shivered in front of him. Waiting until it looked him in the eye, he simply said, "I'm sorry," and handed the jewel to the goblin. Its shivers came under control, and it looked from the gem to him, first in fear, then in confusion and wonder. Standing, Richter looked at the woman again and met her eyes. He nodded once, and then shouldered his pack and turned to leave. Scion fell in step behind him. "Wait," the woman called. "Why are you here?" Richter turned back. "I met a man named Calder who said that this was a place we could come and be welcome. I know how ironic that sounds now." The woman held his gaze. "Do you promise to not commit any violence while you are under this roof?" Richter opened his mouth to speak, but she said sharply, "I do not need to hear it from you." Scion stepped forward and said, "I reacted. I did not think. I brought dishonor to my hearth, not honor. My name is Scion of the Wood Sprites, of the Forest of Nadria. I swear I will commit no violence if none is committed against me. Kva ti relada vo." Preparing to translate, Richter was surprised when the woman responded, "Ti vo reladi." Scion had said, "My life for my word," and she had accepted his pledge, "Your word for your life." The woman looked around and addressed all the patrons. They were still on their feet, unsure about the turn of events. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed your mid-dinner entertainment." A series of chuckles came from all around. "Let's start the music back. Next round is on the house." "And the round after that is on me," Richter said. More cheers followed his pronouncement. A grudging smile formed on the woman's face. "Well, you sure make an entrance. Call me Rosie. Everybody does." She extended her hand, but when Richter went to shake it, she moved forward a half step and clasped his wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong. With a firm shake, she released. "Now, what can I do for you?" "We need a place to stay, and I need to sell the goods that we have." "So you're merchants? Never really seen merchants wearing woodland armor before." "Not exactly," Richter said with a small laugh. What we really need are supplies for my village, and people brave enough to be pioneers. What type of people are you looking for? I need the kind of people that can make a community. Carpenters, farmers, masons, guards, blacksmiths, etc. I have a village rich with resources, but need people to help me realize its potential. Well, you can sell your items here, though if any are magical, you'll get a much better price in the capital. As far as the people that you are looking for, I'm sure you've seen that non-humans are treated as inferiors in Eve. Yeah, we just spent time in the ministry getting papers for Scion. That's actually how we met Calder. He guided us to the appropriate person. Well, I don't know if they explained it, but these rules are new. In the past, the kingdom had always welcomed the different races. Each worked together for the betterment of all. When the king died, though, his son listened to conservative advisors. He started to enact laws that slowly funneled power and wealth away from Eve's non-human citizens. The rumor is that it found its way into the pockets of the king and his friends. 10 years later, all non-humans are either bound to one place or bonded to a human. That's the significance of those papers you received at the ministry today. Now, you are basically the sprite's guardian. Anything he does, you are responsible for. He is bonded to you. What is the bound option? Basically like a work permit. Non-humans get hired under a human to work, but end up getting paid coppers on the gold. They also cannot move far from their job or they get thrown in jail, hence bound. You wouldn't believe it, but 30 years ago, all races roamed the kingdom openly, sharing their ideas and culture. Richter looked around the room. It seems like you guys are doing pretty good. But this is one of the only places in town where the different races mix openly. With the new laws, old hates have risen up. More and more humans are coming to despise anyone different from themselves. Thinking of the younger gate guard, Richter knew he had already experienced this change in opinion. Well, you have told me what started your travels, but what can I do for you now? She asked. We could use a place to stay for the night, and maybe an introduction or two if you can manage it. Done, she said with another smile. Each room costs 3 coppers, but it has 2 beds and comes with dinner. Looks like Rat has made a good stew tonight. I trust you won't try and kill our cook again? The goblin is your cook? Scion asked in disbelief. Yes, and he's a good one. He makes the best stew in town. I think it's on account of the goblin's sense of smell. I'm sure we won't have any more trouble with you. I have agreed to heed the peace, and I will. If you say the food is good, then I will trust you. But is his name truly Rat? Yes, she said with a smile. How did he get that name? The sprite asked. You don't want to know, she said with the same smile. Do you have any animals that need caring for? At Richter's nod, she continued. Well, it's another copper per animal. So are you interested? I am. Richter liked her straightforward manner, despite their rocky start. Well then, she said, slapping her thighs, let me get you the key to your room. The stable boy will see to your mounts. The soup is almost done. Why don't you put your things down, and then go buy some clothes? I don't know if anyone has told you, but you look kinda odd walking around in green armor. Taking the hint, he and Scion followed directions. After dropping their things in their rooms, they headed outside. Rosie gave them directions to a nearby clothes shop that catered to multiple races. They were soon both outfitted with serviceable traveling clothes. Richter wore black pants and a beige shirt, both of which fit over his armor. Scion decided to maintain his color scheme and wore a green tunic that fell over darker green pants. Now properly attired, they made their way back to the inn. Hello, my friends! A shout greeted them when they re-entered the common room. Calder sat near the stage where the musicians were performing. He waved them over to the table. When they sat, he raised his mug and drained it in one go. Not missing a beat, he half stood and raised his other hand over his head with 3 fingers extended. Rosie, my love, 3 ales for 3 hard-working men. Rosie favored him with a faint smile and a roll of her eyes. Sitting back down, Calder looked at them with a smile. So was Edwin able to help? Yes, we have the papers for Scion, and we were able to help Edwin with that debt you owed him, Richter said wryly. Yes, well, sounds like everybody got what they wanted. You got your papers, Edwin got his coins, and I got the warm feeling of helping someone in need. Haha. Laughing at the guard's roguish wit, Richter couldn't summon any irritation. The ales were delivered. The three men listened to the music and drank the slightly bitter brew. After a time, 3 soups were brought to the table, and even Scion admitted it was a savory fare. They sat in quiet camaraderie as the hours whiled away. Patrons slowly trickled out until only guests and die-hard drinkers were left. Rosie came to join them as the hustle and bustle of the inn calmed down. So what's your next step from here? As Richter had listened to the conversations at nearby tables, many of them centered on the non-humans' discontent with the current course of the kingdom and dissatisfaction with their treatment as second-class citizens. I feel like there may be many non-humans who have the skills I need and aren't quite happy with the life they're leading here. I know there are not enough people here in this town who can help me, but there just might be in the capital city. Do you know anyone that you could introduce me to? Rosie's smile spoke for itself. As the conversation went on, Calder got up and whispered in the ear of one of the prettier barmaids. After placing a few coppers in her hand, she smiled, and they slipped up the stairs to the sound of giggling. Richter furrowed his brow and looked at Rosie. She gave a hearty laugh. This is the whistling hen. For the right price, my girls will put their lips together and whistle you a tune, and you get to pick exactly where they're whistling. Well, Richter thought, smile, this world certainly has a lot to offer. Chapter 19. The next day, they sold the weapons and animal skins they had brought with them. The trader could not buy the ice staff, saying it was worth more than he had. He recommended that they take the staff to either a high-quality weapons dealer or a mage guild. What they sold only amounted to 1 gold coin and a handful of silver, but every little bit helped. Richter quickly discovered the conversion ratio of the coins was the same as the game. 10 copper made 1 silver, and 10 silver made 1 gold. An average laborer made between 4 to 5 silver coins every 2 weeks, or fortnight as they called it. It apparently was just enough to live on. Just like back home, there was a well-defined and large rich-poor gap. Being a feudal society made it exponentially worse. Rosie told them that nobles and royalty controlled most of the wealth and land. Merchants and skilled craftsmen fell somewhere in the middle. The good news was that the amount of money he had found made him pretty rich indeed. The town saw a large amount of traffic, being midway between the capital and Rion. As such, it was quite easy to buy and sell mounts. They no longer had a large amount of goods to transport, so they decided to sell the ponies. They would make the rest of the way on foot. With the loss of their pack animals, they actually made better speed. They used their haste spells as often as possible, limited only by their mana regeneration. Richter allocated his 50% increase to his air magic, not wanting to risk his percentage points being randomly assigned. That, plus their frequent practicing, allowed him to gain level 3. Congratulations! You have reached level 3 in air magic. Increasing level allows you to cast stronger spells. His relentless mana usage gave an added benefit. He was awarded +1 to his intelligence and +2 to wisdom from his frequent mana usage. A week later, they arrived before the walls of Law, Yves's capital city. They had passed several smaller towns over the past week, making the trip easy and comfortable. The distance they covered must have been farther than the entirety of their journey before, but the well-traveled road made it much easier to travel. While Leaf's Crossing had strong walls and some towers built in for defense, Law seemed unassailable. 100-foot-high walls were topped with crenellated battlements. The city rose up behind the wall, clearly built upon a large hill. It was hard to tell, but it looked like it was roughly built in concentric circles, with the palace on top of the hill. A wide moat surrounded the city walls. The river ran behind the city, and they had dug the moat to be filled with river water. A large flow of traffic moved over the drawbridge and into the city. The guards here were in polished chainmail with halberds held upright. They also had the crest of blue swords on a green background emblazoned on their chests. The high volume of people and animals moving into the city made stopping everyone for questions unreasonable, but the hawk-eyed gaze of the guards promised swift action in response to any threat. As they moved past the initial gate and under the walls, Richter was taken aback by its 30-foot thickness. Murder holes and arrow slits could be seen in the ceiling and walls. Exiting the tunnel, there were more guards standing at attention. Most of the crowd were humans. The few non-humans that were present kept their heads down as if afraid of bringing attention to themselves. The main street of the city was a wide throughway, but dozens of avenues meandered off to either side. Richter and Scion went further into the city, and the elevation gradually rose. Their travel was only interrupted once when they passed a patrol of guards. They asked for Scion's papers, but after only a cursory inspection, they waved the two companions on. The quality of the houses and shops rose the higher they went. After walking for half an hour, they took a medium-sized street to the left. The lane curved inward slightly, following the natural curve of the hill. They slowly circled the city, looking for the inn Rosie had recommended. After being lost several times and receiving direction from the locals an equal number of times, they arrived at the Laughing Imp. The Laughing Imp was a good deal more boisterous than the Whistling Hen. Several patrons were slumped over the bar in varying states of intoxication. The smell of the bar was certainly not as clean as the inn that they had come from, but the laughter and joy in the room had the same intensity. Scion and Richter walked to the bar and waited for a moment until a smiling barmaid came up. Bounced up would have been a better description based on her ample chest. "What can I get you, my dears?" For too long a moment, Richter stared at her as she breathed heavily, a smile on her lips. When Scion nudged him, he realized it had gotten creepy. "Yes, I need to talk to Tarad. Rosie from the Whistling Hen in Leaf's Crossing sent me." Still smiling, she asked them to wait and moved off. She spoke to a man behind the bar who seemed to be giving the punchline of a joke based on the guffaws of the people sitting in front of him. She gestured to Richter and Scion, and he handed her an empty mug to fill. He walked over to the two companions with a broad smile and an extended hand. He was middle-aged but not old, and had a brown beard that, while a little wild, was not completely unkempt. Richter used Analyze on him. It had become a habit with every person he saw. The skill had not yielded anything further than base information so far, but it was still good practice. Human, level 6. Health, 170. Mana, 110. Stamina, 160. The man's numbers were higher than expected. Most of the random town or city folk Richter had examined were level 3 or below. Not surprising, since the only way he had found to gain experience seemed to be battle or fulfilling quests. If not for minor quests that dealt with their skill sets, most city dwellers would probably only be level 1 no matter how high their individual skills were. The guards he had seen were typically level 10 or above. Calder had been level 12. When asked about it, the man had explained that he was a former soldier. All soldiers were required to fight the random monsters that occasionally cropped up and slash or patrol the boundaries of the kingdom. Apparently, it was a constant struggle to defend the borders from hostile creatures or raiders. Richter reached out his hand and clasped wrists with the barkeep. "My name is Richter. I was sent by Rosie in Leaf's Crossing. Shelley told me that. What can I help you with?" "We are travelers to Isabel." Tarad's smile tightened ever so slightly. "Of course. Come with me." They walked past the bar and into the kitchen. It was a setting of controlled chaos. The typical hustle and bustle of people performing the necessary tasks to keep a kitchen running. Tarad nodded to the various staff as he walked through to the other side and out into a back alley. Richter and Scion followed him outside and down into the alley. Tarad turned and looked at them with a serious expression. All of the laughter and joy had gone from his face. "You need to tell me who you are, right now. And if I don't like your answers, this filth-ridden alley will be the last thing you see." As he had been talking, 3 of the larger kitchen workers had filed out into the alley, holding knives or cudgels. Worse, the direction Richter and Scion had been walking in ended in a blank wall and a pile of rubbish. The 3 men stood between them and the exit from the alley. Scion drew his sword, causing the toughs to take a threatening step forward. Knowing only seconds remained before the ground of the alley was covered with blood, quite possibly theirs, Richter held out his arms with palms up. "There is no need for this. We were sent by Rosie, the owner of the Whistling Hen in Leaf's Crossing. She told me to come here and say that phrase to you. I have a village. I need specialized labor to build it into something worthwhile. She told me that many non-humans are unhappy with the new laws and are not being treated fairly. I can offer them another option." After she heard me out, she said you might know about some people that would be interested. Tarad stared at them. "What you're saying is something anyone would know just by simple gossip. Everyone knows the Laughing Imp welcomes non-humans. Someone might use that knowledge to try and find malcontents. How do I know you're not just trying to trick us and then throw us into the king's dungeons?" Richter was more than a little annoyed at the treatment he and Scion were getting. "Listen, I'm here to offer a chance for an honest life to those that deserve it. We gave you the code word, Esabil. If you don't want to help, that's fine. We will figure out another way. But if you move any closer to me and my friend, it's very likely that this alley will be the last thing that you see," Richter warned. The 3 men behind them tensed, getting ready for a fight. Richter drew his sword. It was a shame that their bows were unstrung. If Scion could shoot, the outcome of this fight wouldn't even be a question. Hopefully their armor and superior weapons would win the day. Richter had switched his respawn to the Mist Village, but the option had not come up again since they started their journey. If he died, it would take several weeks to get back here, and he would lose all of his possessions. He just hoped Scion would be able to escape. "Stop!" Tarad threw up his hand. "I do not want violence, but I will not let a snake into my house." "Can you prove what you are saying? Did she offer you anything that would make me believe you?" Richter glared at him, blade in hand. "She said you were trustworthy, but that you're also a suspicious bastard and cheat when you play cards." A smile twitched on Tarad's face. "Well, that does sound like Rosie. Okay, you have bought yourself a good meal and a place to stay. We will talk again in the morning." He waved off the 3 men and strolled past Richter and Sion as if nothing had happened. "We have lamb tonight. How do you like your ribs?" With that one-liner worthy of an 80s action flick, he walked inside, still with that wry smile on his face. Richter and Sion looked at each other, and after a moment, both sheathed their swords. "So, do we go back in?" Sion asked. "It definitely wasn't the reception I was expecting. They didn't try to rob us, though. They just acted like they had someone to protect," Richter said, pondering their options. "So we have 2 options. We can go back in and see what comes of it, or take our chances somewhere in the city." "Well, I have never had lamb before," Sion said, "but it did smell good." They went back into the kitchen and walked through to the common room. The people there were laughing and enjoying their food, with no idea of the violence and death that had almost occurred only a dozen yards away. It was a good lesson, Richter thought. Even though they had left the woods, there was still plenty of danger in the city. The cute barmaid met them as they left the kitchen and led them back to a table. She quickly brought 2 square wooden plates, topped with meat, green vegetables, and chunks of bread still steaming from the oven. They both asked her for an ale and then tucked into the meal. Whatever else could be said of their reception at the Laughing Imp, the food was wonderful. Both sat in silence, devoted to their meal, and when second helpings were offered, they both gladly accepted. Richter looked at his small friend polishing off his second plate and wondered where it all went. An hour after they sat down, Tarad came by the table and dropped off their room key. He only paused long enough to tell them their room was on the 3rd floor, second door on the left. Then he disappeared back into kitchen. They sat there a while longer before deciding to call it a night. Their room here was much the same as their room in the Whistling Hen, maybe a touch bigger, and the mattresses slightly smellier. Richter and Scion looked at each other and with silent understanding moved one bed against the door and the other against it. Feeling safer, they both lay down for the night but kept their weapons close to hand. They woke the next morning to a rapping on the door. "Tarad would like to see you downstairs," a feminine voice called out, and then footsteps could be heard walking away from the door and moving downstairs. They both shouldered their packs and moved the beds away from the door to walk downstairs. The common room smelled surprisingly fresh. The windows had been opened up and a light rain was falling outside. From the scent in the air, someone had either burned incense or thrown sweet grass on the fire, which still had smoldering embers from last night. And there was Tarad, sitting at a table and drinking tea. When he saw them, he waved them over, gesturing that they should join him. As they sat down, he poured more tea from the pot into 2 ready cups. "Well then," Tarad said after they had joined him. "First, I want to apologize about last night. I had a few friends ask around, and we found a courier who remembered seeing you entering Leaf's Crossing at the time you say. Luckily, a man and a sprite are an uncommon enough sight to merit recall. He remembered you talking to a local guard, and it seemed like you were being shook down. The guard's name was Calder. He actually was not a bad guy in the end, and he's the reason we ended up at the Whistling Hen at all." "Well, sorry again," Tarad said. "The situation in law is worse than Rosie probably knows. The regulations have grown stricter. Because of that, some non-humans have started to leave. For a while, that wasn't a problem. The king didn't concern himself with the odd non-human that wanted to go elsewhere. When the skilled craftsmen started to leave, however, the humans who had been profiting from their labor started to complain. I don't know if Rosie explained, but all actual business must be conducted through humans. The human, or representative as they are called, is often allocated by the government. These have become coveted positions. It is basically a way to make money with little effort. The representatives shave off as much money as they want. So when that income was threatened by the non-humans leaving, the representatives complained. Their government cronies passed another law making it illegal to even leave the kingdom without permission. Anyone caught in the attempt is either released with all of their property confiscated, imprisoned, or put back to work with their loved ones, detained, to ensure their cooperation. "That's horrible," Richter said sincerely. "I had no idea things were that bad here. I am a known opponent of the new laws. I hope you can now understand my skepticism and caution when someone walks up to me out of the blue asking about such a sensitive topic." Richter nodded, not willing to completely forget the scene last night, but the explanation made Tarad's actions understandable, if not immediately forgivable. "The courier confirming your story was a point for you, so I appreciate you accepting my apology. But despite the fact that you seem like a likable guy, if you want my help and trust, you need to answer some questions and prove yourself." "Now where is this village you need help with?" "It's in the forest of Nadria. I'm not willing to give any specific directions for security reasons." "The forest isn't a safe place. No offense to you," Tarad said, looking at Scion. "But even your people have been known to claim lives if your territory is infringed upon. And the wood sprites are about the most benevolent force that I know of in that region." Richter gave a small laugh. "That's actually how we met. Me almost getting shot full of sprite arrows. The wood sprites and I now have a good relationship. Though my village's defenses are strong, I won't promise absolute safety. I don't think that exists in any world. But for those who choose to come with me, I offer the chance to be part of something potentially wonderful." I don't like the lack of information, but that brings us to the main point. Trust. I don't put much faith in words. Actions, though, that is something I can believe in, Tarad said, trailing off, making it clear that there was more to be said. Scion leaned in. "Just tell us what you want us to do." What is going to gain us your ever so valuable trust? Tarad put a large smile on his face. Why, all I want you to do is to help you help yourselves. Chapter 20. Apparently, Tarad and other sympathetic humans had started to ferry non-humans out of the city. They had to reach out to various groups to accomplish this, however. One of them was a local thief group called the Nightblades. The plan was for the non-humans to make it to the sewers under the city, and the Nightblades would help them out of the city from there. Apparently, the first half had gone smoothly, but the Nightblades sent a message to Tarad's compatriots that 5 coppers per head would have to be paid, or they would send the non-humans to the king's guard. A silver coin was apparently the standard bounty for runaways. The Blades had said they were giving Tarad and his colleagues a bargain. We know where our people are being held. There are many people who disagree with the king's laws. They help how they can, but not many are fighters. I have 5 good men that can hold their own, and 7 more who are willing to fight. Basically what I'm saying is we need a bit more muscle. If you help us, I will spread your request to the non-humans. I will also help arrange travel for anyone that wants to leave the city. Will you fight? You have been offered a quest. Fight for those who cannot. A group of non-humans is being held for ransom. Tarad will help you, but only if you help him first. He needs your aid to free the captured non-humans from the thieves. Reward: increased reputation with non-humans of Eves. Possible colonists to come live in the Mist Village. Yes or no? Richter looked at Scion, who gave him a nod. Looking back at Tarad, he asked, "What's the plan?" "I need to get some things together, rally the troops, as it were. Is there anything else you need to do in the city?" "I need to sell some gems. I also have a magic staff to sell." "I know 2 reliable merchants. Is there anything else?" "This might be a long shot, but do you know anyone that can teach me magic spells?" "Mage guilds are sometimes willing to sell lesser spells, but rarely anything stronger. We are new to our magic. Higher-level spells are most likely beyond us anyway." "Go to Aldima's Focus. It's where I was going to send you to sell that staff anyway. Walk uphill, past 2 rows of buildings, and then go left. Circle a quarter of the city, and you'll see a string of shops. Aldima's has purple windows and a blue door. I only ask that you return by 5 bells after midday." Richter and Scion assured him that they would, and then they left. They decided to see the merchant first, in case they needed more coin to buy whatever spells were available. His shop was only a short walk from the inn. Walking in, they were greeted with a practiced smile. "Gentlemen, please come in. Whatever you are looking for, I'm sure I can help you find, and if not, I'm sure I can provide something even better. Huzzah!" The merchant wore a white turban with a colorful feather coming from the front. He was older and couldn't have been an inch or 2 over 5 feet. He carried more than a little weight around his middle. His clothes were loose silk, and he had a red sash tied around his waist. Amused by the round merchant's demeanor, Richter smiled and said, "Tarad sent us. He said that you could be trusted to treat us fairly." The merchant's eyes grew somewhat large in alarm. "Yes, of course. Please tell Master Tarad that, as always, Hafiz is a humble servant and is happy to help. Any friends of his are already friends of mine." Richter was somewhat surprised by the reaction. Just what kind of rep did the innkeeper have? Richter decided that since an honest merchant was most likely as rare and precious a sight as a comet, he would not question his good fortune. "I am actually here to sell some jewels. They were, part of an inheritance." Richter pulled out the small chest from the Mist Village vault and opened it. "Sir, please be careful. That much wealth would be worth all of our lives." The portly man came from behind the counter and rushed past them to the door. He closed and locked it while looking out the windows to make sure no one had been looking in. Satisfied they had not been observed, the merchant walked back behind the counter and drew aside a curtain. Hafiz motioned for Richter and Scion to follow him. "You seem to be showing us a great deal of trust," Richter said. "Well, you have been sent by Tarad, which means a great deal. You also seem like a good sort overall. Finally, you walked in with a chest of jewels that is most likely worth more than my shop. Not many thieves try to rob you with a golden blade encrusted with diamonds." Richter smiled. Those are some good points. Either way, thank you for your trust, and I promise you that it's not misplaced. Hafiz walked over to a small table with a stool. Several large lamps made the room well lit, despite the lack of windows. Please place the chest on the table, good sir. Richter laid the chest on the table, and Hafiz began removing the gems one by one. He held each to his eye, looking through a small eyepiece that had a soft orange glow coming from it. He examined each and made notations on a small piece of paper. This will take a while, sir. Please feel free to peruse my goods while you wait. There are many different goods up front, but my elite stock is on these back shelves. I invite your companion to stay with me. Always best to keep each other honest. Huzzah! Smiling again at the strange little man, Richter went back to the front of the shop. Sion decided to stay with the merchant, as suggested. Richter walked through the front and found several useful items: rope, flint and steel, oil, and other sundry items. He gathered them on the counter and then moved to the back again to see the merchant's elite items. The lowest shelves held gems and jewelry. Since he had come to sell jewels, those shelves did not keep his interest. What he found above was much more interesting, however. The first thing his eyes were drawn to was a glass display filled with arrowheads. They all had a slight glow to them. You have found Arrowhead of Dispelling. Will dispel active enchantments on target. You have found Arrowhead of Flame. Will do additional 10 to 12 damage on impact. Chance to cause burn. You have found Arrowhead of Stun. Chance to stun target for 3 to 5 seconds. You have found Arrowhead of Negation. Will ignore magical defenses. You have found Arrowhead of Poison. Chance to poison target, doing additional 2 to 4 damage for 10 seconds. You have found Arrowhead of Freeze. Will do additional 7 to 9 damage on impact. Chance to cause freeze. You have found Arrowhead of Piercing. Will ignore up to 33% of opponent's armor. You have found Arrowhead of Confusion. Target may attack anyone near, including possibly allies. Jackpot! Richter moved the box of arrowheads to the front counter. He also found various other items that would come in useful. You have found Ring of Health. Durability 11/11. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Traits Increase maximum health by +30. He found 4 of those. You have found Ring of Mana. Durability 9/9. Item class Uncommon. Quality Average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Traits Increase maximum mana by +20. You have found Belt of Strength. Durability 40/40. Item class Rare. Quality Superb. Weight 1.1 kilograms. Traits Increase strength by +4. The last item that caught his attention was a black satchel sitting at the end of the shelf. You have found Bag of Holding. Durability 50/50. Item class Epic. Quality Exquisite. Weight 1.0 kilograms plus 0.1 times total weight of items. Traits can hold large amount of items. Contents of bag will only be 10% of normal weight. Thinking of desired object will retrieve it from bag. Item is soul-bound. It cannot be lost or stolen. Can only be transferred with an open heart. At last, what Richter had been missing more than anything else from his game days was the inventory that was present in every RPG. Having to actually schlep everything he wanted to carry was a real pain in the butt. Anyone who has had to walk to the store for groceries would know what he was talking about. He held the bag almost reverently as he placed it on the counter. By the time he was done perusing, Hafiz was putting down his ledger, done cataloging the stones in the chest. Well, good sir, you are truly blessed to have found such a rich trove of jewels. Are they really that good? Oh yes, my monocle of identification was made by the finest elvish glassmiths, and then enchanted by one of the master light mages of the Illuminator Guild. I would stake my reputation by this ledger, then he sighed. As I suspected, I can only afford a portion of these stones. The merchant pushed about a fifth of the stones to the side, and they looked mostly to be only the semi-precious stones. These stones are worth roughly 310 gold. Richter coughed, his mouth opening in shock. That was $31,000. He was hoping that the gems would cover his costs, but if Hafiz was correct, his chest was more than 100 grand, maybe closer to 2 or even 3. Hafiz misunderstood Richter's expression. I promise you, sir, that this is a fair price. I am an honest merchant, and especially would not cheat a friend of Mr. Tarad. Richter closed his mouth and assured the man that he trusted his good intentions. Mollified, Hafiz continued. I have this in gold bands, and he laid 2 finger-length rectangular bars of gold down on the table along a heavy bag and 10 gold coins. Seeing Richter's questioning look, he explained. Each of these bars is the equivalent of 100 gold coins. Now, if you allow me, I can see what you have picked from my stock, and we can do the rest in trade. The rotund man walked up to the counter, making short oohs and ahs, and he lined up each item and placed a stone next to each. The arrowheads equated to a thumbnail-sized jade, the rings a slightly smaller turquoise, the belt of strength a square-cut emerald, and the basic items he piled together equated to a small pearl. When he came to the bag, however, he looked at Richter for a moment, and then firmly placed 2 diamonds in front of it. Richter coughed in shock. He knew, because of the bag's stats, as well as its usefulness, it would be expensive. But good God! 2 diamonds that size probably meant he was paying as much for that bag as he had for his first car. Suddenly, an argument with an ex-girlfriend came to mind, where she criticized him for wasting money on video games, and he threw her expensive purse collection back at her. She had, of course, responded, "It's an investment." His response, that maybe math wasn't her strong suit, had not gone well. Sigh, live and learn. Maybe if the purse had been able to fold space to make a pocket dimension, then she would have had a point, though. Even though it was painful, he looked Hafiz in the eye and nodded his assent. The man grinned broadly and clapped his hands. Praise to the Lord of Commerce! Let us both profit from this day! Huzzah! Shaking hands, they finished the deal. Richter was surprised when Hafiz reached out with both hands and laid them on the bag. A white light emanated from his hands, and when he removed them, a clear gem sat on the bag. At the merchant's gesture, Richter picked up the gem and was greeted with the prompt. Would you like to take ownership of this bag of holding? Yes or no? Choosing yes, the gem disappeared, and he found a new small icon in the corner of his vision, which looked like the black bag. Selecting it, a 20 by 20 empty grid appeared. Unable to keep a look of childlike glee from his face, he began placing and removing items from the bag. Just as described, as soon as he reached into the bag, he simply had to focus on the object he wanted, and it would materialize in his hand, ready to be pulled out. He placed the magic staff in, and sure enough, its entire length disappeared into the bag. The staff took up a 3 by 1 area of the grid. He then decided to put a copper, silver, and gold coin in the bag, and retrieved each in turn. He might be excited, but he wasn't about to throw all of his money into a black hole without making sure he could get it back first. Seeing as it was a success, though, he placed the gold bands as well as his coins into the bag of holding. Thieves had been a major concern, but now he could rest relatively easier, needing only to keep track of the one bag. Each type of coin took up 1 slot in the bag and clearly displayed the amount of each. He placed the rest of the gems back in the chest and placed it into the bag. Spending a few more moments, he transferred over the contents of his old pack. Each herb stacked and made it much easier to organize. Best of all, it was soul-bound. He finally didn't need to worry about losing all of his items if he died again. Is there anything else I can do for you, good sir? Hafiz asked. Do you have any maps, magic or otherwise? I have a few maps of the surrounding areas and waterways, and one other item. Please give me a moment, sir. The white-clad merchant walked to the back. He came back after a few minutes. In his hands was a 2-foot-long parchment that was bound with a green and yellow striped ribbon. This is a traveler's map, sir. Are you familiar with their guild? Richter shook his head. They are a potpourri of different skills and races. Some are magic users, others are fighters, some are simple woodsmen, and the only thing they have in common is a love of travel. Either singly or in groups, they move across the land and create maps of the world. They sell these for exorbitant fees to the rich and powerful. The price is paid, however, because this is actually an extremely versatile tool. It provides access to whatever information the traveler imparted to this map. You can even do so mentally without opening the physical scroll. Finally, owning the parchment lets you add your own geographic information. As the map is bound to you, the physical map will only show information that you wish shared. The item sounded amazing. As the description grew more detailed, however, Richter's heart began to sink. This must be an item of incredible cost. True, he probably had the gems to pay for it, but Richter was not one to squander money. He might be looking at an eternity here, and being careless with money today could mean centuries of hard times ahead. The reluctance on his face must have been apparent. Hafiz moderated his excited tone. Well, as I said, normally this is only an item for the wealthiest of patrons, but the information contained within is only as current as when the map was made. The particular traveler that made the map lived at least 200 years ago, possibly a good deal longer ago than that. It was found in the belongings of a recently departed nobleman. His family had fallen on hard times because of his love of the bottle. As such, he left his children with few assets and even less regard for him. They sold his items quickly and cheaply. So you see, with this particular map, I have no idea about the usefulness of any of the information contained within. The enchantments will still work either way though, sir, so it is a valuable item nonetheless. If you are interested, I could relinquish it for only one more small diamond. Richter understood what Hafiz was saying. The information was most likely hopelessly out of date. It was a risk to buy it. Admittedly, he could make his own maps, and so the item was very useful in and of itself. Shuatrix the imp had said the land was bigger than the earth. If that was true, he had seen less than 1% of 1% so far. Richter weighed the pros and cons and decided that even if the traveler's information was useless, the map itself was a good investment in his future. After all, Gmaps had been about the most used app on his phone. He did need to know one thing, though. How much are these diamonds worth, Hafiz? Well, sir, each is high quality and cut finely, so per carat, each will be worth 50 gold coins. Richter's eyes bulged again. $5,000. He dreaded asking the next question, but couldn't help himself. So, how many carats were in the diamonds I have already traded you? The diamonds you traded for the bag were 2 carats each. I will trade the map for this last diamond, that is a bit over 1 carat, the merchant replied promptly. Richter sighed deeply. He almost wished he didn't know. His calculations had been off. Those 2 diamonds had been worth more than his first car. A lot more. He tried to comfort himself that he couldn't take it with him when he died, but he realized that now he could. He could and would take it with him. He tried to focus on the big picture, but his mind shouted that 25,000 bucks worth of stones was a pretty damn big picture. Richter finally closed his eyes and rubbed the spot on his ear that always relaxed him. He had followed George Takei on Facebook, and one day it had showed a pressure point called Shen Men. Apparently it translated to Heavenly Gate. He had tried rubbing it and actually found it was very relaxing. He closed his eyes to try to find the same peace with the gentle massage. Surprisingly, a prompt came up. It was very strange seeing something even with his eyes closed. Congratulations, you have learned the sub-skill pressure points. Certain points on bodies can harm or heal. In unarmed combat, certain spots will draw your attention, and you will know intuitively what they do. This is a sub-skill of unarmed combat. As you have learned this sub-skill, you have also learned unarmed combat. Congratulations! You have learned the skill unarmed combat. You can attack and defend yourself without the crutch of weapons. Thank you, Hikaru Sulu. Richter was stacking up these skills. Taking his new skill as an omen, he nodded to Hafiz and pushed the diamond across the table, picking up the map. How do I use it? Again, Hafiz touched the map and a white light flared, leaving a clear ownership gem in its place. Simply break the seal and pick up the gem, he said. Richter did as instructed. You have found Traveler's Map. Would you like to accept ownership? Yes or no? As if he had paid all that dough for nothing, he accepted, yes, and a small map icon appeared at the corner of his gaze. The gem crumpled to dust after he accepted ownership. He selected the icon, and a translucent, almost opaque screen appeared to fill most of his visual field. It was like looking down from above. The map was centered on law, and the city took up about half the screen. But what if I want to see more or a different scale? Richter thought. Immediately, a bar appeared vertically at the edge of the map. Focusing, he could make the slider on the bar move up and down, and the map zoomed in and out. At maximum zoom, Richter could make out individual streets in the city. At minimal zoom, the map showed law as a small circle. The Kingdom of Eve was a roughly circular patch of green with a dotted line surrounding it. To the east of the kingdom was a yellow patch, written as Plains of Gold, and just north were the Singing Hills and Whisper Woods of Grevant. Richter could see the serrated mountains, and north of them was the Kingdom of Rione, but it was called the Villages of Rione. Several other small kingdoms dotted the map. Farther north was a large swath of grayed-out area called simply the Wilds. The Forest of Nadria occupied the right side of the map. Going to medium zoom, many dungeons, caves, crypts, and other points of interest could be seen. It was strange that some areas had more color on the map, and others were almost monochromatic. He soon figured out that the colored areas followed his own path since coming to the land. He had to guess that more color meant more current information. This map was amazing. He zoomed out to maximum, and the colored part of the map became a small island in a sea of black. He zoomed back in. Off to the bottom right, there was a small, glowing arrow. Richter changed his focus, and the map slid in that direction, no longer focused on the kingdom. It moved past the forest, over the open ocean, and then settled over a series of islands. The map named them the Isles of Lanyu. On the second biggest was a glowing marker. When he zoomed in, he saw was a small, dilapidated castle. Another prompt filled the screen. You have discovered the lost citadel of the mage Poquitil. You have been offered a quest, right an ancient wrong one. The traveler that made this map accepted a quest that remains undone. As he is now dead, and no previous owners of this map have completed it, the task now falls to you. You must travel to the lost citadel and find the remains of the mage Poquitil. Unlock the mystery of the lost citadel. Reward unknown. Yes or no? A lost castle on a hidden island discovered on a treasure map? Yes please. It seemed like the kind of quest that gave legendary of even artifact gear. It also seemed like the kind of quest that had monsters that would use his balls for jujubes at his current level. Looking closely at the map, he saw that the citadel was considered a time-worn dungeon. That meant it was at least 1,000 years old and possibly up 10,000 years old. He couldn't tackle it at his current low level, but that wouldn't always be a problem now, would it? No, it would not, Richter thought with a smile. Then he thought, it's kind of creepy to be talking to yourself in the third person. I need to stop this. He dismissed the map. A second prompt had been hidden behind the map. Congratulations, you have learned the skill map making. through careful observation of the world around you, can map everywhere you have been. Finding additional maps will add to your personal map. Hafiz had been looking at him as he worked with the map's functions. Are you satisfied with your purchase, sir? Oh, yes, Richter replied with a smile. Huzzah! Most happy to have been of service, then. Hafiz replied with a smile of his own. I will add these other standard maps as part of the price with the diamond. Now, is there anything else I can help you with? Not right now, but I may need a varied amount of items later. I will need them brought to Leaf's Crossing. Could you arrange that? I am ever your humble servant, good sir, Hafiz said, bowing his head. Hafiz handed him a bundle of arrow shafts to affix the arrowheads to. Richter had said he was going to use his sprite arrows, but Scion had told him mixing magic was never wise. Even imbuing an arrow that was already enchanted could be dangerous. Deciding to follow his friend's advice, Richter thanked Hafiz and accepted the shafts. He then equipped his rings and belt. He felt a perceptible change in his body as it filled out slightly, reflecting his increased stats. Shaking hands with the merchant one last time, Richter and Scion left the shop. 2 bells tolled as they walked outside, letting them know there wasn't much time left before they had to meet back at the inn. They followed Tarad's instructions to reach Aldima's focus. The storefront looked much as Tarad had explained it. The panes of purple glass were varied in color. As they walked into the door, they heard a chime. A tall man came to the front. Not wasting any time, Richter said, Tarad sent us. What does he need? The man replied. There was none of the obsequiousness that Hafiz had displayed. It's actually myself and my friend that are looking to trade, Scion said. Then what do you need? He asked gruffly. I'm looking for spells, my companion specifically for air magic, but I'm interested in anything useful. By the laws of the king, magic can only be taught to and by members of licensed guilds. The merchant stared at them both, no one speaking. Richter placed a small jewel on the counter. He looked at what Richter had dropped and then looked back up. But laws don't put food on the table, right? Come to the back. Ryun, come watch the front. A teenage boy walked up from the back to stand behind the counter. Richter and Scion followed the man, walking through a back door into another room. He sat at a circular table and offered for them to join him. Are you Aldima? Richter asked. No, Aldima is right behind you, pointing behind Richter and to the left. A hand gripped his shoulder just as the man pointed. Holy sh! Richter thought only the 3 of them were in the room. Scrabbling to turn quickly, he knocked over a chair. A golden-skinned elf stood before him. She had silver hair, not with age, but as if someone had spun silver coins. She wore blue robes with arcane sigils in silver thread embroidered along the hem. She looked like she was Richter's age, but he realized you couldn't really tell in such a long-lived race. A wry smile was on her face as she said, I'm sorry. I get so bored cooped up in here. Which doesn't make it right, the merchant said in admonishment. I'm sorry, she said contritely, letting her head hang slightly. The man just grunted in reply, but he seemed mollified. Please don't give it another thought, Richter replied with a faint smile. She really was remarkably beautiful. Are you Aldima? She gave a small laugh, her voice resounding with the purest tones. If the wood sprites were woodwinds when they spoke, she sounded like a violin. Aldima is my grandfather's name. He founded this shop, but he and the rest of my family left Law several years ago. I have been running it with our old family friend Killick, she said, pointing to the merchant. You may call me Leandra. It's a pleasure to meet you, Richter replied. Tarad sent us here when I said I wanted to learn some spells. You do know that it is against the king's laws to learn spells outside of a registered guild. We've been over that, Leandra, Killick said. She gave another small laugh and looked at Killick. Well, you are the one that always told me to say it. Looking at Richter, she said, My powers are focused in earth and water magic. I have some spell books that can teach you some low-level spells, if you have the affinity and level to learn them. That shouldn't be a problem, Richter said with a smile. Do you have any experience with earth or water? No? Then you can only learn skill level 1 spells then, but they should still help you. She took 3 books from a shelf along the wall. You have found Book of Barkskin. This spell will increase natural armor by +2. This is a spell of earth. Cost 20 mana. Duration 20 minutes. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown NA. You have found Book of Grease. This spell will make a 10 by 10 foot area slick with grease. It greatly increases the chance of anyone in the area falling down. This is a spell of earth. Cost 15 mana. Duration 30 seconds. Range 25 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. You have found Book of Ice Dagger. This spell will throw a dagger made of ice at your target. This is a spell of water. Cost 20 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 40 feet. Cooldown N/A. All the spells seemed pretty basic and uniform. That didn't mean they weren't also wonderfully useful. He especially liked the grease spell. In Richter's experience, even high-level enemies could be affected indirectly by spells that changed the environment. He remembered a tough fight from years ago. He had to kill a dungeon boss. It was a death knight whose spell resistance was so high that no spells could touch it. A mage he was playing with had created an icy floor, though. That made the knight fall on its back. Richter had been able to score an easy critical strike after that and win the fight. "I'll take them all," Richter said. He was practically salivating thinking of increased capabilities. At 2 each, that will be 6 gold coins. Urk! What was wrong with these people? It seemed like they were determined to bleed him dry. He had to fight the impulse to see if he bought 2 if he could get the 3rd free. $600 for 3 books. Say what you want about mass-produced crap back home, it made things cheaper. He did have a thought, though. Using Analyze on Leandra, he had her stats. Female High Elf, level 8. Health, 160 over 160. Mana, 190 over 250. Stamina, 110 over 110. Each of these spells seems like it takes about 10% of your mana, Richter said, enjoying her shocked look. I would think that a way for you to be able to reduce the cost of your spells would be valuable. He withdrew the blue staff from his bag of holding. He handed it to her, allowing a closer examination. Leandra took the staff, looking at him, but then switched her gaze to the item in her hand. She focused, and a white flare that looked like when Futen identified items extended from her hands and surrounded the item. Her look of surprise switched to one of excitement and greed. She began muttering to herself, "Leg bone of a frost giant, steeped in waters of great northern glacier, must have been enchanted by..." She came back to herself all of a sudden, seeming to realize how transparent she was being, and tried to shift her features to studied nonchalance. "It's a nice trinket." A large wolf-like smile was on Richter's face, and he settled into some serious haggling. An hour later, the 2 companions left the shop, and Richter had 3 new spellbooks and several restore health, mana, and stamina potions. He had even bartered to obtain the recipes to health, mana, cure poison, and other useful potions for Scion, who assured him that the ingredients were easily found in the forest. For all of these goods, he ultimately gave her 2 gold and 4 silver coins. He was even able to secure a 10% discount on future purchases. Leandra didn't seem to mind much, though, as she lovingly held her new staff. He could swear she was cooing to it. Before leaving the shop, he opened and read each book. The same process occurred as with the Book of Charm, each crumbling to dust and leaving him with a new spell. Reading them gave him 2 new corresponding skills. There was also a pleasing 3rd prompt. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Earth Magic. Increasing your skill will unlock more spells. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Water Magic. Increasing your skill will unlock more spells. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Trade. Bargaining has afforded you a better price. Increasing this skill will allow for better prices and open new business opportunities. Leandra agreed to keep an eye out for other spells books. Richter and Scion thanked her, and then hurried back to the inn, knowing not much time was left. Going inside, one of the men behind the bar made eye contact with Richter and nodded his head towards the back. They made their way by the smiling patrons and entered the kitchen. Tarad met them and walked back into the alley again. Immediately cautious, Richter and Scion slowed down, but Tarad kept walking without pause to a sewer grate and climbed down. Having no choice, they followed him in. They stayed to the side once they reached the bottom to avoid the stream of foul-smelling water flowing down the tunnel. The sewer was made of dark stone, with an indentation in the middle to channel the flow. They could stand upright, but Richter only just. Tarad was ahead of them, moving along the right side of the tunnel, torch in hand. They hurried to follow. They took turn after turn, until Richter had no idea as to their current location. He guessed that was part of the point, though. Tarad finally stopped in front of a ladder leading up. He climbed it and opened a trap door at the top, allowing the sound of hushed voices to come through. They followed him up and found themselves in a warehouse filled with boxes. It had a dirt floor and straw was scattered on the ground. There were 12 other figures there, everyone quieted upon seeing Tarad. "All right, gents, I'm glad we are all here. The two with me I vouch for. They will stay with me. Go back to what you are doing. I will fill them in on the plan." The men continued on with their preparations, and Tarad turned to Richter and Scion. "All right, the plan is relatively simple. We are going to strike just after midnight. The Nightblades have a base on the wharf. That's where we are now, but all the way on the other side of the harbor. We have been told this base is where they have our people." Now, as you've already seen, many of these buildings are attached to the sewers. If we attack above, you can be sure they will bolt underneath. So we have divided into two groups. You will be with me, and we will be in the group attacking underneath. We will try to disable anyone we find in the tunnels quietly. When we hear the attack above, we wait a moment so it draws focus, and then kill anyone attempting to flee. After that, we move in and attack these bastards from behind. Do you have any questions? It sounds like there is going to be a lot of close fighting underneath. Sion should be in the above-ground attack. He is tough in a close-up fight, but he is absolutely deadly with a little room to wield his bow. "Are you okay with that?" he asked his friend. Sion looked at him somewhat concerned. "Are you sure you don't need me to watch your back?" His gaze wavered to the other men for a moment, the implication clear that the Nightblades might not be the only danger. "This is going to require trust on all of our parts, and I think it's understood that there will be vengeance on anyone breaking that trust," Richter said, looking Tarad in the eye. The man didn't seem offended by the veiled threat. "I absolutely agree," he said, returning Richter's gaze. "Randall," he said over his shoulder, summoning a man to him, "the sprite is going to be with you. Apparently he is pretty good with the bow." Randall looked at Sion with disbelief. "Hey, little man, you sure you can handle yourself?" "Irk!" An arrow was suddenly quivering in a crate only an inch from the questioning man. "I didn't even see him move," Randall said in disbelief. He continued in a respectful voice. "We will count ourselves lucky to have you among our number, Sir Sprite. Please come with me and we will figure out the best role for you." Sion walked off with the man, leaving Richter with Tarad. The reserved man looked at Richter. "The walk to their base by tunnel should take the better part of an hour. We will leave at 11 bells. Take the time to center and prepare yourself. We will be safe here until it's time." He walked away to confer with the other men. Richter decided to spend his time using his new powers. He started with Ice Dagger, mostly because it sounded coolest if he was being honest. Focusing upon the spell, He immediately felt a chill in his hand. Strange, he thought. He let go of his focus, and the sensation disappeared. It hadn't been painful or unpleasant, just surprising. Looking at a crate against the wall, he invoked the spell. His arm shot out of its own accord, and a 1-foot dagger made of ice sprung from his fingertips and struck the crate. It penetrated the wood and stuck there. He walked up to it and examined the blade. It had a simple spiral handle with no crossguard. The blade was a cone coming up from the hilt. He wrenched the blade to the side, but it did not snap in two. Apparently, the ice that comprised it was extremely dense. He was able to pull it out of the crate and saw that it ended in a wickedly sharp point. It also remained solid in his hand, and he was able to slam it back in the crate, leaving it stuck there. He hadn't counted one being able to use the dagger after it was thrown. He would never be without a weapon again. Next, he cast Barkskin. His skin grew rough, and the sensation in his fingertips decreased slightly. Drawing the dagger from the crate, he scraped the point along his skin with little effect. He pressed lightly, and then somewhat harder, before it was able to pierce his skin despite its sharp point. He was clearly not impervious, but the spell was a large improvement to the unarmored parts of his body. Last, he cast Grease. The floor looked slightly shinier and dark in the torchlight, but otherwise there was no real effect. He was wondering how to test it when one of the men to his right fell with a loud curse. Another fell trying to help him. They looked around with irritation until seeing Richter's sheepish expression. The tirade that followed convinced him to sit quietly and wait for the operation to begin. Chapter 21. Richter, Tarad, and 2 other men, Jason and Jeremy, made their way along the tunnels. The 2 men were in front, checking for traps as they were nearing the Nightblade's hideout. They had already led their group past 2 tripwires. A shuttered lamp provided the barest illumination. The lead man, Jason, held up his hand and gestured around the corner. "They are right around the corner," he said softly. "There are 2 of them. Now I can take one from a distance. The question is, are you any good with that?" he asked, indicating Richter's bow. "I can handle myself. I can't guarantee a silent kill, though. I'm assuming quiet is what we are going for. As long as we can kill them quickly and keep them from getting back into their lair, we should be safe enough." Richter snuck a glance around the corner. He could see 2 vague shapes standing about 5 feet apart. Unlike their entrance to the tunnel, it appeared that there was a door built into the side of the sewer tunnel. The closest was about 30 yards away. "I am pretty sure I can get a chest shot on the closest one," Richter said. "Okay then, I can sneak relatively safely another 10 yards down the tunnel before they should be able to detect me," Jason said, cocking a crossbow. "After I go around the corner, count to 10 and then take your target out. If you hear shouts, come around the corner immediately before these motherless trogs kill me." With a nod at Tarad, he went around the corner. Richter counted silently. Unfortunately, he had only gotten to 5 when the screaming started. Tarad and Jeremy went around the corner immediately. Richter was only a half step behind. Jason was on the ground, blood freely flowing from his left foot. The thief that had been closest to the door had a small crossbow out and was aiming at the downed man. The other thief was turning to the door, clearly about to enter and sound the alarm. Richter took in all of this in an instant. In even less time, he chose his target, aimed, and fired. The closest thief was shot through the chest, and his crossbow discharged harmlessly into the sewer floor. The other one was able to make it through the door and raise the alarm, though. Though he did not notice, a message indicator appeared in Richter's side view. The man on the ground held up his hands and shouted, "Stop! Don't step in the puddles! They are studded with spikes!" A tripwire was seen across the length of the tunnel. Jason must have stepped over it, but had then stepped into a pool of water on the other side and impaled himself on a concealed spike. Tarad went to him and bandaged the foot quickly, stemming some of the blood flow. He murmured to the man, who nodded with a pained look on his face. Tarad looked at Richter. "We keep going. Our men above will be slaughtered if they attack alone. It's just that now we will bear the brunt of the attack, and they will attack from behind. Are you with me? Richter simply said, I finish what I start. He cast haste upon himself and readied another arrow. Tarad raised his mace and pulled open the door. He slammed it shut again immediately as 2 thuds were heard and the door quivered. A third thud was punctuated by a crossbow bolt piercing the door. He smiled wildly. 2 on the left and 1 on the right, and then he opened the door and dove through with Jeremy right behind him. Richter stepped up to the door and scanned for enemies. Tarad was fighting one, and Jeremy was on the left fighting the other 2. There was no way for him to have a clear shot, let alone imbue his arrow. The blast could easily damage his 2 fighters. Worse, he could hear feet on the stairs at the back of the room, the steps quickly growing louder. Left with no other choice, he cast Grease. What happened next would have been funny if it weren't a life-or-death situation. All 5 combatants started windmilling their arms as they struggled to keep balance. Tarad went down first, and Richter shot his opponent in the shoulder, dropping her to the ground. Jeremy managed to collapse into a chair, his 2 opponents falling on the floor. Richter felt bad for a moment, ending the lives of men that could not defend themselves. But then another thief came down the stairs. The 30-second duration of the spell hadn't ended yet, so he fell flat on his face upon entering the small room. Richter placed an arrow in the chest of both of Jeremy's opponents in quick succession. He then imbued an arrow and shot it at the thief who had come down the stairs. The man had managed to climb to all 4s and took the arrow in the head. The force of the blow sheared away most of his face, splattering blood and flesh over the floor. Knocking another arrow, he saw Tarad drive a knife into his enemy's throat. One of the other thieves had not moved. Richter's chest shot, coupled with the thief's prone position, allowed for a critical strike and instant death. The last thief had turned over a table and was hiding behind it. Breathing a deep sigh, Richter knocked another arrow and charged it for several seconds before firing at the table. It struck the tabletop and exploded it inwards. The thief was thrown against the wall, stunned. Jeremy carefully walked forward and then stabbed him in the heart. Amazingly, all 3 of them had made it through the fight unscathed, not counting a few bumps and bruises, that is. Not wasting their initiative, they moved to the stairs. Tarad looked at Richter. Shoot up the stairs with your power arrow. Clear 'em out. Richter peeked up the stairs, which were mercifully clear. He knocked an arrow and held the charge until the black flashes ran over the gold aura, then released. The arrow struck the wall at the top of the stairs. The resultant boom in the confined space made all of their ears ring, but judging from the cry of pain at the top of the stairs, the thief that had been hiding at the top suffered far worse. Jeremy and Tarad rushed up the stairs. Richter recast haste, not wanting the spell to run out in the middle of the fight. About a third of his mana was gone, but his health was full and his stamina had only decreased by 1/10 from his exertions and limited use of focus. He followed behind the others. At the top of the stairs, Tarad and Jeremy turned left and immediately started swinging their weapons. Richter looked to the right, but saw nothing except a darkened hallway. He turned to cover his comrades and immediately felt an intense pain in his lower back. A warning indicator showed massive damage, and his health dropped by 100 points. Turning his head, he saw a man behind him. The thief had stabbed him with a dagger in his lower back. The blade had struck at the break between his chest plate and armored pants. The bastard must have been stealthed and then critted him. Muffling a scream, he threw his elbow in the thief's face and heard the crunch of a nose. He lost his bow in the process, but the blade came out of his back as he got a couple feet of space between him and his attacker. He invoked Ice Dagger, but his cast was off and it failed to pierce the leather armor the thief was wearing. The thief lunged with his dagger, and Richter twisted to the side, the blade slicing into his pants. Luckily, their reinforced nature kept it from biting deeply into his skin. He grabbed the thief's wrist with his right hand. They strained for a moment, Richter struggling to control the thief's blade hand. His increased strength was apparently just enough to keep his opponent from gaining the upper hand. Richter drew his sword across his body with his left hand and slammed the pommel into an already ruined nose. The first strike caused a soft sound like slamming a hammer into meat. The second pommel blow caused a deeper crunch than the first as the delicate bones in the face crumpled under the steel ball at the end of his hilt. The man screamed in total agony. Richter used the man's disorientation to wrest the dagger from his hand. He plunged the thief's own dagger into the man's neck. A spurt of arterial blood sprayed across the wall and Richter's face when he withdrew the blade. The pain that he had been able to ignore for a few seconds slammed back to the forefront of his consciousness, making his vision dim. He invoked his healing ring, which took the edge off of the pain. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out a health potion. The sounds of pain coming from the other room let him know that he didn't have time to waste. He cast Barkskin, castigating himself for not casting it prior to coming up the stairs. Shoving the thief's dagger through his belt, he sheathed his sword and picked up his bow. Placed an arrow on string, he hobbled into the next room. The sight that greeted him was not a welcome one. Tarad had said the Nightblades were a gang about 40 strong. An informant had told him that normally only 10 to 15 were in the hideout at night. The rest were out conducting various business and nefarious activities. After all, nighttime was work time for the thieves. Counting the 5 that had already died and the few that were on the ground, the dozen or so still standing meant that about half the guild must have been present during the attack. Not counting Tarad, Richter, or Scion, there were only 6 fighters left fighting the rogues tooth and nail. The only thing that seemed to be preserving his group was that the thieves were fighting cautiously to keep themselves away from the door to the outside. When one crossed in front of the door, a blue streak struck her in the leg, causing an audible snap. Well, that explains that, Richter thought. The thieves were positioning the fighters as a shield against Scion. It wasn't a bad plan, as they had greater numbers and would wear down the band of inexperienced fighters down soon enough. Then they could rush the sprite en masse and overcome him. That didn't even take into account the reinforcements that could arrive at any time. Richter decided it was time to ruin their day. Drawing his bow, he imbued an arrow with minimal force and shot at the closest thief. Not waiting to see results, he switched to the next and the next. Over the next few minutes, Richter and Scion took shots of opportunity, and their punishing fire broke the will of their opponents. The thieves began throwing their weapons down and falling to their knees. A couple tried to run out into the street, but an arrow from both Scion and Richter landed critical shots in their backs and ended their concerns for the matters of this life. Unfortunately, 2 more of their group had been killed in the time it took to subdue the thieves. It meant 9 of the attacking group had been killed or injured. They were left with 4 fighters plus Richter and Scion now guarding 3 thieves. 2 of the standing fighters were wounded with a leg or arm severely hampered. Tarad's left eye was swelling shut. The potion and the healing magic of the ring had restored the majority of his health, but Richter's constant movement had reopened the dagger wound in his back, causing a small bleeding status. He placed several healing herbs into his mouth and handed a few out to his comrades. Tarad was shouting into the face of one of the prisoners. "Where are they? I know they haven't left this building yet, so where are they?" The thief stared back insolently. Tarad struck him in the face and then repeated his question. No response. Tarad kicked the man in the chest, knocking him down. When he yanked him back up and repeated the question, the man just glared and then spit on the floor. Richter's mana was almost completely depleted at this point, and continual use of focus to avoid hitting his allies had left him with only 20% of his stamina. Neither was refilling quickly. He had to invest more into wisdom, especially if he was going to start expanding his spell base. Knowing that even a relatively small force of thieves would wipe them out in their weakened state, Richter stepped forward. "Tarad, let me try." Looking at the prisoner, "Look, I know you don't want us here. We don't want to be here. There has been blood spilled on both sides. Maybe we are all at fault, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that we work together so that we may all see the sunrise. I could continue to let fire fly between you and my friend here, but I don't have the time. Please just show some decency and tell us where the captives are." Richter's tone was full of calm and serenity. Looking up at Richter, the thief replied, "You and everyone you love are dead. You think you accomplished something here tonight? Ha! These were our rookies, the ones that were only good for making dinner and ensuring the building didn't burn down. We will refill our ranks, and when our veterans return, I will enjoy seeing you peeled like a grape." Richter nodded during this entire response, looking thoughtful and not interrupting. At the end, he firmed his lips, nodded once more, and then drove his dagger into the thief's eye. The body started spasming, and even as he cleaned his blade on the dead man's clothes, the right leg continued to kick erratically. With a deep sigh, he moved to the next kneeling man. "Look, I know you don't want us here. We don't want to be here. There has been—" The man interrupted. "We are both at fault. I agree. Please let me help you find your friends." "Thank you. Lead the way," Richter said. Tarad stared at him with wide eyes. The man walked ahead of them to a blank wall. Running his hand along the wooden panels, he found what he was looking for. A small square of wall depressed, and the thief placed his hand inside. They heard a click, and then a section of wall opened. Dragging the door open, a small room could be seen with a trap door in the floor. "Open it," Tarad said. The thief looked nervous, but did as he was asked. As soon as the hatch was lifted, the smell of unwashed bodies with human waste was palpable. Faint wails of despair came out of the hole. "Get them out of there," Tarad screamed, grabbing the man by the nape of his neck and shoving him toward a ladder. "Everyone, it's Tarad. We are getting you out of here. Come up the ladder, quickly as you can." Stinking, weakened figures climbed up the ladder and stood to the side. Upon seeing the thief, many began to hiss and grumble. One dwarf wrapped his hands around the man's neck to throttle him. Tarad had to pull him off, saying they still needed the thief alive. About 30 prisoners made their way up the ladder, Tarad staring in each face before moving to the next. When no one else came up, he grew frantic. "Is anyone else still down there? Isabel! Where is Isabel?" An older dwarf said, "They separated her and a few others from the rest of us as soon as we got here. We haven't seen her in days." Tarad stomped towards the thief with murder in his eyes. They sold her," the thief stammered, backing up. "Some of the king's friends keep non-humans on their estates as slaves. They use them for cheap labor, sport, or pleasure." With a cry, Tarad threw himself at the prisoner, pummeling him with his fists as he cried in rage. This time it was Richter who had to save the man's life. "We don't have time for this," Richter said. Addressing the thief, "You will die here, now, unless you can help us." "There is a ledger," the thief said. His facial bruises were making his speech slurred. "It's in the chest where we keep our loot. Please don't kill me." "Get on your feet," Tarad snarled, picking the man up by the arm. Turning to Jeremy, he said, "Gather our dead and lead our people back through the tunnels. Make sure to get Jason and the other wounded to a healer. Be vigilant, but move quickly. Go." Turning to Richter, he asked, "Will you and your friends stay with me?" "We finish what we start," Richter replied. Cyan nodded. "Where are we going?" Tarad asked the thief. "This way." The man walked back towards the stairs and passed into the hallway where Richter had suffered his sneak attack. Reminded, he told the thief, "If you are planning on leading us into a trap, you had better be sure that it kills us all at once, or I will put an arrow through your head. After seeing how you treated those people, it would be a pleasure." The thief whimpered, but nodded. They walked down the hallway on edge. The only reassuring fact was that it was narrow enough that sneak attacks could not come from the rear. They reached a large oaken door which the thief pushed open. Biting his lip, He pointed to the first stone after the door and said, "Don't step on it." Skirting the trap, they followed him into the room and saw a large chest sitting in the middle. "What's the catch?" Richter asked. "I will tell you, but on one condition. You have to let me go and kill the other thief you kept alive. The only way my own gang doesn't kill me for failure is if they think I was never here. I want your word." Tarad moved forward. "I'll get the answer out of you some other way," he said, raising his mace. "Stop," Richter said. "We don't have time for this. I swear not to kill you, and will let you deal with the other thief. Tell us how to get the ledger." "That entire chest is a decoy. It has a powerful sleep spell bound to it, which causes hours of unconsciousness in anyone who touches it. The real chest is over here." The thief walked over to the painting and took it down from the wall. Behind it was a chest the size of a microwave. "I don't know how to open it, though, and it weighs an incredible amount." "That's not a problem," Richter said. Taking his bag of holding, he slipped it over the chest, reducing its apparent weight of 310 kilograms to 31 kilograms, well within the tolerance of his strength. Tarad stared at him. "Will your wonders ever cease?" Walking back, they took care not to trigger the trap and walked back to the remaining prisoner. Richter handed a dagger to the helpful thief. "I am not here to do your dirty work. Do what you must." Taking the dagger, the man slit his former comrade's throat with no hesitation. Seeing Richter's outstretched hand, he gave the dagger back. They walked down the stairs and back into the tunnel. Richter looked at the thief and asked, "What is your name?" "I am called Nil." "Well, Nil, we made a deal of knowledge for service. Your knowledge of the chest for my service of sparing your life. But you still owe me for saving you from him," indicating Tarad. "He would kill you despite what I agreed to. Now say you owe me for saving your life." "I owe you, kind sir." "Say it again." "I owe you my life, sir." "And now say it one more time," Richter said, enunciating each and every word. The thief clearly knew what this meant, but could say little in rebuttal. After seeing the murder and rage in Tarad's eyes, there was no denying that he owed his survival to Richter. He bowed his head and spread his arms wide. "I owe you, my lord." Richter looked the man in the eye and said, "Thrice heard and witnessed. Nil has agreed to do you a favor. Failure to do so when asked will cause a decrease in his reputation with all beings and other unknown consequences. Keep in mind, your word means everything." "Now run," Richter said. "I will collect on what you owe me one day." Nil ran off, giving credence to the old saying of vanishing like a thief in the night. Richter, reminded of the state of the refugees they had rescued, could not leave it like this. Casting grease once more on the room they had just left, he threw Tarad's torch into the mix and was rewarded by a whoosh of flame as the furniture and walls caught light. Richter, Sion, Tarad, and the man who had been guarding the final thief then turned their backs on both the light of the fire and the darkness of their deeds, walking on into the gloom of the tunnel. Chapter 22. They made their way back to the inn without incident. While on the way, Richter dealt with the prompts that littered the edge of his vision. "Congratulations, you have reached skill level 5 in archery, plus 2% bonus to aim, plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 4 in imbue arrow, plus 5% damage, plus 5% speed of mana flow. Congratulations, you have advanced to skill level 4 in herb lore. Herbs are 3% more effective, increased chance of finding higher level herbs. Congratulations, you have advanced to skill level 2 in focus. Zoom increased by 0.1 times. You have proven yourself to be honorable. You chose to save the life of a comrade rather than eliminate a threat. In a key moment, you chose to honor life rather than pursue death. Plus 2 to charisma, 3% decrease in critical strike chance and critical strike damage. The last seemed a bit of a double-edged sword, but he was satisfied with the bargain. Richter would never know for sure, but since coming to the kingdom, interacting with others had been of the utmost importance. From meeting Calder, to Rosie's referral to Tarad, to Leandra selling him the spells that had quite possibly been the deciding factor in the battle with the thieves, his ability to interact with those he had met clearly altered his life here. If he was going to succeed in this new world, he could not do it alone, and he would continue to need help. He would take all of the charisma he could get. The next prompt was what caught his attention, though. Congratulations, you have won plus 500 fame points. You have freed those falsely imprisoned. They will spread word of your bravery. Chime. Congratulations, you have advanced to reputation level 2. I think I've heard of you. New quests and opportunities will become available to you. You have completed the quest, Fight for Those Who Cannot. 1. The non-humans of Eves will now look upon you favorably. Many may decide to come to the Mist Village. Bonus reward. The contents of the Thieves' Chest. Reward. 3,500 XP. Tring! You have reached level 9. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Richter was once again faced with the pleasant dilemma of how to allocate his points. The real difficulty with his abilities was that they were almost all mana dependent. His most powerful skill was still Imbue Arrow, and that was a serious drain. Many game players like to specialize in one area. That was never Richter's style. He liked to have the ability to grow in many directions. His value as a player always came from finding unorthodox solutions to problems through combinations of his skills and abilities. He liked to think that where others saw problems, he thought of solutions. He saw no reason to change his style now. So he put all of his points into the only characteristic he had not directly invested in yet, Wisdom. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 9, 37%. Health, 280. Mana, 210. Stamina, 160. Strength, 15. Agility, 17. Dexterity, 30. Constitution, 16. Endurance, 16. Intelligence, 19. Wisdom, 18. Charisma, 20. Luck, 14. Abilities, Limitless. Gift of Tongues, Fast Learner. Skills, Herb Lore. Level 4, 11% to next level, 100% affinity. Alchemy, Level 1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity. Analyze, Level 4, 82% to next level, 100% affinity. Stealth, Level 4, 51% to next level, 100% affinity. Archery, Level 5, 17% to next level, 100% affinity. Imbue Arrow, Level 4, 15% to next level, 100% affinity. Focus, Level 2, 6% to next level, 100% affinity. Swordsmanship, Level 1, 88% to next level, 100% affinity. Small Blades, Level 1, 11% to next level, 100% affinity. Unarmed Combat, Level 1, 10% to next level, 100% affinity. Pressure Points, Level 1, 15% to next level, 100% affinity. Light Armor, Level 3, 12% to next level, 100% affinity. Air Magic, Level 3, 38% to next level, 100% affinity. Life Magic, Level 1, 49% to next level, 100% affinity. Earth Magic, Level 1, 46% to next level, 100% affinity. Water Magic, Level 1, 19% to next level, 100% affinity. Map making, level max. Trade, level 1. 11% to next level, 100% affinity. Marks, Master of Mist Village. Resistances, air, 50%. Mental, 15%. Spiritual, 15%. Race, human, chaos seed. Reputation, level 2. I think I know that guy. Alignment, neutral. Language, all. Richter finished with his internal management and just enjoyed watching the increased regeneration of his mana bar at the corner of his vision for a few seconds. By the time they had arrived at the ladder that led to the alley behind the inn, a fair amount of his mana had recovered. He still felt some aches from bruises and walking shot pain into his lower back where he had been stabbed. These were minor annoyances now, though, rather than debilitating injuries. The healing abilities in this world were amazing. His healing herbs were truly magical. St. John's wort, eat your heart out. We need to go back to Aldima's focus, Tarad said once they were back in the inn. I'm not sure what protections are on that chest, but I'd be surprised if there were not both magical and non-magical traps. Killick and Leandra should be able to help. Will you come with me? You convinced the thief to give us the chest. I'll happily relinquish the contents of the chest, but please let me see the ledger. At Richter's nod, Tarad spent a few moments checking in with all of the former captives. He had apparently not rented out any rooms since the first trouble with the Nightblades several days prior. He had foreseen that the non-humans would need a place to stay away from prying eyes until he could get them back out of the city. Richter asked if the gang knew Tarad was involved with getting the non-humans out of the kingdom. If so, they would obviously come to the inn looking for retribution. Tarad said the arrangements were made through intermediaries, and his name should not have come up. He still seemed somewhat uncertain, though. Tarad passed on the care of the non-humans to his staff, who assured him that everyone would be fed, given a bath, and a place to stay. The wounded were already being cared for, and the dead laid by the fire, with what were clearly loved ones sobbing over the bodies. 3 fighters had given up their lives in the fight. Tarad, Scion, Richter, and Jeremy walked out into the night. There wasn't much noise other than their footfalls. Tarad looked at Richter. Not everyone would have the stomach to kill a man on his knees like that. Richter answered without looking back. Where I am from, horrible things happen every single day. No one helps. We even have the ability to know about atrocities on the other side of the planet, but nothing changes. I personally was too weak or too scared to do anything about it. I don't like slavers, and that is what you are if you hold an innocent against their will and intend to profit by it. That is what this kingdom seems to be approaching. When the Nightblades tried to sell people, they crossed a line. Now that means they were on one side, and I was on the other. I don't regret killing that man. I am happy the world has a bit less evil in it. You let the final thief go, Tarad observed. That Nil, who killed his own man. Everyone makes mistakes. Nils was being part of a group that had partaken in the slave trade. I do not enjoy killing, but as I said, I will not apologize for making the world a better place. Now all 3 of those men who surrendered were given the chance to make amends. The first was asked twice by you. Then, in the most reasonable terms I could manage, I asked him a 3rd time. Now even where I come from, neither God nor man can ask for more than that. So when a man has been given every chance to amend for a heinous crime, and yet still decides to stand defiant on the wrong side of the line, Richter finally turned to look at Tarad. I will snatch the soul out his body and smile right after. Tarad looked back at him. I think we understand one another. They arrived at the magic shop, and Tarad led them around to the back door. He knocked once and then waited. The familiar face of Killick filled the window, and then they heard a bolt being drawn back before he opened the door. They filed into the room with the table Richter had seen before. Tarad wasted no time. We took a chest from the Nightblades. We need it opened. Why did you bring us this trouble in the middle of the night? Killick said heatedly. You know how hard I work to keep Leandra away from this. Tarad took the abuse silently and then said, "It's the only way to find Isabel." "Of course we will help," Leandra said, coming down the stairs set in the back of the room. "Killick, get your tools." "Where is the chest?" The man looked like he might argue, but then changed his mind and did as he was bidden. "I have it," Richter said. "Where would you like me to put it?" "One moment," she said. She placed both hands over the table. There was a blue glow, and a circle inscribed with runes appeared on the table. "Set it here." Richter retrieved the chest and placed it on the table. Killick returned with a leather-bound item. Unrolling it next to the chest, various metal implements could be seen, each in its own specific place. He looked at the four of them. "Just stand back and let us work." Killick and Leandra huddled around the chest, murmuring to each other. They circled it several times, planning their avenue of attack. A lot more than several times, actually. The next thing Richter knew, he was being shaken awake from the chair where he had sat while waiting. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the sounds of foot traffic could be heard through a partially open window. He also heard a dog barking, smelled tea being made somewhere in the shop. These were all innocuous events that occurred and were in turn ignored, each and every morning. This morning, however, they were remarkable to Richter, in that their very banality stood in stark contrast to the blood spilled and lives lost the night before. His focus was quickly pulled to what was in front of him. The chest lay on the table with the lid ajar. Leandra and Killick sat nearby looking drained. "That thing was a nightmare. You're lucky you brought it to us," Killick said. "That bad?" Richter asked, rubbing his eyes. "Well, not bad if you would have enjoyed your blood boiling and parts of your body sloughing off, namely your Leandra," Killick interrupted sharply. Looking back at Richter, "Point is, the chest is open now. We will let you handle your business. I only did this for Isabel. Come, Leandra, we are going to leave them to it." The young mage complained, but Killick was hearing none of it. He herded her out to the front of the store and out of sight. "Who is Isabel?" Richter asked. Tarad paused on his way to open the chest. "A wonderful woman, a wood elf. She is precious to me," his voice catching at the end. Richter now understood Tarad's passion to free the non-humans. Tarad opened the lid and set it back on the table. The chest was less than half full. Several vials were on top that he placed to the side. Underneath was a thin book bound in brown leather. Tarad took the book and began to go through it page by page, the other contents of the chest already forgotten. Scion moved to the vials, examining them, leaving Richter to examine the rest of the contents of the chest. The first thing he saw was a gilded dagger in a sheath that looked like a faceted crystal. "You have found glass dagger. Damage 15 to 18. Durability 250 over 250. Item class uncommon. Quality superb. Weight 0.5 kilograms. The blade was almost ridiculously light, but the edge seemed wickedly sharp. The blade's material was the same clear material that the sheath was made of. When he turned the blade, he could see through it with no issue. Turned on the other axis, the thin blade seemed to almost disappear. Setting it to the side, he looked at the rest of the chest. There was a jumble of copper, silver, and gold coins, with some random jewels. He had a thought and just poured the contents into his bag. Gotta love that auto sort. It looked like there had been roughly 200 copper coins, 30 silver, and 10 gold coins. 7 stones of varying types made their way into his inventory. There were also 2 rings that glowed slightly. They just appeared as magic rings. He would have to see if Leandra could identify them. At the bottom of the chest was a necklace and a book. The familiar and frustrating prompt, "Magic necklace and magic book," greeted him when attempting to examine them. He had to find a way to identify items himself. Scion held up the bottles one by one. Frost resistance, fire resistance, healing, mana replacement. He paused before lifting the last. Richter examined it. Magic potion appeared on the prompt. Nodding understandingly at Scion, he reached out his hand and placed it in his bag. The first four could prove useful in the coming days. Tarad was still poring over the ledger, and so Richter walked up front. Leandra was standing behind the counter, and that gorgeous smile was on her face when she saw him. Smiling back, still a bit awestruck by the beautiful creature in front of him, he asked, "There are a few items I can't identify. Can you help?" "I have an identify spell, and I also have a reasonable amount of lore. I can look if you like." Richter looked slightly confused. "What is lore?" "Oh, well, there are two main ways to identify something. Magic is the most common way, either with ability, spell, scroll, or item. Identification items are rare, though. The other way is to have studied enough about magic that you can recognize some or all of an item's properties. I have level 3 in my lore skill, which should work for most basic items." "Now let's see what you have," she said with a small laugh. Richter handed her the rings, necklace, book, and vial. She looked over the necklace, running her hands along it, closing and opening her eyes slowly, seemingly lost in thought. After a minute, she smiled and reached out her hand. He took it, and she placed it over hers with the necklace between them. "You have found Necklace of Scry Defense. Will block all but the most powerful scrying spells. You will not be able to be seen by divination, identification, tracking, or detection spells. Passive ability, durability 200 over 200. Item class, rare. Quality, superb. Weight, 0.4 kilograms. This might be the most impressive item he had found besides the magic core. Right now, he was a small fish as far as this world was concerned. But if he kept making waves, like, say, attacking an established underworld guild, it was probably a good idea to protect himself from those who might look for retribution. Leandra removed her hand, a little slower than she needed to in Richter's happy opinion. She repeated the process with both rings, one at a time. "You have found Ring of Hidden Dangers, plus 25% to trap detection. Passive ability, durability 15 over 15. Item class, uncommon. Quality, average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. You have found Dungeon Ring. Will open most basic locks and some magical locks. Can be used 4 times per day. Durability, 20 over 20. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Both could come in handy. It was too bad Jason hadn't been wearing the first ring when they attacked the thieves. Leandra picked up the book and went through the same motions as before. Frowning, she set it back down and focused. A familiar white light came from her hands. After a minute, though, she shook her head. "I'm sorry, Richter. My lore level isn't high enough for this, and it is resisting my identify spell. On the plus side, though, it probably means it's very valuable." She handed the book back to him. Picking up the small vial, she immediately gave a small gasp. "I know what this is. It's a potion of clarity. I have seen one before, and it had the same clear water with little motes of light inside. This is valuable, Richter." Somewhat taken aback, he asked, "How valuable?" "It depends on how much the experience bonus is and how long it will last for. The potion I saw increased experience by 15% for 12 hours, and it was selling for 1 gold. So how much do you think a potion that increased experience by 25% for a day would sell for?" "Oh, at least 3 gold. That would be almost impossible to find, though." "I don't know all the ingredients to make the potion, but I know they are all difficult to obtain and expensive." "Why do you ask?" A slow and small smile grew on Richter's face. Changing the subject, he asked, "Can you teach me your lore skill?" "No, but I do have copies of a few of the books I used to obtain it. I can sell them to you if you like." Richter said yes and thanked her. She left to go get them out of her room, and he spent the time she was gone perusing her shop. He had noticed a mortar and pestle when leaving last time. Moving around, he saw that they had extensive amount of magical ingredients, alchemy sets, mortar and pestles, measuring spoons, and any number of other implements required to pursue the magical arts. Behind a glass cabinet were various types of potions. There was also a small library dealing with herbology, alchemy, and a list of other subjects. Each item was clearly marked, and it was somewhat surprising that there were different grades of alchemical equipment, ranging from average to superb. Richter assumed that the equipment theoretically probably ranged from trash to masterwork, just like his other equipment. From what he had seen of the determined man, though, Killick would not allow trash or poor quality inventory into his shop, and he probably simply didn't have access to exquisite or masterwork items. That might be all for the best for a while. An average alchemy set cost a few silvers. The superb quality was 10 gold. He picked a few healing herbs and resolved to discuss the price of the other items with Leandra or Killick. As bright and sunny as the girl was, she was no less difficult a negotiator than Killick during their first bargaining experience. He was convinced that her personal desire for the staff was a large reason as to why he had gotten such a good deal on his spells. Leandra came back to the front room carrying 2 thick books. They said History of Magic 1 and 2 respectively. I'm warning you now, they can be pretty boring at times, but they got me to lore level 2. Unfortunately, I don't have the 3rd book, but there are others that can increase your lore as well. I'd like all of the other books you have out here as well. I need an alchemy set and a way to transport it. Some healing, mana, and stamina potions. Scion will pick all of the ingredients he needs for potion making and any herbs he needs. Oh, and all of your empty vials. I think I'll have a lot of things to sell, he said, grinning again. After talking to Leandra, Richter decided to get the superb set of alchemy equipment. It was apparently needed to make higher-level potions, and also created potions of increased potency, no matter their level. He had always believed in paying a bit more on the front end, rather than being nickel and dime to death later on. It also wasn't a small thing to get back to the city if he needed an upgrade. Once he was back in the Mist Village, he was pretty much stuck with whatever he brought back, until he could spend a few weeks and make it back into the kingdom. Luckily, she had hundreds of empty vials that he was able to bargain down to 1 vial per copper piece in light of the large amount he was buying. The books were almost ridiculously expensive to Richter's mind. They ranged from 3 silvers to 2 gold pieces each. He supposed it made sense, though. On Earth, before the printing press, only priests or nobles had access to books, or even had the ability to read. He was insanely thankful that his gift of tongues seemed to extend to the written word. Knowledge was power in any world, it seemed, and so he paid with minimal grumbling. When the ingredients Scion chose were added to the mix, along with a few modest healing and mana potions, he ended up agreeing to pay about 15 gold pieces. That amount brought a smile even to Killick's face. That smile reverted back to his customary scowl when Richter told him about the 10% discount Leandra had agreed to before, to which she just smiled sheepishly. That change in expression almost made the cost of everything worthwhile to Richter. Leandra and Killick packaged his purchases, and he went back to check on Tarad. Richter could see that things were not going great. A look of frustration was on Tarad's face. Gah! They have written this in some code. I can only make out bits and pieces. I will need help to figure out the book. I can't stand these delays. He visibly composed himself and then looked at Richter. I will need time and the help of wiser minds than my own to read this. But I will find the other captives. I will find Isabel. I don't have the right to ask this, but when I find where she is, will you help me? Either way, I will fulfill my bargain to speak on your behalf to any that would join you. But, and his voice broke a bit, I have to save her. You have been offered a quest. Fight for those who cannot. 2. Isabel remains missing, and Tarad is besought with grief. He is placing all of his hope on that the ledger will provide her location. He is asking for your help once he finds out where she is. Reward: increased relationship with Tarad. Yes or no? I will help you, Richter said. This wasn't just about getting people for his village anymore. This was his new life, and he wouldn't just stand by when horrible things were being done. He would help if he could. Congratulations! Your relationship with Tarad has improved from neutral to friendly. That was a little strange, getting his reward before he finished the quest, but okay, Richter thought. Tarad heaved a sigh of relief. I need to get some sleep. I wasn't able to rest waiting for them to open that chest. I will head back to the inn and set up a meeting with you and some prominent non-humans that might be interested in coming to your village. I won't be able to get them together until nightfall, though. You should know that it isn't only non-humans that have trouble fitting into the kingdom recently. Many men and women are struggling to provide food and the basic necessities for themselves. There is a building in the Grand Market where journeymen often went in days past. They could be found there by those who needed their services. These days, many humans congregate in the Grand Market every day from all different types of professions and walks of life, just looking for a few coins. If you aren't too exhausted, you could stop by the market first before coming back to the inn. I have to warn you, though, the difficulties of their lives have made some extremely bitter and hateful towards non-humans. Be careful who you invite to join you. You'll find the Grand Market on the western side of the city, halfway up the hill. Nodding at the information, Richter said, "Thank you, Tarad. I will check out this Grand Market. I need a moment, though," and walked back up front. He reached into his bag and then placed his hand on the counter in front of Leandra. She looked at him with a half-smile and curious expression. Her infectious grin brought one to his face as well. Trying not to blush, he said, "I wanted to say thank you for all of your help. What you taught me saved our lives last night. I hope that I see you again very soon, but I was wondering if you could do me a favor until then and hold on to something for me." He nodded his head toward the hand he placed on the counter. She leaned over, and he slowly peeled his hand away. He looked underneath it before moving quickly to reveal there had been nothing there. But her focus and distraction let him grab her other hand and place a beautiful opal in her palm. She gasped and gave a small shriek when she saw the iridescent colors play over its white surface. Throwing her hands around his neck, she gave him a big hug, and he realized that he couldn't have found a better use for the jewel. Congratulations! Your relationship with Leandra has improved from friendly to interested. Charisma has increased by 1. The moment would have been perfect if not for Killick's glower. The man's gaze threatened all manner of tortures if he didn't let go quickly. Richter gave a small cough and stepped back, retreating out of the door with Tarad and Sion. While he walked, though, he was still thinking of the way Leandra somehow smelled like caramel. Chapter 23. They followed Tarad's directions to the western side of the city. They heard the Grand Market well before they saw it. Even this early in the day, a bustle of activity could be heard, sounding like the drone of an enormous beehive, and evolving into the shouted voices of hundreds and then thousands of people. They turned a final corner and were confronted with a sea of tents and stands. The street they were walking on sloped down as it entered the market, and so they had a clear view of the countless vendors extending out in front of them. There was no uniformity to be seen. Pointed or flat-topped, beige or a riotous collage of colors, the tents that comprised the bazaar did not follow any recognizable pattern. Some were as large as a house, and others so small it didn't seem that they could fit a person inside. Tarad had told them that the building they were looking for was at the center of the market. The two friends began walking and melded with the chaos of people squeezing down narrow corridors between the tents. It was an assault on the senses, almost overwhelming. It made Richter glad that no one else could access his valuables in his bag of holding, because this setting must be a pickpocket's dream. Many sights grabbed Richter's attention, from food to weapons to exotic animals in cages. Even the people were varied in their speech, skin color, and style of dress. Richter had wondered why his darker skin color had not raised any eyebrows in the people he had met, but he saw plenty in the market that could represent every race on Earth, and even people who wouldn't fit any category he was familiar with. There was even a fairly large amount of non-humans. Every tent also had at least one human, But in the market, the non-humans at least stood tall and made eye contact. The one place Richter did linger was a bookseller, but the magic books they offered were less than genuine. The prompt that appeared when Richter examined them showed they were only normal books, merely traps to separate the gullible from their money. He decided to just press on, glancing back from time to time to make sure he hadn't lost Sion. Somehow, he didn't think the sprite would appreciate a suggestion to hold his hand. 2 hours passed before they saw the columned building that Tarad had described. It wasn't just that the market was large enough to require that amount of time, even though it was massive. Their slow pace had more to do with the press of people and the arrangement of the tents. It was a maze. Several times they had walked into a dead end and had to backtrack. One time, only a grim glare and hands firmly on their weapons had backed down a pair of men that had clearly meant them harm. They did see occasional pairs of soldiers walking, but they were few and far between. It didn't escape Richter's notice that most vendors had at least daggers at their belt, and the larger tents had burly men looking over anyone that came close. The only real benefit of walking through the market was that Richter got ample opportunity to use Analyze, and his increased wisdom made it easier to replenish his mana. Ultimately, he grew impatient, and Richter grabbed an urchin who agreed to lead them to the building for a few coppers. Half an hour later, their destination was in sight. Their guide told them the building was an old converted temple, though no one remembered what deity it had been once dedicated to. The locals simply called it the Hall. With an abrupt transition, the tent stopped, and a large arena of paved stones opened in front of them. Tents could be seen lining the edges of the rectangular area, about the size of 2 football fields placed end to end. The small girl leading them pointed to one end of the open space and then disappeared back into the morass of tents. Richter wondered if her whole life had been spent inside of that canvas expanse. Dismissing it from his mind, they walked towards the hall, enjoying the relative freedom of personal space, for the first time in what felt like a great while, though it had actually only been a few hours. Fountains and statues in various states of disrepair dotted the space, as did small clusters of trees. Quartets of guards lounged at the edges periodically, presumably to be able to react to trouble quickly in any direction. The density of people increased as they neared the hall. There seemed to be some loose organization to the workers standing around. They walked up the steps, and the relative quiet they had enjoyed at the center of the market was replaced by the sound of many voices. Tarad had one contact that he trusted in the hall, and they would just have to search for her. The inside of the hall was set up in a series of small platforms that the agents stood upon. The potential employers spoke to the agents, who then led them to the appropriate workers. Along the walls, there were more agents. They apparently warranted small booths and desks. Tarad had told them that being an agent was a thriving business. Apparently, everyone seeking employment had to register with an agent. The practice had been around so long now that it had been formalized by the kingdom. Each agent was licensed, and there was a finite amount of licenses at any one time. Anyone masquerading as an agent, or any worker trying to get employment without going through proper channels, would earn themselves a beating or imprisonment. The guards present in the building certainly seemed more alert than those outside. The limited number of agents worked in their favor as they quickly found the woman they were looking for, only needing to ask for directions twice. Tarad had referred to her as Mama. Mama turned out to be a 5'0" ball of fury. She gave directions like the crack of a whip, moving business along with the efficiency of a drummer on a Roman war galley. There was a clear protocol as the area in front of her booth lacked the milling chaos that characterized the rest of the building. Her customers had formed an orderly line with a person moving up, handing over a piece of paper, and saying what they needed. A short conversation about the specifics of the contract ensued. She would then gesture to one of her several aides that stood nearby. Coins would exchange hands, Then the aide and customer would walk off, presumably to retrieve whatever help the customer had come to obtain. Somewhat at a loss, but not wanting to rock the boat, Richter and Sion joined the line. In what seemed like no time, they were at the front and her hand was out, while looking down and writing the details of the last transaction in an open book in front of her. When nothing landed in her hand, she looked up with complete and utter disdain, searching for and finding the moron who had brought disorder to her carefully cultivated universe. Richter could swear he heard the people behind him backing up to show they were not with him, but he didn't dare look away from the woman before him. When my hand is out, I expect your reference to be placed in it. I do not work with people I do not know. I have found it to be a waste of my time. I do not like wasting my time. I do not like people that waste my time. Now you are just standing there looking indecisive. Indecision causes confusion. Confusion causes accidents. Accidents cause death. So before my mental anguish transforms into your physical anguish, why don't you get out of my line? Each word of her speech dripped venom and rose in volume until she was shouting at the end. This time, Richter was sure everyone had moved away from him. And yes, he meant everyone. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Sion a good 3 feet away. Blushing from the embarrassment of being dressed down like a child, he said, "Tarad sent us. He told us you were the person we should trust." Her face twitched as she digested this information. Her mouth opened, and she continued in the same tone, but with perhaps a touch less volume. "And why should I trust that? Why should I trust you?" Richter's mind searched frantically before latching onto Tarad's last statement, said over his shoulder as he walked away. Richter repeated it now. "He said to remember I should never lie to Mama." Her face twitched again, and this time the left corner of her mouth turned up right before she broke into a large smile. "And how is Mr. Tall, dark, and brooding? He told me to convey his regards and apologies that he has not seen you recently. He is helping me with certain arrangements, but he told me that in addition to his, unique resources, that you might be able to help me as well." "Well, that's likely true enough," she said loudly. The smile left her face, and her sharp business tone came out again. "But I won't know until you stop standing there like idiots and tell me what you need. I need good people to live in, work in, and grow my village. I'm willing to pay a fair wage, and any that can open and maintain a business can keep the fruits of the labor as long as they pay a tax and also contribute to the overall defense and productivity of the village. I have heard that many talented people are going to waste here. I'm willing to give them a home." "Okay, that's the cream. Now what's the curdle? And don't try to sell me a sky of sunshine and the promise of no rain. Listen to the advice you got. You don't want to lie to Mama." This woman was tough. Taking a deep breath, Richter replied, "It's in the forest of Nadria. It has many resources, but no infrastructure yet. We would be building from the ground up. I also would need anyone that came to agree to leave the kingdom for at least 1 whole year. Security matters to me, but I promise that anyone who wants to leave after a year, I will see safely back to the town of Leaf's Crossing." "You ask a lot," she said, staring at him. "I need to think this over. If you can wait, you can rest over there while I conduct my business with the rest of these good people. We will talk when I'm done." Nodding agreement, Richter walked to the area she indicated on the side of her booth. He sat down on the floor, and Sion sat next to him. "Oh, so now you don't mind being near me? That was a dick move, man," he said to the sprite. Sion simply gave a shrug and sat in the lotus position with his bow across his legs. Richter was pretty sure the little man had fallen asleep and fought an irrational urge to give him a wet willy. Instead, he leaned his back against the wall and waited, and waited, and waited. It was well past noon when the line of employers dwindled off. Richter had wanted to leave several times, but had stayed out of a mixture of respect for Tarad's opinion, desire to have the best for his village, and honestly, having nothing better to do. When she finished with her last client, Mama placed a placard with a red X on her desk facing out and stood up. She motioned for Richter to follow her outside, and he nudged Scion, who annoyingly had been snoring softly for the past couple hours. When they were outside on a terrace that ran around the 3/4 of the building not facing the promenade, she started talking. "I didn't expect you to wait. It takes a lot for someone to sit on a stone floor with no real promise of obtaining what they desire. It normally takes either desperation or dedication. You don't seem overly desperate to me." They kept walking around, looking at the masses of people on the ground to the sides of the building. "Did Tarad tell you why they call me Mama?" "I'm guessing no, as he didn't give you a written referral, despite knowing that is how I do things. Tell him he'll get a slap in the head for that down the line, by the way. So, they call me Mama because I care about the people I represent. Every man or woman that gets a contract through me is paid and treated fairly. If there is ever an issue, I make sure my people are taken care of, and then I deal with anyone that would cheat me and mine." She looked meaningfully at Richter. He nodded back, not speaking but with a serious expression. Satisfied, she continued. "Now, because of this, my workers apply themselves and work harder than others, which makes the employers happy. Both the employers and the workers know that I only deal with solid and dependable people. That is why Tarad sent you to me. Now, while I am not able to do as much as I would like for many people, I also do not make a practice of placing the well-being of my charges in the hands of someone I don't know." Richter's expression must have fallen a bit because she sharply said, "Pay attention." "I said normally. You may be a special case. There are a few things in your favor. One," and she held up her closed fist, extending her forefinger, "you showed patience this morning. Two," another finger went up, "Tarad sent you. If that old warhorse vouches for you, it means a lot. Three, there is something about you that makes me want to trust you. That doesn't often happen. Now, while those three things might make me want to buy you an ale and see how firm that tush is, they wouldn't bring me to entrust the well-being of any of my workers with you. While you were waiting, though, I had some people ask about you. There is a rumor that a particularly loathsome gang by the docks was attacked and had a good portion of their members wiped out. During this bloodbath, some non-human captives were freed. No one is quite sure who did it, but a close friend of mine confided that his brother's friend's girlfriend's long-lost schoolmate, or some such rubbish, had been part of the raid, and that there was a curious late addition of a man and a sprite. Now, you wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" By the time she related the last points, they had walked to a secluded part of the terrace where there was no one to eavesdrop. Richter looked at her. He was somewhat alarmed that she had made the connection so easily. Not for any direct concern that she meant him ill, but that it raised the real possibility that the remaining gang members could find him and the others. True, she apparently knew Tarad well, and he had said he trusted her implicitly, so it would be easier for her to connect the dots than someone outside of Tarad's immediate circle, but it was disquieting nonetheless. It made him anxious to conclude his business in the city and get back to the forest. Despite his discomfort, though, Richter still needed help, and Tarad had vouched for this woman. How could Richter ask her to trust him if he was not willing to do the same? "I am sure that you understand the dangers of your question for me, Tarad, or anyone else involved. I am equally sure that it's not necessary for me to stress how important it is to be discreet, but I will anyway. That being said, yes, I was a part of the raid to free the non-humans. We succeeded, but unfortunately lost some men along the way. We also did not free all them, as some had been sold as slaves to various nobles. We don't know who yet, but Tarad has a ledger that we were told can point us to those that were involved. The ledger was coded, so he is working now to figure it out. When he does, we are going to help him get the missing back, specifically Isabel." She listened closely while he related his story. When he mentioned Isabel, though, her face broke with shock. "Isabel is missing? He tried to smuggle her out of the city? The fool! I told him not to trust those shifty nightblades." She stared out over the promenade for several minutes. "Okay, I understand why Tarad trusts you now. I have decided to help you. Now, have you given thought to the type of people you need?" "I was thinking masons, carpenters, farmers for crops and livestock, and guards." That's it? That's all you think is required to grow a village? How will you feed them while you wait for crops to grow? You will need hunters and fishermen. How will you clothe them when the seasons grow cold? You need weavers to make those clothes. How will you help those who get ill or injured? You will need a healer. There is more to a community than just buildings and defense. A host of responses went through Richter's head, but he ultimately decided on, "Will you help me?" A smile replaced her stern expression. That's what Mama is for. They went over the specifics for several more hours. Afterward, she promised to speak to her workers and find out who would be interested. When she told him the weekly wages most lived on, he was shocked. These people were just being blatantly taken advantage of. She agreed it was well below what each was worth, but seemed resigned that this was now the way of the world. Richter told her that anyone that he decided to take with him would be paid the basic wage of 4 silvers per fortnight, and he would cover room and board for the first year. This brought another smile to her face, and she assured him it would make it easier to convince people to leave law. They moved on to other topics. The first was that the workers had families, and she needed to know if they could come as well. Since Richter was planning to grow his community, it seemed well in line with his goals, and he readily agreed. The next topic was how to get people there. Trekking a large amount of people through rugged terrain with the possibility of animal or monster attack was daunting. He would have to hire a large amount of guards. The other option, though, was to use the riverways. Now, buying several boats was not feasible, but renting a few river craft, while expensive, was manageable. It would also let him transport needed items like anvils and the core components for a smelter to his village. Even though he was getting excited about the increased possibilities, the costs he had not foreseen were becoming daunting. He was relieved again that he had found the chest of jewels. Without their capital, reviving his new home might have been an insurmountable task. The conversation continued to evolve to topics ranging from hiring a shipwright and needing shovels and other tools to investing in a new stationary buzzsaw that could be powered by the river to greatly increase productivity. He hedged off the last one. What were mist workers for if not hard labor? At the end of their conversation, Mama had a list of items that should be obtained and categorized them as necessary, beneficial, or simply desired. Richter had told her that he had worked with Hafiz before. She said she knew him and agreed he was a good choice for obtaining what was needed. She also said that by tomorrow, there would be a strong list of candidates to join him. With a final thank you, Richter and Sion left and made their way back to the Laughing Imp. There were several men lounging out in front of the inn. It didn't look like anything special to the untrained eye, but one casually got up to meet them and the other 3 tensed. "Inn is closed today, friend. I'm here for a meeting. I helped Tarad secure the precious cargo inside. Get him." The man still stood in front of Richter, but sent one of his fellows inside. Tarad came out soon after and waved him inside. The mood of the former captives was much improved as they sat in small groups and talked, smiling. It was amazing what being clean, warm, and fed could do for your attitude. He followed Tarad to a back table that had 5 older non-humans present, 2 dwarves, 2 elves, and a small humanoid that Richter couldn't identify. He then used Analyze on all of them and found they were sub-races: a mountain dwarf, hill dwarf, wood elf, high elf, and arcane gnome. More importantly, though, was the prompt that he was awarded. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 5 in Analyze. In addition to the information you already received, you will also be provided with basic information of the target's race, the target's name, and the target's disposition towards you. Curious, he quickly used his ability again on everyone present. Name, Tarad. Human, level 6. Health, 170. Mana, 120. Stamina, 160. Disposition, friendly. Humans are one of the shortest-lived but most prolific breeders in the land. Humans have a broader affinity for skills than other races. No special bonuses to race. Humans get 4 points to distribute per level. Name, Scion. Wood Sprite, level 9. Health, 210. Mana, 190. Stamina, 120. Disposition, ally. Sprites have several subclasses which determine their specific powers. Wood sprites are naturally gifted in tracking and woodcraft. They have a skill of imbuing their strikes with mana, greatly increasing damage. Sprites get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level gives +2 to dexterity. Name, Hilda. Mountain Dwarf, level 10. Health 240. Mana 120. Stamina 260. Disposition, friendly. Dwarves have several subclasses that determine their specific powers. Mountain dwarves are a hardy folk that get bonuses to constitution and endurance each level. They have keen eyesight that gives them excellent night vision. Natural miners, it is said mountain dwarves can smell veins of precious metals. Increase resistance to negative physical effects. Increased affinity and resistance to earth magic. Mountain dwarves get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level give +1 to constitution and +1 to endurance. Name, Polton. Hill dwarf level 8. Health 250. Mana 130. Stamina 210. Disposition, friendly. Dwarves have several subclasses that determine their specific powers. Hill dwarves are the most social of the dwarven races, highly skilled in crafting. One of the few dwarf races known to be skilled in ranged combat. Increased resistance to negative physical effects. Increased affinity and resistance to earth magic. Hill dwarves get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level give +1 to constitution and +1 to endurance. Name, Yulin. Wood elf level 10. Health 170. Mana 260. Stamina 110. Disposition, friendly. Elves have several subclasses that determine their specific powers. Wood elves are gifted in archery, woodcraft, and healing. Increased accuracy and damage when using ranged weapons. Bonus to dodge. Wood elves get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level give +1 to dexterity and +1 to intelligence. Name, Wisteria. High elf level 12. Health 130. Mana 300. Stamina 110. Disposition, friendly. Elves have several subclasses that determine their specific powers. High elves are gifted in archery and most magical arts. They have increased resistance to magical attack. Bonus to intelligence and wisdom each level. High elves get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level give +1 to intelligence and +1 to wisdom. Name, Baron. Builder gnome level 9. Health 140. Mana 190. Stamina 210. Disposition, friendly. Gnomes have several subclasses that determine their specific powers. Builder gnomes are obsessed with the application of knowledge. Known to make amazing devices and build fantastic structures. Gifted in magical crafting. Builder gnome get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level give +1 to intelligence and +1 to endurance. It was pleasant to see how they all viewed him. Not overly surprising, though, considering the role he had played in freeing their people. Well, no reason not to grease the wheels. Looking at each in turn, he willed himself to speak their native languages. All had surprised looks that only grew as they observed his apparent mastery of multiple tongues. Tarad and Sion sat, but Richter remained standing. He had given some thought to how he would address them. He decided to maintain his customary tack of honesty and strength. Switching to the common tongue, I am master of a village and a place of power. I need help to grow the village into something good, something to be proud of. When I came to this kingdom, I thought that only meant getting people with skills to grow the physical village, raise crops, and erect walls. I don't believe that any longer. I can give you many reasons why coming to my village is the smart thing to do, but only you can truly answer that. Only you have lived through the past years of oppression in this kingdom. Only you know how it has affected your lives, your livelihoods, your families. Only you can make a simple decision. Do you continue to live here being forced to kneel, or do you take a chance to come with me and stand on the merits of your own skills and hard work? I make no promises for the future, but I do promise that if you come with me, we will meet it together." Richter sat down. No one spoke for a moment, and they simply watched each other. He was pleased with what he saw. No doubt there would be more work to fully convince them, but from the nods and speculative looks on their faces, he was confident the Mist Village was about to have dozens more residents. It was good to be the king of charisma. They all agreed to come with him in the end, and had already spoken to their people. Richter now had dwarven smiths and crafters, elvish hunters and healers, and gnomish builders and farmers. There was even an elvish shipwright and her apprentices. Each race had a smattering of fighters and casters of various types as well. All told, including families, wives, husbands, and children, 182 souls agreed to come with him. The topic of wages came up, and he interrupted them in the middle of their proposal. He refused to pay the wage they would have made in the kingdom, and instead promised to pay the wage their human counterparts would have made for the same work. Richter had already resolved he would not sow the seeds of discord and disharmony in the early days of his new community. He made it clear that all would be treated equally. Tears welled in several eyes at that, and the gnome freely shed a few tears and reached out to shake his hand. Richter merely nodded in response, and further told them that for the first year as they built the village, he would also provide free room and board. They in turn would help to grow the village, protect it as needed, and respect his position as master of the village. He was also firm on the point that all would help each other advance their skills. Richter planned to have a skilled population that was versatile. There was no dissension. That only left the problem of getting them out of the kingdom. Thankfully, this was not the insurmountable problem that Richter had feared it to be. Tarad had the solution. The original plan had been to smuggle the non-humans into the kingdom of Rion, which did not distinguish between the races in how they treated their citizens. Tarad had hired the thieves to shelter the non-humans so they could slowly move small groups them through Rald's Pass, the only well-traveled and safe passage through the serrated mountains. It was the only direct way into Rion, as no rivers large enough to carry ships connected the two kingdoms. Incidentally, this was also why Rion had not been annexed by the Kingdom of Eves long ago. Now that the ultimate destination was the Forest of Nadria, different possibilities were open to them. The Undine River, the apparent name of the major waterway that ran behind Law, connected to the Forest of Nadria, as Richter well knew though. They could hide the non-humans on river barges, taking them past Leafs and into the forest. From there, Richter could guide them among the forest's many tributaries until they were only a few miles from the village. He and several others would guide them through the mists and then guide them back out. The basic location of the village might be known by a few ship captains, but nothing specific would get back to anyone in the kingdom. Richter was acutely aware that the greatest defense of his village was its obscure location. Taking the ships to the village was the only option, though. Despite his need for caution, he had not forgotten the dangers of the forest or his encounter with the troll on the way out. Taking a host of defenseless children and non-fighters over hundreds of miles of wooded terrain would be inviting slaughter. It was these very dangers that had led Tarad and the others to reject the Forest of Nadria, or any of the other neighboring lands initially. The Silent Hills, the Whisper Woods, the Plains of Gold, all of them could be reached by river. They were all populated with monsters or hostile tribes, though. It was only because Richter had found and created a safe haven that the forest was now a viable option. It would take several days to arrange the transport, collect the families, and bribe the ship captains, but Tarad was confident he could do it. In the meantime, each of the 5 leaders worked with Richter to make a list of the materials they would be needing for their various professions. Some of it was minor, such as seeds for planting. Other items could be made once there, like nails, boards, shovels, and plows. Some would be brought with them, like jeweler's tools. Some had to be bought, however, like the smelter components for the blacksmiths. Many of the requests were already covered during his talk with Mama. Also, if he wanted livestock, he would have to arrange for that to be bought. Ideally, everything would be waiting to be picked up in Leaf's Crossing. He had several hundred gold in cold currency, and the jewels he had obtained from the thieves, plus the lion's share of the jewels from the treasury. It was time to see Hafiz again. He had only gotten a few hours of sleep in the last 2 days, though, and just the thought of all the money he was about to spend was exhausting. He said goodnight and walked up to his room, falling into a dreamless sleep. Chapter 24. Richter woke early with the dawn. He decided to leave Sion sleeping and made his way downstairs after gathering his bag and weapons. A half-asleep barmaid gave him a biscuit to break his fast. Thanking her, he grabbed one more and walked outside, eating on the move. Blech! This tasted like it was barely made with any lard at all. His grandmother wouldn't have fed this to the dogs. Sigh. He had so much to add to this world. On the plus side, the sky was clear. There was still moisture on the pavestones from the cool night before. Though the sun was rising, 2 moons could still be seen low in the sky. He walked at an unhurried pace. It occurred to him that this was one of his only moments of solitude since waking in the land. It was, he reflected, a beautiful morning. Hafiz's shop was still locked when Richter arrived. A round of vigorous knocking brought a sleepy and annoyed face to the window. Holding up the biscuit bribe, Richter gave his most winning smile. Hafiz didn't seem impressed, but unlocked the door anyway. The disheveled man bowed his head. "What can your most humble servant do for you?" he said, clearly irritated. "Just how many potions of clarity could you sell per month? Each lasts a full day and gives a 25% bonus to experience." Hafiz lifted his head, a large, wolf-like smile slowly growing on his face. Huh, Richter thought. If that's the way I look, it is kinda creepy. The 2 men haggled good-naturedly for about an hour. It was clear that the negotiations were more about a shared enjoyment of the art of bargaining than a need to one-up each other. With his high charisma and the promise of future profits, Richter ended up paying with half of his gold and about a third of his remaining gemstones. But he was able to get all of the items he and Mama had come up with. He also bought enough grain and foodstuffs to ensure that his people could eat for 4 to 5 months, even without hunting. That should last them until the first crops came in. They agreed that one of Hafiz's emissaries would meet him at Leaf's Crossing with 2 plow horses, 1 bull, 7 cows, 10 sheep, several dozen chickens, and 20 pigs. Richter asked for some goats, but those apparently were only in the northern part of the kingdom and could not be obtained on short notice. Hafiz promised to arrange for delivery of several at a future point. Richter smiled, thinking about goat stew. Yum. He felt that he might have gone overboard with the animals, but he was a southerner. The idea of actually getting bacon and fried chicken made his mouth water. If there was one thing this world would thank him for, it would be evolving dinner meat past mutton. It required another 5 gold to arrange transport to be waiting in Leaf for these supplies. It seemed steep, but Hafiz assured him it would cost a large amount just to convince a ship captain to let animals ride in his hull. Thinking of the smell, Richter revised his earlier opinion and acquiesced. Hafiz, or someone he worked with, would also meet him at Leaf's Crossing at the beginning of each month. They would collect the potions and anything else Richter had to sell. They would also take any requests the fledgling village might have. Business concluded, the 2 men clasped hands and parted ways. Richter was happy to see the following prompt. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in trade. 0.5% bonus to buying and selling. Richter walked to the hall to see what Mama had found. He tried to use his internal map, but in just the space of a day, the tent city had changed. Richter wouldn't have believed it possible, but it seemed the Grand Market was almost a living thing. Sighing, he found another urchin and gave him a few coins. Somehow, the barefooted boy was able to navigate in a way that not even the traveler's magic could match. Half an hour or so later, He emerged on the promenade and walked towards the hall. He found Mama at the back and was early enough that the line hadn't formed yet. When she saw him, she gave a few muttered directions to one of her aides, then stood and led him outside. He told her of the non-humans that had agreed to come with him and what their professions were. She nodded and said she had several families of hunters and farmers, as well as several individuals in a variety of professions that would happily join him. He was taken outside by one of her associates and spent the next several hours meeting the candidates. He spoke to each about non-humans and dismissed from consideration any who showed issues with them. He ultimately chose another 57 humans. When their families were factored in, he had agreed to take in another 103 people to the village. He went back inside and paid Mama her fee, 5 coppers per person. He was about to leave when she stopped him. "There is one more person I would like you to meet." She grabbed one of her older associates and stepped to the side with him. The man looked somewhat confused. "Do you trust me, Randolphus?" she asked. "Of course, Jala," he said in a cultured voice. "You have been a wonderful help and a better friend. I have been happy to help you, but you are being wasted here. This man is about to start a new village and quite honestly has no idea what he is doing." "Hey!" Richter exclaimed. "Don't interrupt Mama," she scolded. Turning back to Randolphus, "He is making a new community, but does not know how to handle the countless problems that will come up. I think you should go with him." Addressing Richter now, she said, "Randolphus was the chamberlain for the late king. He faithfully managed the affairs of the castle for decades. You are lucky to have him. Now, you are both strong-willed and pig-headed, so rather than waste any more of my time, simply say, 'Thank you, Mama.'" Feeling like he was in 3rd grade, Richter simply chuckled and said, "Thank you, Mama," and was quickly followed by Randolphus doing the same. With a slight smile on her face, she went to sit behind her desk, saying over her shoulder, "No charge." Randolphus was a tall, older man with a well-trimmed gray beard. His hair was long and black, hanging around his head to his shoulders. He wore a gray shirt with a black vest and black pants. When they shook hands to have a more formal introduction, his grip was firm, but he did not squeeze overly hard. "I know you from the other day. Despite her good intentions, I would not force myself into anyone's service. Do you have any need of my aid? If you are half as impressive as she said, I really will be lucky to have your help. Our village will be the definition of humble compared to a king's palace, but I intend to make it something special. Will you help me?" "It would be my pleasure, my lord," Randolphus replied, bowing his head. "We will be traveling to the forest of Nadria. What I really need right now is someone to organize all of the workers Mama has arranged. Can you get them all to Leaf's Crossing? I will have a ship to pick them up in a week's time, give or take a few days." "It will be done, my lord." Knots of tension that Richter had not even been aware of began to unravel from his back and neck. He smiled and said, "Randy, we are going to get along great." He turned and left with a bit of pep in his step, missing his new chamberlain's long-suffering sigh over his new sobriquet. By the time Richter made it back out of the Grand Market, more than half the day was gone, and so Richter decided to check back with Scion. Entering the inn, Tarad ran up to him. "Where have you been? Never mind, we have broken the code, or at least part of it. I know where Isabel is." "Where? I'm ready to go with you." "Do you know who Count Stonuk is?" "No, I haven't heard anything about the nobility in the kingdom." "Well, he is one of the main proponents of the new laws, and a personal friend of the king. His lands are less than a day's journey south, but he has an estate inside of the city. A friend of mine works on his estate here, helping in the kitchen. He told me that a wood elf fitting Isabel's description has been seen." Tarad's voice caught for a second, and he stopped. Then his face firmed, his eyes full with unshed tears, but also a vicious anger. "She has been seen in his personal chambers. He is having a ball in 3 days, and then he's leaving the city for the season. I won't be able to get to her once he's back in his own lands, surrounded by all of his guards." "What about on the road? We slip into their group while they're moving, grab Isabel, and slip out when they stop," Scion asked. "They live too close. He would most likely leave in the morning and travel straight there without stopping. It's completely open terrain. We won't have a chance. In the light of day, any attack will be seen miles off. And even if we succeeded, we cannot openly attack the nobility to rescue an elf. Word would get back to the king, and all the nobility would be in arms. It would give the king carte blanche to enact even harsher laws against the non-humans. The only thing stopping him now is that some of the older and more powerful nobles would not go along with it. "So what is the plan?" Richter asked. "My contact can sneak us onto the estate the night of the ball. 3 of us. 4 max. Scion, I'm sorry, but you cannot come. Any non-humans would ruin the plan immediately. Once we are inside, we pose as servants. He told me that Isabel is being kept in a room attached to the Count's chambers. Each night, they are brought their food by one of the servants. I will pose as the servant and go to her." Tarad looked at Richter. "What I need is for you to handle the guards in front of the Baron's chambers. Ideally, in a way without bloodshed, and without them being able to identify us. No matter what, though, they will need to be dealt with, or I won't be able to get Isabel out." Richter looked back at Tarad. "I said I would help you, and I will. I don't know much in the way of stealth skills, though. My imbued arrow will kill them, but you know how much noise it makes. It would alert every guard in the house." Tarad was nodding quickly. I know. I have thought of that. No one that we freed can come with us, for the same reason that Scion needs to stay behind. Non-humans would immediately be detained and questioned. But that doesn't mean they don't want to help. There are 2 Adepts mages present, one of Dark and one of Earth. The Dark Adept has a spell that could accomplish what we need. I've already checked, though. None of the humans that are part of our group have the affinity to learn dark magic, but I thought you might. You already seem to have multiple magics. Will you try?" No matter what Tarad had asked, Richter would have complied. The desperation and stress in the man's voice was heart-rending. "Of course, Tarad. Where can I find them?" "Come with me," he said, walking towards the stairs of the inn. At the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor, there was a small open area. A rectangular table was there with 6 chairs. Sunlight streamed through the window, but a light breeze came through as well, making for a very pleasant climate. A dwarf, an elf, and a gnome sat around the table. Richter used Analyze on each in turn. Name: Czar, Mountain Dwarf. Level 17. Health: 420. Mana: 350. Stamina: 320. Disposition: Friendly. Dwarves have several subclasses that determine their specific powers. Mountain dwarves are a hardy folk that get bonuses to constitution and endurance each level. They have keen eyesight that gives them excellent night vision. Natural miners, it is said mountain dwarves can smell veins of precious metals. Increased resistance to negative physical effects. Increased affinity and resistance to earth magic. Mountain dwarves get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level give +1 to constitution and +1 to endurance. Name: Yulinde. High Elf, level 18. Health: 310. Mana: 320. Stamina: 260. Disposition: Friendly. Elves have several subclasses that determine their specific powers. High Elves are gifted in archery and most magical arts. They have increased resistance to magical attack. High Elves get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level give +1 to intelligence and +1 to wisdom. Name: Quasia. Arcane Gnome, level 16. Health: 150. Mana: 730. Stamina: 110. Disposition: Friendly. Gnomes have several subclasses that determine their specific powers. Arcane Gnomes are obsessed with knowledge. Increased dodge and sneak. Gifted in magical arts. Bonus to intelligence each level. Arcane Gnomes get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level gives +2 to intelligence. Richter greeted each in turn by their names. Czar looked at him sternly. "You should not use your ability on a person without their consent, lad. It's bad manners." Quasia just laughed, however. "Oh, Czar, stop teasing the boy, as if you wouldn't do the same if you could." "Humph, not really the point at all, is it, Q?" he replied. The elf stepped forward and extended his hand. "Well met, Richter. Thank you so much for your help in freeing our people. Tarad has told us how pivotal you were in the fight against the Nightblades. They were unkind to our people, to say the least. Though none of us were held captive in that hole, the suffering of our people still pained us. When I heard the Adepts were going to meet you, I volunteered as well. I am an Adept Archer and a Journeyman of Light Armor. Zar is an Adept Earth Mage, and Quasea is an Adept Dark Sorceress. We can increase your skills over the next 3 days. It should greatly increase your chances to retrieve Isabel. I appreciate your offer, but I'm not sure if I could afford your expertise, Richter said cautiously. The idea of getting more skills was an amazing temptation, but he couldn't believe they would just help him out of the kindness of their hearts. We don't require payment, but it shows wisdom that you don't jump at the first opportunity for more power, Quasea answered. The gnome had fair skin and long red hair that was woven into a ponytail draped over her left shoulder. She was about 4 feet tall and had a round, kind face. She wore a black robe belted with dark purple rope that stopped just above her knees, tied in front with an intricate knot. She looked him in the eye with purple irises that matched her robe, but her gaze was more playful than challenging. I will tell you why we are helping you. We owe you a debt either way for freeing our loved ones. I also personally know Isabel, and I would not leave her in the hands of a pig like the Count. More than that, however, by deciding to come with you, we have tied our fate to you. The others may not have picked up on your secret, but I am an adept of the dark. The dark is useful for many things, but primarily it is used to conceal. I can feel the mark you try to hide. That, coupled with what Tarad told us about the defenses you had in place for the village, really only lead to one simple conclusion. You are the master of a place of power. The last was said as a statement. All 3 looked at him, and Richter felt trapped by the weight of their attention. The 5 of them sat in silence, gazing at one another. He did not want his abilities known broadly. He had not forgotten Hisako's warning that his power would make him a target. Anyone that shown that all 3 were friendly to him, though. They had also all agreed to join his community. There really didn't seem to be much risk. He held up his left wrist and willed the mark to appear. I am the master of the Mist Village and the power it is built on. I promise I meant everything I have said before. Everyone that comes to my village will be treated fairly. I am the master, though, he added forcefully. Now that Quasea had forced his hand, he decided it was best to establish the guidelines for how things would be. The gnome only nodded. I quite understand, my Lord Richter. She bowed her head slightly, and the other 2 followed suit. We did not expect anything else. That brings us to the main reason we are helping you. If we are going to make your village a home, then the more prosperous it is, and by extension you are, the better off we all will be. Though don't expect us to always instruct you for free in the future, she said with a smile and a wink. Richter responded with a smile of his own. Then I gladly accept your help. Where do we start? He spent the next 3 days with the 3 masters. The skills the bow adept taught him were all stamina dependent, and predictably, Zar's and Quasea's skills were mana-based. The spell that was necessary for the mission came from Quasea, Troubled Sleep, but required a skill level of 3 in dark magic. She also taught him 2 level 1 spells that he cast relentlessly until his dark magic level increased to level 3. After working with the 3 trainers, his skills had increased and he had gained several new ones. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in light armor, plus 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in light armor, plus 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in light armor, plus 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have learned the sub-skill, Grace in Combat. If wearing all light armor, dodge increased by 10%. This is a sub-skill of light armor. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 11%. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Archery, plus 2% bonus to aim. plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 7 in archery. Plus 2% bonus to aim. Plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations, you have learned the subskill, double shot. You can fire an arrow and then a second arrow with less than a second between them. Accuracy of first shot decreased by 25% and accuracy of the second shot decreased by 50%. Cost 20 stamina. This is a subskill of archery. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 2 in double shot. Accuracy of first shot decreased by 24% and accuracy of the second shot decreased by 49%. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 3 in double shot. Accuracy of first shot decreased by 23% and accuracy of the second shot decreased by 48%. Congratulations, you have learned the subskill, drill shot. Strong focus lets you find holes in an enemy's armor. You can ignore 10% of an opponent's armor. Takes 2 seconds to aim. Cost 25 stamina. This is a subskill of archery. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 2 in drill shot. You can ignore 11% of an opponent's armor. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, dark magic. Increasing your skill will unlock more spells. It will also increase the power of your spells. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 2 in dark magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 3 in dark magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations, you have learned the spell, night vision. The target of this spell can see with only the faintest light. This is a spell of dark magic. Cost 5 mana. Duration 3 hours. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown N/A. Congratulations! You have learned this spell, Cloying Darkness. Cast a cone of thickened darkness 15 feet in length from your hand. Movement and attack speed of targets decreased by 20%. All in area of effect will suffer from spell. Will not work in direct sunlight. This is a spell of dark magic. Cost 30 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 5 minutes. Congratulations! You have learned the spell, Troubled Sleep. Places your target in a restless sleep. He will be plagued by nightmares until awakening. Any attack or hostile action taken against target will awaken them. Area of effect 5 feet. This is a spell of dark magic. Cost 50 mana. Duration 1 hour. Range 15 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 15 minutes. You have reached skill level 2 in Earth Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have learned the spell, Summon Insects. Summons a host of stinging and biting insects in a 10-foot wide circle. Causes minimal damage but impedes concentration. This is a spell of Earth Magic. Cost 25 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range 20 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 20 minutes. Constant use and depletion of his stamina and mana earned him a +1 to Constitution, Endurance, and Wisdom. Double Shot, which had seemed almost useless initially, got less of a penalty as he leveled. He could see the benefit of continuing to invest in the skill. If at level 50, he could fire twice as fast as another archer. Drill Shot could definitely come in handy as well. Richter had asked Yulinde if Drill Shot could negate all armor when the skill level was high enough. Unfortunately, the answer was no. Different skills had different caps they could advance to. Drill Shot, for instance, could ignore 60% of armor when maxed out at skill level 50. The armor penetration also depended on the type of arrow being used, and the type of armor it was being used against. A simple iron arrow would barely harm dragon-scale armor, for instance, even if drill shot was maxed. Once again, reality was intruding on Richter's plans for world domination. There was no denying the usefulness of the training. Linda explained that training with someone at a higher level than you in a skill would increase the speed with which you learned the skill. The amount of the bonus was based on the level of the trainer compared to your respective level. Richter also asked how Linda could teach light armor skills when he was only a journeyman in that skill. He looked confused for a moment until Richter talked about how he knew. Only adept and master magicians could teach spells. Linda nodded in understanding and said that didn't apply to learning new skills. An added benefit of the training was that Scion was able to learn from Ulinda as well. He obtained the skills Grace in Combat, Double Shot, and Drill Shot, but even more useful, Stun Shot. It was a level 10 archery subskill, so unfortunately, Richter couldn't learn it yet. Training had been tiring, but extremely beneficial and efficient. He definitely progressed faster than he would have alone. Richter was extremely thankful that these three were going to be part of his village. He expressed that to Kwasea, and she just gave him a pinch on the butt with a saucy wink before walking off. The gnome's forward behavior didn't hold Richter's attention long. He was daydreaming of creating a culture of open learning in the Mist Village. Knowledge was guarded jealously in the land. The price of the books was a clear indication. One book cost 3 months of wages for the average worker. That wouldn't be the case in his village. Every skill that could be learned would be. Dreams of arrow-shooting dark earth magicians were dancing through his head. He decided to be honest with himself. Jedis. He really wanted Jedis. The 3 days came and went surprisingly quickly. The only breaks Richter took from his training was to check on the progress of his new people. Both the humans and non-humans had been industrious about organizing for passage to their new home. The human settlers, along with Randolphus, had left for Leaf's Crossing the day before. Richter had paid a coin to a messenger to run ahead and carry a message to Rosie at the Whistling Hen. It had told her that he needed to rent out the entire inn to house the human portion of his people for a day or two. He included in the message what he hoped was a sufficient amount of coins for their room and board, but promised to make up the difference in a few days if he was short. The non-humans had slowly ferreted their families to the Laughing Imp, or other safe houses that Tarad and his compatriots had access to. It had been an emotional series of days for them, as there was a very real possibility that they would not see those left behind for several years, if ever again. Tarad and Richter had decided to implement everything on the same day. The same day of the Count's ball, the holds of the ships they had commissioned were slowly filled throughout the day with the non-humans. Richter and Scion would join them after saving Isabel. She would also come to the forest, as it would be way too dangerous for her to remain in law after escaping the Count. Tarad would stay behind and try to find the other non-humans that had been sold. So far, no further information had been gleaned from the ledger. Ultimately, he was planning to sell the inn and, if possible, make a new life in Leaf's Crossing. Isabel could join him sometime later. Due to his training and organizing, Richter lost track of time. Before he knew it, Tarad had walked into the room at the end of the hallway where Richter was sitting with Czar and simply said, "It's time." Chapter 25. Tarad's contact in the Count's household had found servants' uniforms for them to wear. Besides holding women against their will, apparently Count Stanuk was also guilty of horrible taste. His house colors were burnt orange and white. Richter felt like a creamsicle. To make it worse, it wasn't just a touch of orange here and there. Instead, the servants were required to wear a poncho-like outfit that made them look like the playing cards that served the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland. The only consolation was that Richter was sure everyone would be so distracted by the garish clothes that no one would remember their faces. Cian was not happy to be left out of the plan, but agreed to hide in a nearby alley. If all went pear-shaped, he could cover their retreat. The noise from a well-imbued arrow strike should scare anyone and might give them precious moments to escape. The infiltration party was composed only of Richter, Tarad, and Jeremy. Apparently, the window to enter the Count's home was extremely short, and any more people would cause a problem. Richter wore his armor under the clothes, any buckles wadded so as not to make noise and betray their disguise. Getting into the Count's house was actually surprisingly easy. The party meant a large amount of deliveries and movement. The three picked up an order the head of the kitchen had made at a local bakery and then walked in through the back gate. The guard only checked their baskets of bread against a list of suspected deliveries, then barked at them to move along. Richter was somewhat surprised, but then he realized that it was no different than any large upscale party in his world. This was just the house of a rich guy, not some secret government bunker. After all, who would challenge a noble who had his own private army and could kill them with zero consequences? Guess just three bad mofos like us, Richter thought with a smile. They walked in and delivered the bread to the kitchen. Tarad's contact turned out to be a nondescript man of middling height and brown hair. He barely acknowledged Richter or Jeremy. Tarad had told them about the huge risk the man was taking, and they all agreed not to engage him or try to exchange names. They had timed their entrance to coincide with when the food was brought up to the Count's room. It minimized their risk of being discovered as frauds. Tarad picked up a plate of food and walked up the stairs. Richter and Jeremy followed discreetly behind. When he got to the room, the guards merely waved him through, apparently well used to the Count's captives being fed at this time. He missed half a step when one guard made an off-color comment about the girl having more than enough to eat when the Count returned. Richter thought Tarad might kill the jerk, but he thankfully stuck with the plan and entered the room. As soon as he was inside, Richter started counting. The plan was to get to 100 count and then cast the spell. Jeremy was keeping lookout on the stairs one floor down. The greatest weakness in the plan was that there was no one to watch the far end of the hall. If anyone came from that direction while Richter was casting troubled sleep upon the guards, the jig was up. He counted silently and at 97 began to cast the spell. As he was counting, he realized that he had never discussed with Tarad if the count to 100 was when he could exit or when Richter was supposed to cast the spell. It would be horrible for them all to be killed for such a stupid mistake. Go on, 3, or 1, 2, 3, then go, was one of the biggest flaws in Guy communication. Even though sleep spells were lethal weapons as they allowed for a coup de grace, the entire plan would fall apart if Tarad exited before the guards were knocked out. Peeking around the corner to see the two guards, Richter focused his will and cast the spell, the necessary words and hand movements coming unbidden but flawlessly executed. The guard closest to him slumped as soon as Richter finished casting the spell. The other reached out a hand to brace himself against the wall, though. He strained to straighten his legs, and his mouth opened to shout, but after a second more, he collapsed next to the other one. Richter ran forward, knocking twice on the door. Tarad opened the door and grabbed one of the guards under the arms, dragging him into the room. Richter did the same with the other guard. The entire process, including the spell, took 15 seconds. Jeremy came in behind him, and they closed the door. The two of them began to strip the guards. A brown-haired beauty with haunted eyes held on to Tarad for a second with frantic strength. He murmured in her ear and then stared into her eyes. She nodded her head and released him, but Richter noticed her hands were still shaking. The livery of the guards was similar to the uniform of the servants, but of course they were also wearing armor. Luckily it was not plate, or there was no way they would have gotten it off in a reasonable amount of time. Each guard was wearing a chainmail shirt, chainmail coif, and a kettle helm. They each had swords and kite shields as well. Richter tried to slow his breathing as he focused on his task. He cast haste on the three of them, hoping to save precious minutes. He grimaced slightly at the loss of the mana, almost half of his total. He hated to waste it, but if there was a fight on the way out, he would want his mana higher. He took a mana potion. His mana bar increased quickly, 40 points over 6 seconds. After several minutes, each guard had been stripped, and Tarad and Jeremy were wearing their armor and weapons. They would, of course, not pass a close inspection, but from a distance, they looked like any other two guards. It had been decided Richter would not pose as a guard on the way out because his wood sprite armor was superior to anything his colleagues had. He had lost the bonus to having the complete set on, unfortunately, having had to remove the helm, gauntlets, and shoes as they could not be concealed in his disguise as servant. They tied up the actual guards, shoving gags in their mouths. The spell was supposed to last an hour, but one had shown some resistance, so who knew how long he would actually be out? Richter stood up and took in his surroundings. The room was opulent, to say the least. Paintings and tapestries covered the stone walls. A round table of almost black wood was off to the left side of the room, with 4 upholstered chairs, each with intricate stitching. A canopied bed that could easily fit 10 people was against the back wall, the sheets rumpled and hanging off the side of the bed. A large fireplace was resting cold against one wall. The most fascinating thing in the room was the woman they had come to save. Isabel was about 5 feet 8 inches tall. Her hair was loose around her shoulders and hung well past her shoulders. Her skin was the dusky brown of the wood elves. It had the appearance of a black base that had been painted over with chestnut in a way he had associated with Indians he knew back home. A tight-fitting gown didn't hide hips that were neither narrow nor wide, a slender waist, and small, firm breasts. What arrested him was her eyes, though. Her irises were gold like wheat seen on a cloudless day in midsummer. Those same beautiful eyes were bloodshot and sorrow-filled. They convinced him of one thing. He would kill the Count if he ever had the opportunity. Tarad was holding her again, and her grip seemed even tighter than before. Richter waited a few seconds, not wanting to disturb the comfort this woman was clearly seeking from her loved one, but ultimately had to. He couldn't ignore their precarious position for long. Clearing his throat, he said, Tarad, we have to get her dressed and get out of here." The man made eye contact with Richter, his gaze initially furious that anyone would take him away from comforting his lost love, even for a moment. But he came back to himself and nodded, separating from the woman again. Turning his back to give her privacy, Richter looked out at the wealth in the room. Turning to Jeremy, he said, "You move very quietly, my friend. Am I correct to assume that you have a non-traditional way of earning a living?" The man stared at him for a moment, before chuckling. "You might be safe to assume that. Why?" Giving a ruthless smile, Richter replied, "Because in the next few minutes, we are going to rob this bastard blind." They rummaged through a small chest at the foot of the bed, finding a pouch of coins and several daggers. In one nightstand, he found more coins and a small blue wand about 1.5 feet long with a white jewel the size of a robin's egg at the end, held in place by a stylized claw. More basic items were present, and Richter didn't leave anything behind, sweeping everything into his bag. He cleared the expensive flatware, plates and goblets from the table. For good measure, he opened the closet and shoved all of the clothes and shoes he found there into his bag of holding. He thought again that the bag was worth at least twice what he had paid for it. Whatever he shoved in, the bag remained flat on the outside. He took his glass dagger to the edge of the framed paintings, cut them loose, and rolled them up along with the rest of the stolen loot. That was when he saw Jeremy looking intently into the cubby of the other nightstand. A focused look was on the other man's face, and he was reaching inside the top drawer. Searching for a moment, he seemed to press something. The side of the nightstand popped open, revealing a hidden cubby. The metal door of a safe was seen built into the nightstand. "Damn, I could open this, but we don't have the time." Jeremy angrily shook his head. "Wait," Richter told him. Let me try something. Richter placed his hand on the safe and invoked his dungeon ring. He gave a delighted smile when he heard a click. He pulled open the safe and saw it was full of jewels, papers, and what was this? It looked like the Count's signet ring. With an evil smile, Richter placed it in his bag, thinking the good Count would love knowing his ring would help to feed the non-humans he had been prosecuting. Gesturing to the jewels, he looked at Jeremy, who smiled and nodded his head. The man swept half the gems up and placed them in his pouch. He left the rest for Richter. "We are ready," Tarad called. He was wiping tears from Isabel's face and telling her to be brave. "We need to go." Richter shoved the rest of the jewels and the papers into his bag and stood. The four of them mentally prepared themselves, and then Richter stepped out into the hall. Seeing that it was still empty, he waved his companions forward, and they walked down the hall. The hardest part was remaining calm and keeping an unhurried pace. To know how difficult it was, imagine having to pee really bad and also walking away from a growling dog. It was nerve-wracking, and yet they couldn't show it. Despite the stress of the situation, they made their way along the servant corridors with no issues. The most dangerous part of the scenario was behind them, and they walked to the side gate that they had used to enter the estate. The two guards were still there, but no one else was currently around. Not wanting to take any chances, Richter cast Troubled Sleep, and both slumped to the ground. They then just walked out. They met Scion in the nearby alley and ditched the livery of the Count. Pausing only to retrieve his bow and don the rest of his armor, they were quickly away. Jeremy doffed the guard's armor, saying it slowed him down too much. Richter shoved it into his bag, waste not, want not. They picked up the pace, alternating between a walk and a jog down the dark alleys of the capital. Nearing the harbor, they turned down a wide street that exposed them to the light of the full moon, which was the only reason that they saw the man standing in the middle of the street. "Impressive. That wasn't a bad bit of crime you did there. Coming from me, you should take that as a compliment. All of you. Tarad, innkeeper of the Laughing Imp. Jeremy, former cutthroat of the Lawbreakers. Isabel, the lovely wood elf. Scion, the wood sprite. And Richter, the unknown man." He smiled broadly. "How do you know us?" Tarad shouted. "You are absolutely right. I am being rude," the man replied, sounding genteel and magnanimous. "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ronan, and I am the leader of the Nightblades. You may remember that you killed almost all of my new members and burned my house to the ground a few nights ago. Now it has been a hard few days for me and mine. We lost a few more members to attrition and other thief guilds that smelled blood in the water. It also took a few days to figure out who to thank for the warm welcome I was greeted to when I came back to my home. Then I remembered who we had sold those pretty little non-humans to, though. So I checked up on anyone in their lives." The man gave a short laugh. "Now we couldn't be sure which one would be rescued or exactly who would come, but somehow I had a feeling this little elf maid would stir someone's heart." He laughed again, and ugliness could clearly be heard in the sound. "Where are the rest of the people you sold?" screamed Isabel. "Be calm, Isabel. Be calm." The friendly note was back in his voice. "Don't be so rude. After all, my friends and I have worked so hard to repay all of you for the kindness you showed us." His voice lowered with each following word. The tone of his communication weighed heavily with anger and scorn. "I need to settle this debt." Richter heard a faint scuff on the cobblestones behind them and realized the purpose of Ronan's entire speech had been to stall. It had allowed the other thieves to find and catch up with them, to come up behind them. Throwing his arm back, he cast grease, and was rewarded with cursing coming from multiple spots as thieves came into view, their stealth interrupted by the fall. He turned back and cast Analyze on this man who would face down 4 armed men alone, even if only as a delaying tactic. Name, Ronan. Human, level 22. Health, 400. Mana, 160. Stamina, 310. Disposition, hatred. Humans are one of the shortest-lived but most prolific breeders in the land. Humans have a broader affinity for skills than other races. No special bonuses to race. Humans get 4 points to distribute per level. Profession: Rogue. What? This man had a profession! Schwetrix had said that only the powerful had professions. And this Ronin was level 22. This could not bode well. Scion drew and fired at Ronin, but the man leaned almost leisurely to the side and disappeared from sight. Tarad pushed Isabel against a wall and turned to draw his sword, protecting her. Jeremy activated stealth and vanished as well. Richter began to cast Troubled Sleep, but was struck with a spear of rock. The attack made his ice dagger look like a toothpick. The one strike removed 30 health, striking him in the side and knocking him down. Praying he had a second before being struck again, he cast Haste. His power with air magic let him quickly get back to his feet. When he stood up, he saw the mage off to the right with a black wand pointed at him, purple light gathering at the tip. Scion shot an imbued strike at the mage, which stopped a good 3 feet short, causing ripples in cylinder of force around him. The wizard changed his target and pointed the wand at Scion. A purple sphere shot out from the end of the wand. Scion had started moving as soon as he saw the wizard aiming his wand. The tennis ball-sized purple ball struck the cobblestones right next to Scion. When it struck, it popped and spread a thick purple liquid over the stones, which began to bubble and hiss. A small gobbet landed on Scion's leg. The sprite screamed in pain. He quickly dragged his leg on the street, scraping off the viscous acid. Richter could see the flash of bodies and blades in front of him, Jeremy and Ronin disappearing and reappearing quickly, fighting as only stealth figures could. They must be guessing where the other would be in a fast-paced and close-range game of cat and mouse. It was impressive that Jeremy had lasted even a few moments against a level 22 thief. Who knew what benefits the profession brought? The rogues behind him were rolling out of the radius of the grease spell to rejoin the fight. Knowing they would be swarmed if the men got up, Richter reached into his quiver and found the arrow of flame. He shot it at one of thieves in oil. The thief gave a grunt of pain that became squeals of agony when the arrow ignited the oil he had conveniently been rolling around in. The fire spread through the rest of the oil and ignited 2 other thieves. 3 others managed to escape the oil, though, and were quickly getting to their feet. He shouted to Tarad, "Get her out of here. The longer we wait, the more of them will come. We have to get escape." Sion had recovered quickly and continued to fire shots at the mage, dodging rocky spikes and acid balls in return. None of the arrows were able to penetrate the barrier. Richter fired an imbued arrow at a thief still trying to get up and struck him in the chest. It knocked the man back into the flames of the grease fire, his screams joining the others. Luckily, the flames formed a makeshift wall and gave him some respite from the other 2 thieves, but still, a thrown knife grazed his temple, putting blood into his right eye. Tarad was moving down the street with Isabel. The docks were in sight, but were still several hundred yards away. Richter cast Summon Insects on the mage, but the bugs remained on the outside of the cylinder of protection the man had made. He tried using Drill Shot, but again, his arrow failed to have any effect. The mage just smirked at him and then turned his full attention back to Sion. Then Richter heard a gurgle. He turned to the right and saw Jeremy and Ronin phase into view. A knife was sticking out of Jeremy's throat. Jeremy's own blade was in Ronin's side. The 2 stood face to face. Jeremy's wound was clearly fatal, while Ronin's was most likely damaging, but not life-threatening or even debilitating. Sion, meanwhile, had been caught by a half-arc of stalagmites that appeared in front of the mage, sticking outward and upward. One leg was impaled on a sharp, rocky spike. The purple light was accumulating at the end of the mage's wand again. Richter barely looked as he drew and fired again. The man was completely ignoring him. Richter could only assume the mage had deemed him a non-threat. The thief had a sick grin on his face as he anticipated Sion's death. Richter felt a brutal pleasure at seeing the shock on the man's face as the arrow of negation penetrated the circle of protection and pierced the mage's high right chest. Richter drew, imbued, and release again. The arrow aimed at the man's face. The mage snarled at him while yanking a necklace off and cracking it in his hand. Each of the attackers were enveloped in black smoke, and a moment later, they were gone. A furious scream of "No!" came from Richter's right. His last glimpse of Ronan was an insane and furious expression on the man's face just before the thief disappeared. It was suddenly quiet. Even the still screaming and burning thieves had disappeared. Richter's already released shot exploded against the wall that the mage had been standing in front of only an instant before. Jeremy's body crumpled to the ground, a scarlet, bright arc of blood coming from the hole that Ronan's blade had left in his neck. It was over. The Earth Mage's escape amulet had taken his entire surviving party away, leaving behind only Richter, Scion, Jeremy, and the dead. Richter ran over to Jeremy, attempting to stabilize the old thief. The blood had already stopped spurting, though, now only dribbling out in weaker and weaker pulses. The dying man smiled weakly, blood on his teeth, and then his eyes glazed over, and he released his last breath. With nothing else to be done, Richter was overcome with emotion he didn't have time to express. He got up and hobbled over to Scion, the pain in his side making his breath come out in short huffs. He gave Scion a healing potion and a healing herb. He also placed the healing ring in his friend's hand. Richter looked the sprite in the eye and said, "I'll pull on 3, okay? 1, and without further warning, yanked him off of the rock that had impaled him. Scion screamed, glared, and then spit at Richter in as many seconds, and then promptly lost consciousness. Luckily, the potion was still working for a few seconds, slowing the blood loss down. Passed out, Scion could not use the ring to fully stop the bleeding, so Richter ripped a strip off of his clothes and bound the wound. Furious with anger and exhausted from the brief but fierce exchange, Richter picked up the sprite and looked at Jeremy's body. He couldn't just leave it there. He was reaching down to throw it over his shoulder when Tarad came running back. Tarad just said, "No," softly when he saw Jeremy's body. He walked over to his old friend and picked up the body, freeing Richter to carry Scion. They moved as quickly as possible down to the dock. The shouts of the crew of the ships they had hired could clearly be heard. They ran aboard one of the ships as the sailors pushed the boat away from dock. They were finally out of immediate danger, but it had been at a high cost. You have completed the quest, Fight for Those Who Cannot, 2. Reward, Increased Regard from Tarad. Reward, 8,000 XP. Congratulations! Your relationship with your Tarad has improved from friendly to ally. Tarad will fight with you and for you until death, and if he can find a way back through the veil, will fight for you again. Tring! You have reached level 10. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned for you. Richter dismissed the prompts. As wonderful as it was to level, the gravity of the events that had just occurred made it impossible to be happy. Tarad was still holding Jeremy's blood-stained body. "Tarad," Richter said, "you know you can't stay in the kingdom. Ronan survived, and if he knows who you are, there is a good chance the Count, and by extension the King, will know as well. You aren't safe here." The stress gave Tarad's visage a bleak and stark look. He simply nodded without speaking. "I would be proud and happy to have you join us in the Mist Village. As long as I live, you will have a home there." The man broke, a sob escaping him. The enormity of the past few days, the horrors that the woman he loved had suffered, and the loss of his good friend and his home was enough to faze anyone. He didn't allow his moment of vulnerability to continue, though. He carefully set down his friend's body on the ship deck, and he and Richter clasped wrists, each man leaning on the strength of the other. "Thank you, my friend. I gladly accept your offer. I will return to help the other non-humans if we can discover their location, though. You have been offered a quest. Fight for those who cannot. 3. You have helped many non-humans, but some still languish in slavery. Tarad is dedicated to saving them. Will you help these people to breathe free air again? Reward: unknown. Yes or no? I will stand with you, Tarad. If we can help them, we will. Tarad the human has become your companion. Companions will stay with you only as long as your goals align." Tarad looked at him with a surprised expression. "I had heard of companions, but I've never known any, let alone thought I would become one." "I am happy to have you as one," Richter replied. The reward for the quest made more sense now. Richter had thought that when Tarad's disposition changed from neutral to friendly, that was the extent of it. The real benefit, though, was that finishing the quest set the stage to gain another companion. "Scion and I have been companions from the beginning, but I'm still not sure what it means," Richter said. "Companions are devoted to one another's cause. As time progresses, you can sense when the other is in danger, and with enough time and devotion to each other, you can sense intense emotions. There are stories of the greatest companions being able to share one another's strengths and mana, even abilities, but I think that is only fantasy." Richter thought. Having companions was potentially a way to greatly increase one's strength. What if Scion could adopt his limitless ability? There was a lot to think about. Tarad begged off after that, moving to comfort Isabel. Once the boat was far enough from the dock, the sailors unfurled the sails. Both ships were moving with the current and quickly picked up speed. Less than an hour later, the lights of Law could no longer be seen, and they were at last on their way home. The sailors had wrapped Jeremy's body in a tarp and taken it below deck. They would bury him in the village. Richter sat next to Scion, who had awoken and used the healing ring. As the boat rocked gently, they leaned against the mast, staring out at the darkness over the water. Chapter 26. They linked with the other two boats in Leaf's Crossing, carrying the human settlers, supplies, and livestock. Rosie met them at the docks. Richter thanked her and pressed a few more coins into her hand. There was no difficulty or trouble in either arriving at or leaving the town. Not surprising, as their speed on the river had considerably shortened the trip time between Law and Leaf's Crossing. While a scout on a fast horse might have made the same time, the Count very likely didn't know who had made off with his property yet. Even if he had, it would take a large force considerably longer to gather and oppose them. The bigger fear would be if an attack ship had pursued them, but Tarad said there were not many of them. The royal fleet was comprised more of transport ships to move soldiers quickly among the numerous waterways. Luckily, they continued on after Leaf's Crossing unmolested. Richter decided to invest 4 of his new characteristic points into intelligence and another 2 into wisdom. He needed a greater capacity for mana usage. The 50% from level 9 and 10 he invested into archery. It was his most advanced skill and seemed like the best way to get a lot of bang for his buck. A day after leaving Leaf's Crossing, they entered the forest, and 5 days after that, they reached the mist. Richter had spoken with all the ship's captains and warned them of the mist's confusing properties. He had split his companions and Randolphus among the 4 ships, giving each immunity from the swirling gray vapors in the air around them. Though they had to move slowly, they were able to navigate the river with each helmsman listening to the 4. A monotone voice greeted him as the village came into view. "Welcome back, my lord." Chuckling lightly, Richter replied, "Hello, Futon. I missed your pretty face." The orb just pulsed slowly without replying. The mist workers had apparently been busy. The trench was now a good 20 feet deep and 30 feet wide. Trees had been cleared from the areas surrounding the village, leaving a potential killing ground if ever they were attacked. Large stacks of white stone were piled, alongside large mounds of iron ore. Several pyramidal piles of logs had been made with dozens of trees each as well. The loose rocks and debris within the ruined walls had all been removed. The village had been turned into an RTS gamer's wet dream. That actually wasn't quite right, he reflected. Richter had vast plans for his new home. What he was looking at was closer to the foundation for a grand strategy, the kind of wonderfully beautiful morass that could devour your personal life for days or weeks at a time. Either way, it was a blank slate with plenty of resources. Richter shook his head. It had not been easy and had involved travel, pain, blood, and loss. But he was finally ready to start making his new world, to begin the founding of his own kingdom. A small ceremony was held for Jeremy. His body was burned on a pyre. All of the non-humans gathered to show respect to the man who had died for their freedom. That night, several deer were roasted, and a small feast was held. Tarad told humorous stories about his old friend to the laughter of many. He later told Richter that Jeremy would have appreciated being remembered like this. It took a couple days to unload everything from the ships. Once everything was removed, Richter, Scion, Tarad, and Randolphus guided the ships back out of the mist. Richter arranged for one ship to come back to this point in about a month's time. He needed a quick way to get back to Leaf's Crossing to bring his trade goods. Hopefully, he would have his own boat soon, but until then, the cost of paying for transport was worth shortening the weeks-long trip to only a few days. It was also considerably less dangerous on the waterways than hiking through the forest. They made the 10-mile hike back to the village on foot. Richter had been somewhat concerned that Randy wouldn't be able to keep up, but he kept pace with no difficulty. The weather was thankfully not too cold, as spring was just starting. The higher altitude did make a colder temperature than in Law, and the nearby mountains didn't help, but it was only slightly uncomfortable, not dangerous. The primary task everyone focused on was making shelters. The readily available resources made the task go quickly, though. While it was being constructed, all 290 souls stayed underground. It was not exactly comfortable with that many people, but it was safe and dry. Randolphus, or Randy, as Richter insisted on calling him to his clear frustration, showed his value immediately. He organized having a latrine dug, hunting parties, creating guard rotations, and assigning countless necessary tasks that Richter would not have thought of. The hunters were also given immunity from the mists, but only after each had been spoken to and vetted by Richter again personally. While it would be difficult for a trader to lead someone back to the village, he didn't want to take the risk unnecessarily. Granting everyone immunity now was premature. He did roll the mists back a full mile from the center of the village, though, to make it easier to move around. The farmers were also eager to cultivate the lush soil outside of the city wall. They began preparing the land for planting, with guards along the periphery to protect against animal, or God forbid, monster attacks. The dwarves were massively excited about having access to relatively untouched land, and several disappeared on the first day into the hills north of the city exploring tunnels and caves. As far as Richter was concerned, the forge was the next priority construction after shelter. According to the dwarves, a tavern was a close third. Apparently, a few dozen casks of ale had been packed on the ships as essential supplies. The first building was finished in little over a week. It resembled a meeting hall more than a house. It was 200 feet long and 70 feet wide. Each log had been denuded by stripping the bark. The bark hadn't gone to waste, though, as it was rendered down to make a rudimentary tar. The builders had strewn gravel along the ground from the quarry stones to protect from the damp. Overtop the gravel, they had placed logs sawn in half longitudinally to make a crude floor a few inches above the ground. The walls had been erected in only a few days, but the roof took twice as long. It would have taken even longer, but the high strength and nearly endless stamina of the mist workers had saved considerable time. 2 rudimentary fireplaces had been built at either ends. The large room that resulted was dry and, more importantly, warm at night. Everyone's mood improved drastically once everyone had more space to spread out in. Richter knew that for a fact. You have constructed your first building. Shelter is one of the basic necessities of survival. Your people require more than just the bare essentials, however. Though they have not complained, tensions were getting tight, and morale would have suffered if they had suffered cramped conditions for much longer. Morale increased by 50. Further information regarding morale can be found on Village Interface. I have got to spend some time looking at that interface, Richter thought. He resolved to do it soon. Once the shelter was finished, the frantic pace slowed down a bit. Initially, everyone had worked almost feverishly from sunup to sundown to make the village livable. Scion had even taken charge of the kids to see which had an affinity for herb lore, and surprisingly, most did. The smell of drying herbs and ingredients became commonplace in the caverns that had all been sharing as a living space. A welcome surprise was that the lake in the hills above the village held many rare herbs, according to Scion. Richter had initially been concerned that there might be a problem with the humans and non-humans working together, but his worries came to nothing. Everyone seemed happy to apply themselves to honest work, unhindered by unjust laws. His new people walked around with smiles on their faces. There were many things to be done, quests to be completed, enemies to be stopped, people to be rescued, items to be identified, and weapons to be forged. He also had an appointment to keep in Leaf's Crossing in about 5 weeks as arranged with Hafiz. That meant they needed to collect the Potions of Clarity. Richter couldn't wait for more adventure. He would be lying, though, if he said he wasn't a bit tired. It was, he decided, time for a short vacation before everything got crazy again. When he discussed it with Scion, his friend wholeheartedly agreed. The next morning, they left for the Hearth Tree. Both of their armors had taken a beating in the past several weeks, and the smiths in the village said they could not fully repair them as they were completed with sprite magic. Scion assured him that Hisako would be able to restore their armaments to full strength, though she might give them an earful about being more careful as well. It seemed like a fair trade to Richter. Both of them were missing the tough, diminutive woman. Richter left Tarad in charge with Randolphus as his capable aide. Richter stressed that he wanted construction started on a ship as soon as possible. They decided to take a relaxed pace, speaking little, nearly retracing their initial journey that seemed so long ago. Encountering nothing more dangerous than a deer, they simply enjoyed the peace of the forest. It was a balm to both of them. It felt like coming home. After several days, they were greeted with the sight of the Hearth Tree surrounded by the sea of golden grass. As always, Hisako seemed to know they were approaching and was waiting at the boundary of the golden grasses. "Be welcome at the Hearth Tree, Richter of the Mist Village," she said with a warm smile. "And welcome home, my son. I see you have grown in strength, hopefully in wisdom as well," the lass said with a wry arch of her eyebrow. "Thank you, mother. Yes, I have learned much and found a good friend and ally," Scion replied with a smile. Richter walked forward and took her hand. "Hearth Mother, thank you. Scion is more than a friend to me. He is like a brother. There is no way I could have accomplished what I have accomplished without him. I formally extend the friendship and welcome of the Mist Village to you and your people. I sincerely hope that you will ask me for any help that you might need." A serious look came over her face. "I was hoping you would say that. There have been small camps of goblins and bugbears seen in the forest between here and the Firetip Mountains to the east. They are slaughtering all of the local wildlife and despoiling the forest. We need to clear them out and learn why they are making inroads into the forest. I will not stand by and watch the forest of Nadria become like the Whisperwoods, overrun with evil creatures. The forest will be protected, no matter how many battles it takes. Will you help? You have been offered a quest. Protect the forest. 1. Bugbears and goblins have invaded the forest and are disrupting nature's balance. The Hearth Mother is asking your help. You must destroy an enemy camp. Optional. Find out why the invaders are coming into the forest. Reward, unknown. Or no. Richter looked at Scion. Ready to take out some more bad guys? Sion looked back with that bloodthirsty grin of his. Oh yes, brother. That's what we do.